whenever they do die. So if you are in the area and it's a dummy bomb, then you can get hurt or you'll die. They're not specifically targeting their family. They're targeting that. And the database has to be updated. That's what we don't know. I don't know. They probably do. Whoever knows, but they have to ensure that that database is
Alex. You gotta call Alex.
Yeah, I'll call him after we get off.
I'll put in the chat proof that October.
Again, First Lady, check your back channel, please.
Gotcha.
What'd you say, Water?
Netanyahu, believe it or not, has been planning this attack, this strike, since 2002, after 9/11, after Mossad
Yes.
strong-armed the Pentagon.
Yes. But Palantir wasn't there. Then they came out with a brand new car and said, "Hey, you want to buy this?" And he said, "Hell, fucking yeah."
In the script that everything's being written by, even Trump's, it's obvious now that it's all Mossad. He's the first president to ever have Mossad write his speeches. It's the reason why you don't see him have any management company like CAA or anything else like, Kamala had, Biden had, normal presidents had. Yeah, that's all I have to say right now, but I'll keep adding some more sources in the chat. It comes down to a regime change, once again, within our nation to get Bibi to step down. And Trump.
I thought Trump was invading Israel and seizing their nukes because they've been found to be irresponsible. They can't just start shooting shit at Iran knowing that Israel has its nukes, right? You can't be provocative if you have nukes. So I thought Trump was going to land on the beaches in Gaza and invade. Netanyahu's trial is supposed to start tomorrow. So we're waiting to see if that actually goes down. I thought Trump was going to invade Israel.
It's emotional, Aaron. If you got a question, you can ask a question like an adult. Presidents are hired by, they're represented by entertainment agencies and management companies for speaking engagements. We all know this. This is public knowledge for presidents. Okay.
Who are you talking? Who are you talking to?
No, I'm just being trolled by.
Where? I don't hear anyone.
In the chat, he's saying.
We don't know that that's what you're doing.
What? Oh yeah, you're right. He was saying, would the CAA have anything to do with, the presidency?
Trump is advocating that Netanyahu be pardoned. So he's on a roll now to try to get him absolved of any criminal charges in Israel.
Could you repeat that, Lamont? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, I'm in the gym. Yeah, Trump was on the record just a couple days ago. He tweeted that it's a shame what they're doing to Netanyahu. He should be pardoned and all of the charges against him should be dropped.
Yeah, is the trial canceled tomorrow? Did you hear any updates from what you said?
Yeah. My guess most likely is probably wrong.
Wait, all charges against who?
No, that's I'll check it in.
Charges on
Don't scroll.
Netanyahu was charged for
become a big content creator one day, and I have no supporters.
They're talking about
if you have the chance,
this
please
case, the court
subscribe.
case that he's in since 2020. He's still, I think they're doing some cross-examinations at the beginning of June because he keeps putting a pause on it because of the pause.
If your family's getting beaten up in the bomb shelters, you're not doing right by the people. His family's getting beaten the fuck up in the Israeli bomb shelters.
Yeah, but
And they find out they're related.
I was stuck in a shelter for 2 weeks, remember?
Were you really?
Meanwhile, Netanyahu's son was partying in Miami. Partying in Miami. It's not fair. It's not fair to me.
That link that I put in the chat, he admits it. He tells you from 2001, 2002, this is the whole plan and this is how we're going to do it. It's all on, he played himself.
Just to go back to what TC.
The UN.
Alright, I think that bill is gonna pass.
On 4th of July, Levon?
I don't know when. I have no faith in government. I think these politicians are spineless. Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, they're spineless, they're jellyfish. She voted for that big, beautiful scam. And I do believe it's going to pass. Unfortunately, a lot of people are going to suffer.
But we can have a peaceful protest in response until we have a clear demand met. It's going to cause dissension.
That bill is dead and stinking. That bill ain't passing nothing. That bill's dead and stinking. Elon's tweet said that bill is dead and stinking. We're waiting on Trump's tweet.
We need another head of count.
Yeah, he could have been.
The other eye.
He wasn't on ketamine at 1 o'clock on Saturday yesterday, I don't think. Do you think?
You don't really want to know what I think.
I can't believe Trump, that's the bill that Trump wants to sign into law. That's insane, man. My God.
That's his best
I think the only hope is to organize and show up for the midterms.
Midterms? What? What midterms? Who's that? Who said the word midterms? Who said that?
I did.
Okay, Jesse Jackson once said, keep hope alive.
Great.
Shut up with Jesse Jackson. Leave a man alone.
This party politics has to stop, man. Democrats and Republicans. It's just starting to be annoying.
Of course it's...
I'm over it.
So where you at school? Where you at school? You still on Trump, right?
No, I left Trump train 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, some people say they left and then they come back and be like, wow.
No, I'm not coming back. He'll have to give me $1 billion for me to come back.
But he told y'all all this shit was gonna happen beforehand. Did you think it was like...
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
I would never have voted for Trump.
School, oh my God, school's back. Yeah, you wasn't listening. You was too far up his ass.
I wasn't far up enough. If I was, I was listening
So
to
what did he say?
What made you change your mind?
Yeah, very interesting.
Iran.
So you didn't think that Iran would have been a problem when Iran was a problem in the first administration? You didn't think it was a problem when he cut up the GCPR? You didn't think it was a problem when he refroze their assets?
You mean when he first ran, or when he was first president, or after?
Yeah, the first administration. So during his first administration, he already gave clues that it ain't popping. This ain't what's happening.
Oh no, I saw what he did the first administration, but I didn't put too much. Like, I didn't say, okay, this is gonna be a big issue. And then when he ran on this time around, and he was bragging about how he didn't start any wars, how he's president of peace, how he got the what's it called, the Accords over there, all of
And
that.
we talked about the Accords. The Accords wasn't about peace. That was a financial transaction between countries.
99% of all treaties are usually related to finance.
Right, but it was also a piss on Iran too.
Sure, but at the same, because it did kind of like segregate them completely
Right.
out of the Middle East.
And then under the Biden administration, they
get back funded.
right.
Get
And
back
then
your money.
UAE Saudi started reopening
So
their
my
embassies.
question,
Like you didn't see that this was going to be a problem, that everything would be reversed, and maybe Iran would be like, "You motherfucker."
my question is, how much money are Americans losing with the new rift to Canada? Does anyone know? Does anyone know? Does anyone know? So,
What rift? You talking about the additional 50% tariffs,
Oh,
or the 50% tariffs on steel?
Let's talk about that and the block on alcohol.
Canada already canceled its military cooperation with USA and all trade. That's just happened. I don't know what you guys don't know these things. So answer my question, how much do you think that cost American citizens for the winery industry and so on and so forth, the lumber, and red or blue? That's my point. Fuck red, fuck blue. I'm talking about motherfuckers. Americans. Red and blue.
I don't
You
know
know how
about
much-
motherfuckers.
You didn't know about the Canada Rift, so why don't you guys take 2 minutes and go
Tell
talk
us
that
about the
then we can
motherfuckers.
continue. Meaning everybody's affected by it. That's what I mean. But you don't know about it, so I guess you're not affected by it.
You're right.
But other Americans are. They're red and blue.
No more alcohol from America will be imported or exported into Canada from here on out. That is a new bill signed. New order, excuse me, they call it. That's major. That is.
He did another executive order.
Mm-hmm.
Canada came out and made statements. That's what the point you're missing. The Canadian Prime Minister and then the finance guides. All right, look it up. So I'll just mute up.
The world is in solidarity, and it's time we get on one accord and do our regime change like responsible Americans, like responsible adults. I know it's not fun, but if we rip it off like a Band-Aid, we can get right back to the party, you know?
It's simple. Common sense voting. What happened to common sense voting? Like literally.
No, Elon's gonna fix it. He already said it. He said it's gonna. He said Trump will put you in.
about common sense voting.
No, you guys, you leftists also don't have common sense, honestly.
Don't do that.
You guys are too far
Don't do
left.
that.
Anyway, Elon
Two
said.
motherfucking sides, bro. So you
Elon
want to
said
go with you?
Elon said
Go
no
with,
more red and
like
blue.
someone in the middle.
Elon said that no more red and blue. He put Trump in. He's gonna take him out. He said he's gonna take him
Elon
out.
said that maybe it's time for a new party.
The same
Someone
thing.
that's American workers.
We don't need Elon involved. I don't want him involved in shit.
Shit, if you give me a new party that is strictly for the middle class,
He has all your data. He has access to the treasury funds.
Split the. It's not gonna split the MAGA votes. I can't tell you.
We already have
surprised us.
a party. It's called the Working Class Party, but they're gonna vote along with the Democrats. Unless something crazy happens, they're gonna vote along with the Democrats.
Like, imagine in 2016, the common sense thing would have been to, let's put Bernie Sanders as a Democratic primary, as the candidate, huh?
I say yeah.
Oh. Imagine that. We won't have Trump today. But guess what the DNC decided to do? Let's prop up Hillary Clinton.
Denver, you think people are gonna vote for Bernie? You better stop acting.
I swear to God, I was voting for Bernie Sanders.
You was, sir.
You were. That's one person.
Everyone I knew
You
was
know
voting for Bernie Sanders, then they saw Hillary Clinton. They were
No,
like,
my dad wouldn't have voted for Bernie. My dad is not a
I
socialist.
wouldn't have. He's a liar.
I don't know about
I would
him.
have voted. I would have voted for him. in a
Yeah, it
heartbeat.
would have split. Even if he was in a separate party, it would have split the vote.
Make that make
It
sense.
would have still been a Trump.
Like, why didn't he get anything done beforehand if he was gonna, run?
Has he ran for president before?
I don't believe he has.
Who?
It was a long time.
There's a
Bernie.
Bernie Sanders.
in the primary
But he hasn't ran.
because he can't. He's not getting. He doesn't win the primary. Come on, man.
No, I know. I'm saying before 2016, did he run for presidency?
Yeah, that was
Yes,
the question.
he did.
When?
No, not presidency, but for the primary.
Yeah, for the primary to be president. I don't think he ran against Obama. I don't remember him.
Yes, he did in the primary. Bruh.
Oh wow. Okay, I must have missed that. I thought the first time he ran was 2016.
Bernie's been running for a long time. He needs to sit down.
Absolutely, especially after that Free Palestine chant at his speech that silenced him. That was a defining moment in American history.
Yeah, he hasn't recovered from that yet. Give him a chance. He's under medication from that event. We'll see how it works out. AOC's been affected also, but we'll see how it works out.
I like AOC kind of, but I don't like her policies.
But you like Bernie?
He likes AOC.
Yes.
You like AOC's body, right?
You don't like AOC because she's a woman.
No. Actually, she almost swayed me. Oh man, I almost voted for Kamala because of AOC's speech. Oh shit, that thing almost got to me. Her DNC speech. It was one of the most powerful speeches I've ever heard in the last 2 years.
So she
I
turned
was
you
like,
on.
holy shit.
Yeah, she turned you on.
Yeah, she did, because I almost voted for Kamala Harris.
She didn't turn you on that much that you didn't vote. Come on, stop.
Well, when you do her research, which I know you guys don't do much of because you're busy living your lives, so I only throw in shit that I know. So in her background, and I don't have a problem with her. I just know she's full of shit. But most politicians are. If you got to meet them, oh fuck. So she used to be a bartender, but she left out the part that she also used to be a dancer. But you wouldn't know that. So let me mute up.
I don't care what she used to do. I don't care if Cardi B runs for presidency as long as she has decent policies and is
And a nice
authentic and charismatic. And I think Cardi B already has that. She's authentic and she's charismatic.
And they turn you on.
I believe
Don't care.
the only politicians that have those policies that we're looking for are the ones that we nominate. There's nothing that's going to be handed to you that's going to be a one-size-fits-all, for the rest of the country, let alone you. So it really does have to be talked about, thought about, and planned with care, with time, energy, and care, because that's what we're doing. We're talking about our family. We're talking about our nephews, our nieces, our children, our grandchildren. This isn't a fucking news channel, This is an anchor man. We're not just trying to get a Ron Burgundy.
So you don't agree with AOC, but you agree with Bernie Sanders?
Yes. In 2016. Just like I agree with, oh shit. I always say his dad's name, Ron Paul.
Oh, Ron Paul, almost forgot about that guy.
So what's the difference in there?
Between AOC and Bernie? Bernie doesn't focus too much on stupid identity politics. AOC does too much. And then AOC is too obsessed with the Green I now want to call it the Green Beautiful Bill. What the hell is it called? The Green, what the hell is it called? The clean energy thing.
Green New Deal?
Is it Green New Bill?
The new Green Deal.
Yeah.
All these ugly names that they name these
It's
things.
called the new green beans from green beans. Ho ho ho, green.
Yeah, if she wasn't obsessed with those two things, man, she'd be amazing, honestly. Like, I'm tired of identity politics.
He focuses on it too. He focused on
Trump?
No.
Oh,
He said
Bernie. No, he doesn't focus on identity politics at all. He barely does. He's actually very against identity politics. He's more class-based, like
Yeah, he is class-based, but he
like
is
rich people, poor people shit.
yeah,
Which
he's
I
one
agree.
He's the one that came up with those. He wanted to do those programs.
So the reason I mentioned it is because there's currently Project Lavender 2 going on with America right now. Okay, so that's why I kind of mentioned it.
Wake it up. What's happening?
Never mind.
I need to know. Shit.
I'm not fixated on identity politics. Prove it.
Well, he does do identity, but you are right. It's more of a class thing.
If you wanna, we're gonna fight one day. Look, I'm not obsessed with identity politics. I hate it. I actually hate identity politics. I just wish we could go back to, like, just people poor and rich.
His thing, what's his quote? He always says, economic justice is racial justice, right?
That's Bernie's quote?
Yeah, that's Bernie.
No, I really like Bernie, man.
I got a sign. I can take a picture of it for you.
Like, I wish I could combine Obama and Donald Trump. That would be my president. That's my ideal president.
What's your ideal president?
Fuck am I?
Obama and Donald Trump combined.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Funny dictator? Who's Is that what you want?
Orange black man? I don't get it.
Like,
You know that AOC and Bernie is in this mentee mentor thing, right?
a team what?
That's a mentee mentor thing, right? Like,
No, I know, but
right. And let's say she did win the primary, more than likely she's going to try to ask Bernie to come along. Not saying that Bernie would do it, because I don't think he wants to be second fiddle to anybody, but
I don't think she'll run for president yet, though.
yeah, I hope not. Because
she's not ready, in my opinion.
I don't think so either.
But she can speak. Oh my God.
So why don't you just go with Oprah?
Ew.
What he's failing to tell y'all is he doesn't want a woman as president, period. He said that.
Oh, that's a lie.
He said that in the past. No, don't front. You didn't say that about. You said that about Kamala. Okay.
No, I haven't. You're lying. You're made up something. I'll vote for Candace Owens as president. I'll vote for Michelle Obama. I'll vote for
everyone that has no experience.
I'd do Obama. I would do Michelle. I think she's had enough by proxy.
You guys just keep choosing the wrong women. Like, you're obsessed with identity politics. Hillary Clinton was identity politics.
I think Hillary Clinton was, I think she would have been a good president.
Hillary was well qualified. She was well qualified.
She's very qualified.
You may not like her.
The thing that's so crazy, she's been involved in politics since she was a little girl. When her father took her to see MLK, she's been involved in politics since. She was president of the Young Republican Party when she was in college. When she changed her views, she was in Life magazine as a valedictorian that wrote a speech against against who she was representing at one time. and women's rights. Like, she's been in politics all her freaking life. And if you want to talk about ACA, when she was the one that was fighting for ACA back in the 90s and at least got something for children, she was on it. She's done more than any first lady that I've seen, at least in my lifetime.
Exactly, the CHIPS Act for children to get food.
Right.
She's very.
You couldn't even tell who the president was. That's what they were saying at one time, weren't they? Like, she actually was very active with her husband. You can't even compare a Michelle Obama to her. You can't compare you tell me one first lady other than FDR's wife that's done as much as she's done. There's only 2 first ladies that I know of. One in my lifetime, but 2 historically that have done shit like they were the president as well. I'm not talking about their fucking initiative programs. I love Michelle Obama, but she's not a politician. Bush's wife, initiative programs. These women, Reagan's wife, initiatives. Like, when it comes to fucking Hillary, shit. This motherfucker was at the UN. She was everywhere. Her face was everywhere.
Universal health care. That's true.
Yeah. People don't realize that shit. She was like fucking stomping grounds, talking to women from other women, delegates from other countries. Like, she was all over the fucking place. Y'all keep sleeping on Hillary because she's a white woman and didn't wear a tight dress and dressed funky and didn't have the cutest smile. She's a fucking beast.
Yeah, she sure is.
She didn't seem. No.
Maybe you need to read all the initiatives. Just do a Google search.
Okay, one day I will look up Hillary.
Yeah, you need to look up Hillary and then look at how the policies of today are because of some of the shit that she's done.
She did, the day before she examined her for a record 6 hours and she did not voice it.
And to be honest, I love Obama, right? And I'm glad he won because we got to know who he was and he got to be the man he was as a president. But I promise you, at the time, I voted for Obama, but deep down, I knew that Hillary was the most qualified. I knew.
You know who your next president is going to be? Because I'm going to back her. I'm going to make it happen.
Who is it, Point?
Val Demings. You heard?
Go back to sleep.
I don't know who that is.
She's from Orlando. She made a bad move when she dropped the Senate and tried to run for that open seat. She should have stayed where she would. She was a police chief down here in Orlando. Very instrumental, but that was a misstep on her. And now she's out of Congress.
Well, she's coming back. She's coming back.
And she's
I just want to say before we move on from Clinton, she's responsible for Gaddafi's assassination.
I think Val Demings can be put in a position, like in the administration. I just don't think she's ready for president. Yeah.
And you think Trump was? Hater.
I never thought Trump was. Don't put me on that. I wasn't on that. But
So then Val can do it too. And so can my dog if Trump is doing it.
Well, no, that's a big no. Administrative job,
Right.
some appointment, but no.
she needs to be appointed. She is very. Look, I got you on Val, right? But not as the president, bruh. Like, we've already look at the mistakes that we've made.
She would make somebody good in law administration or something to do with crime because that's her background. She's a badass on a horse down here in Orlando, police chief. That's her. That's the most.
She's a CPA? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, she could balance the budget.
She be the chief of police. Stop.
She's a cop. She's a cop.
That's why I agree with Vaughn. Like, maybe she should be the attorney general or deputy attorney general. That would be great. Or maybe in charge of Homeland Security. That'd be my thing.
Agreed.
Hater.
Point, I'm side-eyeing you now. I don't know why the hell you do that.
Deputy attorney general. There you go, Vaughn. Not actually attorney.
I hear
Because she has ran for some offices. Hasn't she, like,
She dropped her Congress seat to run for, I forgot the Senate seat, but she didn't win. It might have been against Rubio. I have to double check. I think it was against Rubio. But she didn't win. So that was a misstep. They should have kept her in Congress.
Now, if Biden would have chosen, because wasn't she on the list for Biden as one of the VPs?
I think she was, yeah.
She was on the short list. So,
Yep.
so I think if she would have got a little bit of experience working under Biden, it would have been maybe a little different tune. But I don't know.
I think she ran circles around Biden and Kamala. But anyway, Val Demings for president. President Demings. Doesn't that have a ring to it? President Demings
No
said
point.
today. No?
Yeah. If Biden would have chosen her as VP, then we could at least, because even with Kamala, she had to change some of her views because she didn't, the level she worked at, she didn't realize how it affects the country. And she's made that clear.
Val would have won. They wanted someone to lose. They chose Kamala to lose. Yeah.
They didn't choose Kamala to lose. Her name's Kamala.
I believe they chose Kamala. Excuse me.
That's crazy how y'all can get Ben's name right, but y'all can't get Kamala's name right.
Color green Kamala. Where is she? Has she come out to speak out about you?
So dumb point.
And I'm so tired of it.
That's why I don't give a fuck about her name.
And they do it on purpose. It's really sad.
You know what's crazy?
It's so
Sandra? There's been a
disrespectful.
couple of women that actually said that in their family, if you're from the South, if you're like from the deep country South, like Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, like they actually do that when they're having a big celebration. I was like, fuck, y'all really rinse your bathtub.
I refer to her as Kamala Ding Dong since she said that.
Patty, they do what in the bathtub?
So, that they actually do, like if you have like a bunch of family members coming over, they'll like soak their collard greens in the bathtub because it's a lot.
Oh, you know when I had my catering business, I'm sorry, Dad. When I had my catering business, I had a apartment size washing machine installed in my basement, and that's all I used it for was washing greens.
Yeah, because there was I'm not going to say her name, but she's known on the app. But she's actually from Atlanta, and she was talking about we do that in my house because like during the Christmas holidays, a lot of people come to Atlanta. They come to my parents' house, and we clean the tub really good, and we put all the greens in there. That's what we do. But she's originally from Alabama as well. So, well, maybe I just doxed her, given that.
How do you wash greens in a washing machine? One mic on you again. What was it, Sandra said?
Yeah, it was me. I thought a little apartment. Well, they do it in soul food restaurants across the country. You just ain't been back in the kitchen.
What are they put it in a bag?
It takes a long time to wash greens.
Yeah, do they put it in a Muslim bag or a pillowcase or something to hold the greens together?
No, they just put it in the wash machine on cold water and on delicate, but it hasn't been used to wash clothes. Right. These are separate wash machines. They're only they only use them for that purpose. That's why I bought that brand new wash machine, and that's all I used it for.
Okay, I eat at home.
I eat at home too, but I mean, it's what's the difference between doing it in your sink
and do it in a completely brand new clean washing machine.
That's how you make hash too. In cannabis, we would use washing machines back in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we ice water and just like you said, you just agitate it, and then now that it's all foamy and stuff, you get it out of the washer and you just start straining it through the silk screens, and then bingo bango.
Yeah, but she's putting hers on permanent press cycle. And then
Super spin cycle.
Look, Dr. Goddess just said it's a black cultural thing. Maybe y'all just don't have people that's from the deep south. That's what it is.
I'm learning.
Get it. And then
Right.
with Sandra saying that you're using a washing machine, it's pretty much the same concept. They're using a bigger tub to put something in because they have mass people that they're trying to feed. Like, it is what it is. Just because you don't do it don't mean it's not a practice.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Grade washing machines.
No, there's some people that don't like that you clean babies inside of the sink, but people still do it, right?
Right. Look, Dr. Goddess said her grandmother used the tub. Not the bathtub, but she used the tub.
I think I remember my grandmother doing that. I can't be for sure, but I remember her doing that especially for like Thanksgiving and Christmas.
I'm calling the police. Hold on.
Wait.
Make sure you make that phone call. I want to hear you talking to them. I can't hear you, Point.
I was calling FDA, but they said they'd been disbanded by Trump, so they're not expecting food anymore. But anyway.
You sounded like a man for a minute, Point. What's going on?
Yeah, I picked the whole brown grocery bag full of collards yesterday. That's how fast my collards jumped up.
Patty, that comment I just put in the chat, that's from JD.
So in your menu, under the greens, you put smoked greens marinated in the washing machine.
You see, Point, I thought you were smarter than that. You need to quit.
He keep laughing. We're gonna hear who he really is.
Crack himself up over there. Look at him.
Oh my God.
I dehydrate my beef jerky in the dryer.
I think cappuccino was more funny. I don't know.
Cappuccino was more on point.
And Cappuccino only stayed around for 5 minutes and would bounce.
Cappuccino with his stilettos.
This Point.
Dang.
Point really just wants to stay
Cappuccino, do you remember when you had your stiletto, right? And you came into the house I used to mod in, and we all had stilettos on our PTRs? I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, that's funny. I remember that too.
It was pre-October 7th. After October 7th, when Bacon was born.
Is that for real?
Aww. So you a Libra, baby.
Due to political things that were happening on Clubhouse. That's what. But we can go into that another time.
Hey, April.
April in the
Hi,
blue.
Patty Cake.
It was when I discovered that buttons were pushed on your politicians regarding amounts of funding that they got from certain companies, and there was a big board, and then it was highlighted which companies, blah, blah, blah. So if you put the squeeze on certain companies, it would put the squeeze on certain politicians because they were funding sources. So it's complicated, but it's real simple to understand. And maybe we can go into it another time. That's why I read you Jasmine Crockett's back. That was just one person I picked. And I was just messing around to do that one. So when you start to understand that, and you understand where people lie, and are they really representing you? Yes or no, etc., etc. Who's acting and who's not? Who's Mercedes in the pool And the big house is by Dow Chemical Corporation and who isn't, etc., etc. So that came more to light after October 7th for some of us because we started checking shit. Based on the stock market, we started checking shit. Like who had their money in Palantir? How did they know? You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. Who was getting tips? Who wasn't? On the market. Oh, yeah. So then that gave rise to point taken. You get my point now?
You have to take it and take that. When are you going to cash in your ticket?
Yeah,
Oh
because
no, so that's part of the issue also. Some rooms I cannot join because I've been banned from so many other rooms. You get a maximum, so there's a number. So you wouldn't know this because you ought to know the outcomes. You don't know
Yeah,
the
but all the rooms, I'm looking at the rooms you follow. You follow a lot of hoteps.
I'm saying there are certain rooms that I tried to join in. For example, watch. Now hit this one, join. You can't, and it's embarrassing, but it says it for mine a lot. You can't join this house.
And
somebody
banned you.
Yeah, that happened to me too. Cappuccino.
Yeah, but that's cool. That's cool.
It's
For me, as a troll, for me, I'm not trying to be anywhere too long. You know what I mean?
Cappuccino, what did you say about Jasmine Crockett? I missed it.
Well, Patty was saying that she's filthy.
No, Patty was not saying that.
Her funding, who were her backers?
I like Jasmine Crockett. I think she go too far sometimes, but I like Jasmine Crockett.
I did until I found
No,
out
my
that
daughter-
she had water.
That girl got some hood in her.
My daughter love her some Jasmine Crockett.
we all go a little too far, so that means she's related to us.
That's why we can't.
Wait, who said? Who's the man who said they love Jasmine Crockett until what?
Until I just found out about who her backers are. If she can drop them right with the quickness and show us she's
So
about America.
why would she drop them when she needs funds, campaign funds? I don't understand why y'all think that people should just
They don't
drop these
own
people.
you.
That doesn't mean they own
They
them.
can give me money.
They might
that's
think they can
fine.
buy into your campaign
Yeah,
or whatever
that's what I'm saying.
what you're gonna support as policies. Doesn't necessarily mean that. Fucking Trump has fucking donated to both parties. Doesn't mean he got a say-so on what policy looks like.
Right. He donated to Kamala before.
Yeah, so what that doesn't
So-
mean that she was gonna be like, you know what, I'm gonna jump in on what Trump has, what he wants to do. I'm gonna get rid of the no, that's not what happened. So don't do that.
If it's one or two,
Take that money.
that's fine.
Yeah.
And she's
Take
smart
that
to
piece.
spread it out. Yeah,
She's gonna need it
spread
now.
out. Yeah.
She needs it
right.
even more now. They're trying to get rid of. They can't get rid of her, so they're trying to get rid of her entire district now.
Yes, but she sent a message and hit my time feed on IG for fund donations. For she says, you know, I don't really want to do this, blah, blah, check it on IG, and blah, blah, blah. So that's what made me go, wait a minute, hang on, let me see who's been funding her. And that's when I read what I read, and then I read it to you guys. But anyway, check it out.
Well, I'm going to retract my last statement then, because it just overwhelmed me the way Point was reporting it. So maybe it was a little bit of fear mongering on his part, but it just threw me for a loop because I just had no idea how insidious the corporation funding is 2025. But yeah, if that's what needs to get done, that's what needs to get done, and she's definitely going to be president. If what Point is saying is true, she is groomed to be next in line.
Let me read them again. BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, Lockheed Martin, RTX, McDonald's, Home Depot, CBS, Verizon, and Toyota.
Shut up.
Okay, but I haven't seen
That's
the
deep.
McDonald's
Very
commercial.
deep.
But what's that? This is money. It's just money.
That's all public information, by the way.
So it comes down to this: is she gonna break bread or not? Because
They heard
So,
it.
so there's a lot of people that donate to a campaign, they still don't break bread. It's just these lobbyists think maybe they'll do it this time. Maybe they'll do it this time. Maybe.
But what I'm hoping for and what I'm gunning for is that she just all I care about is her representing her fellow sisters, her fellow women. You know, of all
The last neck roll that she did, I think she is representing.
That's what's up. Then she's got my vote. As long as that's happening, and I see that she's not about her ego and just being the token, then we good.
No, she's cool so far, but right now she's at the crossroads of one phone call can strip most of her funding. So that's why it got hit with the IGs.
That's not true. Just look it up. I mean, you can go to Open Secrets and look. So she gets 45% of her money from small individual contributions. That's less than $200. She gets 32% from large individual. She gets 23.5% from PACs, and you can actually break down and see who each of these things are coming from.
Okay.
So the top industry that she gets money from is retired, which is just retired individuals. That's not problematic in my opinion. She gets almost $200,000 from lawyers and law firms. This is one you see a lot with a lot of people, just because lawyers make a lot of money. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's beholden to lawyers. There's a lot of different flavors of lawyers. And then the next highest industry is health professionals at $100,000, which again, doctors also make a lot of money, and it says most of that money is from lawyers and the doctors, as both from individuals. So I'm not really seeing what you're talking about. Point. Maybe it wasn't for 23, 24, because there's not a lot of money coming to her from other places.
Okay. I do know that Trump threatens people behind the scenes with stripping their funding because he knows who's funding certain people. But anyway.
Where did you get this? Or is this news? Breaking news? What you just read?
Well, she's on a crossroad because she just stated she's stepping back. Basically, she's saying the Democrats don't appreciate her. Somebody told her behind closed doors she's not a team player. I posted the article about an hour ago, and that's very, very unfortunate. This is what pisses me off with the leadership. Let the young people do what they can do.
Now that throws me for a loop.
That person, are you saying she's cracking?
No, I said she said she's stepping back.
She's dry snitching.
She got that phone call. See, folks? That's what I'm talking about. They got them phone calls.
And it had to be from somebody high up. So
She said, let me step on so I can tell y'all. She's not feeling appreciated. She said, despite raising over $4 million and attending over 100 events for the Democrats, she's tired of them telling her she's not a team player. So she's going to revert back to working for districts and working with people like Al Sharpton, Jamal Bowman, not Jamal Bowman, other black, activists, and for her home district. She's done.
She needs women though around here, not more men. That's what's going to keep her.
She says she wants to go back to pimping. Pimping is cheaper. It's less risky.
So damn. Shut up, man. Shut up, pimping. Come on. Put some respect on you, bro.
Well, once you mentioned Sharpton, now all respect went out the window. He still owes me money, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm taking up for shopping.
All right, then. So you call that name and you put her with it, then I'm gonna say pimping.
You was caught at the Diddy party, weren't you?
Exactly.
We got nothing to do with that. I'm just saying this is up and coming. She has a lot of energy. She has a lot of grassroots support. That's the energy that.
I agree. We gotta protect that energy at all costs. So she needs to fall back. God bless her. Take your time. You know, she's only human.
Drifting ain't easy.
You fucked up. I would say that about Candace Owens. I wouldn't say that about Jasmine Crockett. She's been on business with their shit. And she's trying to stay that way. So she's doing what she gotta do.
Shout out to Candace, collecting that money. Yeah.
Now, Owens, now that's a grifter in of itself. That is a definition. You look up in Webster's dictionary, there she is. But I wish her the best. I hope she stays on code, Candace Owens. I hope she does. I hope she proves.
Candace Owens.
Yeah, I hope she proves me wrong.
Listen, let me do something like this.
Yeah, I know she uses a washing machine for her greens.
At least I
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I don't even think she eats greens at this point.
I was gonna say she definitely don't know how to cook them. They took her black card when she was in kindergarten.
She on that kale.
No, that's not true. Candace Owens actually filed a lawsuit and used the NAACP back when she was in high school, and she won a lawsuit before she was notified. Oh, wow.
Impressive.
I want to win a lawsuit.
Yeah, that's when she was grifting too.
Yeah, Trump is the first president not invited to the convention. When's the convention? I think next. Did I miss it? NAACP convention. I'm surprised he hasn't called for the dismantling of the NAACP.
Can't do that. It's not federal. You better stay in his lane.
Oh, does he have a lane? He has a lane?
His only lane is federal. He can't really do anything to anybody else. That's why we can say fuck Trump all day long. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but when I go to the grocery store, I take my passport to my forehead nowadays, just to make sure, I'm not mistaken, nice and all that. Are you guys taping your passports to your foreheads?
Yeah, I have it right now. I have it on right now, just in case if they come into my house.
Oh,
They come in for those cases now.
ça passe.
Rambo.
Hey.
Did you see the poll that Elon put up? Y'all see that?
No, where? Oh, whatever it's called, Twitter.
He has polls show that this bill is political suicide for the Republican Party.
What's the date?
So he, 6:28, 5:10 p.m.
See, my
5:12 p.m.
1 o'clock was the tweet, first one that I read to you. 5 o'clock was the poll. I'm crap. Can you read us the poll information, please?
So it's Elon Musk claims that this legislation is an outrageous pork-filled spending bill that will massively increase the budget deficit and burden American citizens with crushingly unsustainable debt. That's the statement at the top. All voters, 58% to 58% agree with that statement. 5% are unsure and 37% disagree. Hard GOP voters, 53% agree, 3% are unsure, and 43% disagree. Medium GOP voters, 59% agree, 5% are unsure, 36% disagree. Toss-ups, 61% agree, 5% are unsure, 34% disagree. And then the second one is the One Big Beautiful Bill. I hate this name. Oh my God. Okay, anyway, this One Big Beautiful Bill tax and spend. I'm sorry. Let me start over. This One Big Beautiful Bill tax and spend legislation would increase the federal deficit by $2.4 trillion over the next decade. That's the statement. For all voters, 57% agree, 8% are unsure, 35% disagree. Hard GOP, 51% agree, 7% are unsure, 42% disagree. medium GOP, 58% agree, 9% are unsure, 34% disagree, and the toss-up are 60% agree, 8% unsure, 32% disagree. And this is from the Tarrance Group, TARRANCE group.
He's basically saying the war starts with Trump and Elon after 8 p.m. tonight. That's what I said. We were waiting. I didn't know the guy went further. That means Elon threw 2 stones at Trump. And the second stone is even echoing the first one. It says, I put you in office and I can take you out.
Exactly.
Let's hear Trump's response. Oh boy, what time is it now? 3 o'clock. Okay, tune in at 8. I put it in the chat. Get your popcorn ready. I told you.
Okay, so y'all know, Elon created Grok. So somebody asked Grok, what did they think about Elon's tweet? And Grok says, I don't fully agree or disagree with Elon Musk. The one big beautiful bill is unpopular, with 64% unfavorable views per polls, risking Republican voter support, especially in swing districts. Its cuts to Medicaid and SNAP could alienate moderates and independents. However, MAGA voters and corporate backers support it, and tax cuts may soften the blow. The bill's fate hinges on Senate hurdles and public perception. It's risky, but, quote, political suicide might overstate it. Depends on how Republicans spin it. So that's what Grok says.
That was hilarious when that first came out. And then he's talking about it's broken. He has to fix it.
He's actually been down on Grok recently, saying that it's stupid and that he's going to reprogram the whole thing.
Exactly.
So what do you think Trump's response will be?
Who wants to pray with me that his head explodes? Can we join hands?
Wait a minute. What
do you think he's going to say? He's going to tweet soon. Someone keep your eye on Truth Social.
What's going on, Dr. Goddess?
Well, it says, so I'm just, the headline is, this is a tweet, so. More than $9 million worth of checks are hitting Pennsylvanians' mailboxes, and the state treasurer is encouraging people to cash them. We want everyone to know this is a real program and this is real money. So I'm clicking on this, and it says, the Pennsylvania Treasury says nearly 40,000 checks totaling $9.2 million have gone out to people through the second round of the Money Match program. It's exciting to see so many people getting money they didn't know they had. Treasurer Stacey Garrity said in a press release, it's now important that people cash these checks. We want everyone to know this is a real program, real money. Every dollar we return to Pennsylvania families is money they can use to buy groceries, fill up their cars with gas, or pay their rent or mortgage. This money belongs to them, not the state. What money is this?
Yeah, every state does that, yeah.
I'd like to see the link.
Money returned based on
I'll drop the link.
Okay, thank you.
Properties, etc., whatever was in the past. So
I got a buddy moving.
Oh, yeah, these are unclaimed property. Okay, yeah. I'll drop the link regardless, so in a second.
So no one answered. Someone almost answered, and they said they hope his head explodes. Well, we know that's happening right now. But what do you think his tweet will be?
Whenever does anybody mind giving me this a really super brief recap? Super brief.
Yeah, Elon did a tweet Saturday at 1 o'clock saying, fuck your bill, Trump. And then Elon did a survey at 5 o'clock on Saturday of Americans, and it shows that Americans don't like the bill. And so now it'll be Trump's time to tweet. Something like that as a short recap. So there's a war going on, a war brewing.
So he picked it up again. So Elon apologized and then doubled back.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think he thought that it would go through the way it was going to. And because they, I think it came right after the vote yesterday, right? Or right before they voted. Hello, somebody.
Wow. Is that what it came through?
So my point is, if he went as far as to take the poll, right? Here's what I asked everyone, what do you think? This Trump's tweet. You remember the last war they had? You all know that we were on the verge of him exposing something like Melania's nudes or Epstein pictures, whatever. You knew that. You felt that. It didn't happen, but okay. The game has changed now. With the embarrassment of Iran, potential World War III, except, the hysteria of the American people. The game has changed. The stakes are higher. So Elon's saying, fuck your bill. And the Americans believe in it, of what I did, because I did a poll, and they said, fuck your bill. And I put you in office, and I can take you out. I think if they start another Twitter back and forth war, Elon will post the Epstein information right on X.
Yeah.
I think the stakes are higher now.
It's coming out. I just don't know when.
I get it, point. That was X. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to add, brother, it came to my mind that someone said that they have the actual, there's footage, there's like literal footage of Trump having sex with kids.
We all know that. That's already been known for years. That's not the point I'm making. The message that's being sent with these tweets is, I gave you a break the last time we had a war. I'm not going to be so nice the second time around. So that's why I said, what do you think Trump's tweet will be?
He may not, because of what you just described and the potential liability of whatever Elon is harboring that he will probably expose. It seems like if I were Trump, and we know he's egotistical, but this might be one that, one of the wars you win by not fighting it.
Yes, that's why we said we're waiting from between now and open up market tomorrow.
Got it. No, I'm fully on board now. I'm surfing. I got you. It seems like this kind of aligns with why Elon was brought in. If it was genuine, right? He was supposed to be finding frivolous spending and showing us places where we could save in the budget, and this beautiful bill goes against everything that he supposedly worked for and all the savings that he was able to identify. It seemed like this would counteract all of that if you're talking about 2.6 trillion added to the deficit.
Yeah, Cash Patel ain't releasing nothing. That's for sure.
Does anybody remember how much Elon actually allegedly saved via his investigation?
It's negative something. I can't remember.
I see what the chat's saying, and y'all couldn't be more incorrect. It's. I know what the media has been cycling. We all know what the media has been cycling. But at the end of the day, we haven't seen dissension, right? Until we see that footage.
Water, I don't know. I think with the way MAGAs move, if they found a video of Trump having sex with a minor, they're going to be like, we don't know how that minor enticed him before this video.
I'm confused. What do you have to talk about?
When earlier...
especially if it's a girl.
Right, especially if it's a girl, she did it. Patty, we're talking about how Point initially said that Elon was on the verge of, outing Trump on some level with some form of, we don't know what, media, whatever he has over Trump that would show him in a different light, right? That would be beyond unfavorable. What was said just now was, what Water said, to be specific, that there's supposedly a video of Trump having sexual interactions with minors or whatever, which we don't know if it's true, so Big Brother, stay off my line. But anyway, and I was saying if anything like that were to come out, I still don't think MAGAs would step away from Trump. I think they would say, what did that child do to entice Trump prior to the video? I think we're that far gone.
They'll say it's AI.
Yeah, I agree with LeVon. They're not gonna believe it.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm trying to say.
They're gonna say something.
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, we said different versions of it, but I think they would defend him on some level is what I'm trying to say.
I'm sure they will try to spin it, but that we've already seen the numbers of the masses of people will show up for the. I mean, we have too many different nationalities, too many different cultures that all are in one accord against pedophilia. That will be the glue that binds America. And non-veterans.
I'm not as optimistic as you are, Water.
Naturally, it's because you've been on board with this guy, brother. You're jaded with this dude.
I'm jaded with the way MAGAs respond to whatever he says. He can say and do anything, and they justify it, and they don't care about the obvious. They don't. They just will ride with him. That's the reason why they call it a cult-like following. When the cult, they do things that go against logic. It's illogical. Nobody wants to take groups, a group drink that's going to lead to mass suicide, but cults do that, right? That goes against self-preservation, but they still do it. So they do things that go against the natural laws of nature when it comes to Trump. So that's why I'm jaded. I don't think that they will just be like, oh my God, we can't anymore. Like, that moment should have happened about 10 times ago, and it hasn't, and no matter what. That's why Trump was bold enough to say, I can shoot somebody. I forget what he said. I don't want to mess the quote up, but he talked about shooting somebody in the middle of the street and still being able to proceed with his political career. I forget how he worded it, but that was the takeaway. And I think he's right.
I feel you, brother. But wouldn't you say that the whole prompt
I had no idea they were back at it again, though. Thanks for the update point. That's crazy.
Have you all reported on the Ayatollah within the last 3 hours or so? Wait, not even 3. Let me see.
I've been hearing he's in hiding.
Well, it says that he issued a fatwa calling for Trump and Netanyahu to be treated as the enemies of God, and not in the metaphorical sense.
That's not going to work out well for him.
Well, it's not going to work out well for a lot of people.
Well, I think it's the end of the regime. I'm hearing that we're still attacking on the ground over there with drones, and that the military has taken over, and the mullahs are in hiding. So I think the regime change is already in progress.
Yeah, I had heard Trump was invading Tel Aviv to unseat Netanyahu Monday. This Monday coming.
Say that again, Trump? I mean, can you say that again, point? I'm sorry.
He said the lion is lying down with the lamb, and it's raining cats.
Oh, he trolling? Never mind. You never know when Point is trolling and when he's giving real information.
He's always trolling.
Stupid ass.
Stupid ass.
That was today. I got my Ayatollah.
Let me see. Yeah, I mean, it was listed as breaking 3 hours ago.
Well, Trump has been saying shit in the last since he said they got beat to hell and talking shit about them yesterday. So he said he saved for money.
Do y'all feel there's been any other president where you had to stay updated daily to see what the hell was going on such a drastic level? Like,
Hell no. I mean, minute by minute.
that's a fact.
It's like whiplash. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, I got a remember that gets tweets it to her damn text messages every time he tweets.
It's good for the stock market if you trade it.
I was like, the obsession is real, sis.
Did y'all read or hear that? I guess I don't know if it's Christie, but somebody on his somebody on his staff is trying to create Trump's briefings in the style of Fox News because he won't fucking read his briefings.
Yes, Christie don't fuck with Trump.
I mean, everybody on his staff is from Fox News.
Yeah.
That part.
Or a reality show.
I never understood. Never understood why. Go ahead, point.
No, I said it makes sense to me. But
I was just gonna say I don't understand why.
What do y'all think about that 22-year-old boy he hired?
Hold on, I'm saying something.
No, I yield. Go ahead.
yeah, you hired a kid to be in charge of.
I was just about to say I don't understand why Fox would stay so close with Trump after he cost them such a large settlement by lying on their platform. Like, you think that would have been a breaking point?
Yeah, well, they gotta get influencers and viewers, so they still get them, and it's all money.
So I guess that's their recoupment then.
They gotta keep the lights on in the studio and all that.
You got a point.
Point always has a point. Sandra, the 22-year-old you're referring to, I believe, was a former grocery clerk who also happened to do an internship at guess where? Heritage Foundation.
Yeah.
22 years old.
Ding, ding,
From
ding.
store clerk to working at DHS.
Yeah, but tell people.
Don't forget he was a gardener too.
Yeah, call out what his position is.
I don't know what his specific position is.
Terror, it's something with terror protection or something like that.
No, let's speak the real language and American language according to the Constitution, all of that good stuff. Call out his title. I can.
Well, go ahead, point. I can't get to it right this second.
Here. I don't work here.
Yes, you do. You're a professional troll.
She has a point. They're Googling it. Give them a chance. Give them time.
Not professional, Sandra. I'm crying.
Professional.
Well, I'm not. Mother, I thought you were supposed to be out of the country. Anyway, point. I find it real strange that Trump still hasn't,
Hello. Yeah, I'm in Istanbul.
Point. I don't understand why Trump hasn't responded yet to these tweets.
You said the one on Saturday was at 5 o'clock, correct? Correct, the poll.
I thought the poll was at 5 p.m. Yeah, but the original tweet was at 1.
1 p.m., yes.
Right.
So
now we almost 24 hours into the poll. We already had 24 hours on the first one.
He's probably not trying to cause any dissent within the party because, you know, he does.
the poll was yesterday.
Exactly, this is my point. Elon has him in a chokehold because we know Trump don't back down on those stuff or nothing. So the fact that he hasn't said anything, go ahead.
Is epic, and that's the point. Elon's platform is how many people?
220 million.
Dear God. Don't you see what he just said to Trump? With the poll?
Yeah.
Did you hear what Gemini said? Did you hear what Gemini said?
No, I didn't hear. What?
Oh, no. Okay, well, so y'all gotta either tell me where you all left the room and came back. They were dropping bombs in here. So, based on the last Trump-Elon war, right? You remember that? She asked me.
Yes, I remember.
I think you're trolling me. You do know.
No, I'm just trying to get some with it. I can't troll the troll.
The last time they spoke,
Yes, you can.
you, me, and everybody else was waiting on Elon to drop some pictures on X.
Yeah.
They're all on. Okay. that didn't happen and blah, blah, blah. Now here we are today.
Right.
Trump knows if there's another war, he risks that happening because he just fucked up in Iran. He just fucked up in Iran, looked like the idiot. Everybody knew you ain't bombing to create no nuclear dust. You bombed and you missed, and the press picked it up. Yeah. So the message to him really now is, it escalated since his first tweet of 1 o'clock. The poll makes it clear that he's saying, I put you in and I can take you out. So we're waiting for Trump to respond. The whole market is waiting between now and 9:30.
Damn.
Jim and I said sometimes your best response is no response, especially if people have shit dangling over your head that they can post on their platform and 200 million people can see it just like they saw the fake Iran bombing. Are you kidding me? Your country's at stake right now. Everything's not a joke.
That's exactly what I said.
The shit that you say is a joke, though.
No. Like, honestly, I used to think because of the voice, but when you listen to the accurate points when he's not trolling, like when he's trolling, you can tell. But whenever he's giving accurate information, I've actually been able to pinpoint, like, it's actually very valid information if you just think about what he's saying. It makes sense to
Before
me.
you came in the room, I embarrassed El Normo in front of the entire audience.
I'm not embarrassed. I find you entertaining.
I checked Lavender and
I find you entertaining. I like
to
you. I like
crashed out and left the room earlier. Now he's fucked again. Now, earlier, Jim and I, we were talking about Gaza. So I said, how many are killed? He said, I had no idea. I said, so let's start at a base number of 2,000. And he took the bait because he's a sucker. And he said, okay. And I said, do you think it's more or less than 2,000? He says, oh, I think it's more. I says, okay, good. So you're thinking. You're finally using your head. How much more do you think it was? Oh, and he crashed out. Oh, he knew he'd been set up. Yeah. And then Project Lavender, which is the killing machine, AI killing machine for Gaza, which was out since 2021 during COVID. But anyway, we went through all of that. And he never knew about Lavender until today. So that was 2 ways I pulled his pants down on the stage, and he's still mad. Bitch ass motherfucker.
I get the anger now. It makes more sense.
Yeah, so he came back with so-called vengeance. He's still cooked. And he gets cooked in Israeli-Palestinian rooms that I'm in. I always cook it.
No, I've never seen Norm get cooked so often, so frequently.
One time, wait, no, I've worked with him before. I said, how many Hamas soldiers do you think are dead? He gave a number. I think he said 30,000. And I said to him, of those 30,000, how many were under the age of 6? You know what he said to me? I don't know the data yet. Stupid ass. I said, Hamas soldiers. And then I said, under 6. And you said you don't have the... Oh, you're an idiot, Norm. You're an idiot, Norm. You're an idiot, Norm.
He represents Israel, and yeah, this app is handing his ass to him.
Exactly. He's an idiot.
I don't know, Zionism specifically, not just Israel. I should rephrase it.
I think Norm can hold his own in most rooms. I don't know about that.
When Israel's winning, not when they're losing.
When was the last time Israel's been losing? Well, I guess
Yeah, see, we got another. So go on, mother. Say your piece.
Oh, go ahead. No. I'm chill. Nothing. This is not something I'm gonna get tense about. So.
That's good, because Gaza needs to receive justice.
Well, my question is, how do I trade on the Israeli Stock Exchange Monday if the building's been blown up in Tel Aviv? What do I do?
No point. You said something actually earlier that kind of made me think I've been missing out. Like, if you can find out how to correlate Trump's tweets to the stock market shifts, which is clearly moving the needle every time.
We did that 2 months ago in this room. I gave that.
I wasn't here for that. I wasn't here for that.
I gave that for about an hour straight.
I wish I was here for that. It makes a lot of sense. You have to day trade on that though. You can't swing on that. You got to day trade to really make that work.
We're day trading on it at roughly 100 to 200%. We're swinging on it to the tune of 1,300%. I put all that information in.
The fuck? For real?
It's not my problem. Not my problem. I'm a troll.
Go find out.
Remember, I'm a troll. I'm just a troll. And you know what's funny? I don't see how normal giving you guys any tips on anything, not diamonds or nothing regarding, I don't know, Israel. I'm just so, where's the plug, Norman? Got any plugs to drop? Bitch-ass motherfucker. No, just hot air.
For the
No
glory.
facts. You don't even know about fucking lavender. How's that? And you represent Israel. Stupid ass motherfucker.
He said not for the goyim. That what he said.
Yes, he did. I heard that.
He started to say it a little lower next time. Somebody might hear you. It's not for the goyim. All y'all goyim ain't getting a damn thing.
What does that mean, Goyim? What is that?
The non-Jew, the non-Zionist, I should say.
Well, that's not the question. The real question is, Norm. No, here's the real question. No, Norm, the normal, what do you guys call them? Lear jets that come out of Congo with the diamonds would land in Tel Aviv. The airport's fucked. Where do they land now? Norm, why don't you come up and tell us, bitch ass motherfucker?
Key point. Was that in Lisa's room or in this room where you were giving out the stock information?
Gotta ask Dr. Goddess. First, I don't read the room titles when I come. I just come in rooms all over Clubhouse. I don't remember which one it was.
Doc Goddess, do you know which one it was or no?
The first lady, was it Lisa's room?
Oh, the option? The option talk?
Yeah.
It was late
Yeah.
at night.
It was late at night. I think it was Lisa's face. I don't remember. Yeah, was that recorded?
That's what I was about to go find out.
The finance minister in Israel is saying they only got about 1 or 2 more weeks of money.
And there's no food in Tel Aviv. There's no food in Tel Aviv.
Wow.
It's unfortunate. I can't stand Netanyahu. I don't have an issue with reasonable Jewish folks, but Netanyahu is just a scourge. All those bombs, that's another reason. And the same thing, the U.S. sent all those bombs to intercept. They're low on stock. There's not much money left in their whatever their treasury. So we'll probably lend them more money or send them money. So
Iran was ready for this day in the 80s. They were ready.
It's not fair to the people.
It's not fair to Gaza, and it's not fair to America. You're right, it's not fair worldwide. This is not fair, and it needs to... They kept saying regime change. We're not waiting fucking 4 years. I don't know what it's going to take, what steps we have to do. We're going to go through the proper channels, but we're not waiting fucking 3 years. We don't have that time. We don't have that luxury.
well, I think every mother, wherever they live, should feel safe for their children, whether it's Israel or Gaza or Iran.
Exactly.
I just wish all the fighting would stop and they would come to some.
And if they keep starting wars, we're not going to hear any more news from Gaza. You're going to have to really dig to find it. And that's what's going on right now, is that we have to get ahead of this, because if we don't hold them responsible for the first mess they made, if we give them an inch, they're going to take 200 million fucking miles.
Well, I don't have any, not this shit, but I don't have any thoughts about Mandani because I've followed him, but not as closely. But you can see what the some of the Democrats are doing. This whole thing is just.
We all know how Indians feel about Pakistanis, so I don't have too much faith more than the same faith I have in the people in the rooms we've been helping out, trying to keep the peace between India and Pakistan. They can't get their head out of their own ass with their own racism. So.
Well, I don't know about Indian and Pakistanis. What I meant was, like, if you're gonna argue against Mandami, argue on him on policy. I don't want to hear any race baiting or Muslim or Islamophobia bullshit. Just argue on the politics. right? That's what I'm about.
So I was
nothing but hope for him.
I was anti-Mondani at first, and then I realized he would be great for Florida. All the wealthy people are going to move to Miami, so go Mondani or whatever. Or is it whatever.
You stupid. Shut up.
You know these people don't. You know these people do not care about policy. They vote on religion and race.
And money. I was like, this will be wonderful. Raise all the taxes in New York City. It will drive all the more wealth to
Shut up. Yeah, but the home policies can get them. They can't get insurance. I get the.
Oh, I'm sure the wealthy can afford insurance. They'll be fine.
Oh yeah, they'll be okay.
Politics is nasty work.
I haven't had much faith in male politicians for the longest, and I hope Mondani proves me wrong in this case, in that he represents more women and equal balance, representation, and we get some shit done finally. The youth is on fire for him, so I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, well, he's 33, and he's addressing seemingly some of the issues that would be in their mirror in terms of rent, rising costs of rent and whatnot. But it's interesting that Schumer, who else is it? Schumer, Hohill, or whatever her name is. The bigwigs in New York have not endorsed him yet. It's very interesting. And Kristen Gillibrand, yeah. I after what she did to what's the guy from Minnesota, Al Franken? Yeah. And now her comments that she's taken out of context about Mondani, yeah, she could go have several seats.
So on the housing front, I honestly that issue in itself. I think I've only seen one city correct that, rising costs. And I mean, Austin just built themselves out into a price drop, right? And then people were mad because prices started dropping on units 25-30%. But I don't think anyone else has an actual solution to the housing crisis. We have a similar thing in South Florida. So I don't know, what is New York going to do? Or what are his proposals? I guess I'm curious. What is he planning on? Does he have good ideas?
Our issues in South Florida is different.
No, I'm talking about just in New York City. What is his does anyone know what his position is to fix the housing situation? I guess I could go look it up. Let me go look it up. I'll pull you up.
He has some tax policies out that's been really driving the right crazy. They're saying, I haven't read it, so I don't want to speak on it, but they're saying that his policies to tax this is MAGA, tax the white areas and raise the taxes on the white housing areas in New York to fund the middle class or lower income areas in New York. Now this is MAGA. I haven't read it myself, so I don't want to speak on it per se, but that's what's driving it. They're going crazy trying to paint him really hard as a racist and a socialist.
Well, it's not the white areas, it's the wealthier areas.
The white is just funny.
Yeah, that's why I said.
You said white.
Yeah, that's why I said. Yeah, that's why I said I haven't read it. This is what MAGA is saying.
Yeah, I think Son spoke about that yesterday.
No, his focus is, well, and I'm not an expert on Mondani, but his focus is on having the government be the primary runner for transportation, housing, and healthcare, to try to even out, because democratic socialism is the idea that the people, everybody deserves some basic rights.
Yeah.
And so housing, transportation, and healthcare would be the top three. But it's not socialism the way people think, oh, it's communism, because you can still vote on things, you have a choice and all that. So to be honest, I'm not sure that Mondani is going to make it to the to the mayor's race. I think he's going. I don't mean that he's going to be assassinated, but I think that these people are so triggered, they are going to put a whole lot of money up for another candidate. I almost guarantee that. So will he make it? I'm not sure, but I think he's a lesson. This is a good lesson. Period. Go ahead.
Dr. A.G., do you see that Andrew Cuomo, he went against what he originally said, and he's staying in the ring,
Oh, well, see, there you go. It's Dr. Goddess, by the way.
I'm sorry,
But yeah.
I'm sorry, Dr. Goddess.
No, it's all good.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good. But yeah, see, you see that's because people are like, what the hell happened? You see what I'm saying? And they are going to put a ton of money behind Cuomo and, you know what I mean, all this stuff. So, I mean, but I think Mamdani, there's a lot that he can do, you know, even as he's running for mayor, to like literally transform New York on another level and just kind of get the people on his side. I think he can do it because they are definitely gearing up to make sure that he does not win. And also, like, I think that his win would be a sign for these Republicans, right? Like, y'all keep letting these far right people, you know, and you're passing these far right policies, and it's showing, like, you know, America's going to swing, you know, further left. You keep playing around. So I like it. I like what's going on, regardless.
You need to be careful. Did you see? I missed the room a couple of days ago, but I don't know if you guys talked about the Republican Congressman Urgles or whatever his name was that proposed. He sent a letter that he should be deported, Mandami.
Yeah, he sure did. But did y'all see how fast them KKK hoods came out when he won that primary?
No.
I mean, they weren't holding back nothing.
Listen,
they're calling him a jihad and all this other stuff. They are crazy.
So this is like what they're doing. So what they're doing to Mamdani is what France and some of these other European countries are doing to the Muslims in their countries, right? So we, like, America does not have a large Muslim population, you know, definitely not relative to, you know, France and stuff like that. And if you look, the right wing, you know, I mean, we've already talked about how there's like a whole white supremacist movement. You know, we've talked a lot about this, at least on this app. And if you watch it, I mean, they literally say they've created like whole commercials, a bunch of AI, and it's basically that the Muslims are not coming here to assimilate. You know, they're coming to take over. They count the amount of mosques that are in the country. The UK put out, well, not the UK, but like these right wingers in the UK put out a video of how many Muslim governors exist. So they're doing, you know, they're doing a Willie Lynch, but like by the multitudes over there. So they haven't done that to Mamdani yet, but that is exactly what they're going to do to him and anybody else that pops up. But this is why this is so important. It's really important for us to pay attention, watch. Let me grab I want you to see the UK one. I'll grab a couple of videos that I see because I always try to think globally because for whatever reason my people, the Black Americans, we somehow think that this is not like a global issue. We think Trump is on our side or whatever. We're happy that, you know, the immigrants are being deported like idiots. It's just but anyway, let me find it. Mm-hmm.
I think London has a Muslim mayor 3 times elected. Sadiq, I forgot his name. I want to say, it was at London. It's a large city in England. I want to say London. They do have, but I take your point with France and some of the other European countries.
Does anyone know how much Elon's security detail personnel make a year?
I do not, but I have some breaking news myself. Point. You may want to hear this. I don't know if Americans, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it says that Americans should know this. There are around 800,000 to 900,000 Jewish settlers in the West and East Bank of Jerusalem. And did y'all know that none of them work? They live off government funding, free housing, free health care, free everything.
Yeah, you send the money. Yeah, I knew.
And our tax dollars pay for it. I did not know this.
Yeah, it says
Tell you guys.
they have children. It's a certain group of Jewish settlers or citizens.
Hasidic Jews.
Yeah, and they have a lot of children. And
12 or so.
I think during the beginning of the war, I think they passed some type of legislation because they're not, like when you get 18, you have to automatically serve like a year or two in the IDF. And I think that group was exempt from it. And if I get it right, I believe they went back to the legislature to try to make them conscript. I don't remember what the output of that, but yeah, I'm aware of that group.
So water, basically, yes, you are financing Israeli breeding camps. Yeah.
Powerful.
Did you know that?
Water, especially in New York, what happens, they get, the assistance and they go upstate and use vouchers upstate for a house versus getting an apartment or something like that, something smaller.
And they have such a thing.
Did you guys see, I guess it's supposed to be a medal that they were talking about for women who have more than 6 kids?
Yeah, they were talking about, wasn't Trump that was talking about that? They've given $5,000 or something. Yeah, they're giving them money.
Haitian, repeat that. What?
So, a medal, if you are a female and have more than 6 kids, at least 6 kids.
Yeah. They're going to get them money.
Also got,
in this country, in the United States?
Yeah.
Yes,
they were proposing that.
Just like they did in Germany when they needed some more Aryan babies.
But back to Israel. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I am mad at them for giving their and it's not just that group. The general population, they get free education, free college, and free healthcare. I can't hate the player. I'm gonna hate the game. But this is what we should be striving for in this country.
Exactly. We can't get universal basic income.
You should be striving to finance other foreign entities. That's what America does best and now.
It is what it is.
That's why you don't get goods and services properly accepted. But it's
not gonna change. It is what it is. But I want to say some states here do give free community college. I don't remember all of them, so that's a start. But we are a long way. Even if it's not universal care, the fact that they're cutting so much, gouging so much out of Medicare and Medicaid and SNAP and all of that is an abomination.
Give UBI to all students of all ages. Start somewhere, like you said. Don't just do nothing. Don't just start cutting shit.
Well, that's in the
stripping of rights.
So back to how much security guards that work with Elon get paid. You do know Beyonce's main security guard gets $1 million a year, and she's broke compared to Elon. So the point I'm making with the poll he took, he didn't take that poll from Mike Johnson. Get it? Because Mike Johnson doesn't make a quarter of what his security guard makes. He did that poll for Trump. He says, I carry the voice of the American people, not you. Oops. Yep, that's where we are. Now remember, you gave Elon access to all your treasury information. And Trump just took on 2 of Elon's best boys and involved them and embedded them into the government. So, sort of like when Trump said to the Ukraine president, you don't hold the cards. Elon just told Trump, you don't hold the cards.
Oh my.
I don't believe Elon does either, though, point. So I don't really feel like he's saying shit. If he was gonna do something, he would have done it already. He's just biting his heels at this point, saying, "You owe me."
Alright, so that's the game of chicken. Let's see what happens.
I think Elon got the okie doke pulled on him. I'm sorry. I think he's
I agree, Levon. You don't get a black guy in the White House and come out on top.
I wish I was a fly on the...
Jesus Christ. There's footage somewhere. There's cameras in that place. We're going to see that footage one.
Yeah, 3 administrations from now, you'll see the tape.
So I put some links in the chat. I think it start with the last one. You can at least see how people are tracking political leaders who are Muslim. And then the tweet right before that, people have. I mean, these tweets have gone viral, but these are popular tweets where people are, highlighting the numbers of Muslims in the country and or Muslim leaders and stuff like that. I'm just saying that Mamdani is about to get that type of treatment in the United States, even though the U.S. doesn't have anywhere near those numbers. I mean, but this, I don't know why people don't just learn from the Black American experience. We've really been through it all. I mean, you just better be ready. Like, you can't just be out here rapping. You better be ready for the bullshit they're about to throw your way.
Yeah, the Black experience, they didn't have Palantir or Lavender.
Exactly.
We have it now.
I bet you Elon didn't even swing back. I bet you he just took that shit like a bitch.
That guy did a puffy. Take that.
Man. And he was called a fraud too right before it, I heard. Palantir, that guy, that's another person that needs to be held for war crimes, sued against. He created I believe he created Meta, or the Oculus, am I mistaken, point? Before he bought Palantir, or created Palantir, right? So he's a gamer, getting other gamers on board for mass murder, mass genocide, killing fields with video games, y'all, with Xbox controllers, y'all.
So Israel will always blame the murder of 400,000 people on Palantir, and in court they're going to win. When you read the article on 972, breaking down Palantir and everything it means and how it integrates with human beings, you're going to see it crystal clear. That's why they don't think the genocide is going on. You have to look at things from different perspectives. So when you're on the Israeli side, you know about Lavender, you'll know, well, shit, I'm not doing nothing. Lavender's doing
deja vu from Hell Point, because I remember you bringing up Project Lavender during COVID, honestly, now. And, yeah, you're right.
I just put the information out. What people do with it, it's all good in the hood.
I put it in ChatGPT, y'all, to just summarize it, so let me pull it back up and I'll put it in the chat.
Oh, where did Norm go? Did he run off again? Did Point run him off?
Very convenient timing, yeah.
Norm is so easy for me, so he hates me because he knows he's child's play.
What's funny is he's the alpha Zionist on this app Point, and it's light work for you.
One hand tied behind my back.
No, I think Wilho, or whoever that is in that other group, I think he's a step above.
Really?
Normal.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Noted.
He's off.
I felt the same energy, I'll give him that, for sure.
So question one more time. What do you think Trump's response will be to this Elon war that started yesterday and culminated with this fucking poll that Elon took of the American people?
If he's smart, he wouldn't say anything. He's just gonna ignore it.
Is Musk threatening Epstein, pictures again, or what level of battle are we here in the seat?
It's implied. No, I think that there's already 3 Republicans that have voted no, right? Or that have expressed they're not going to support. So if I were Trump, I would low-key send a message to a 4th and tell that 4th person to go ahead and vote no.
Right, imagine if you're Elon Musk and you did a poll and you sent out, 1 or 2 clips of Trump and said, do you think he should be impeached for these clips, yes or no? Can you imagine the significance of that? Would that be treason? No, that would just be, no. What would that be? What would that be?
Patriotism. I saw people have tweeted about it. I think some people tweeted because this has been an issue since the last time they fought, and even before then. But that if Trump is exposed, in that way, he should be impeached. Which I support, but I don't. Are the American people? Do we have enough bravery amongst these people? Because I'm not sure. I'm not do they really care about pedophilia? They didn't care about the insurrection. They didn't care about January 6th. They don't care about him lying. And I don't know. I'm all for it, but I just don't know.
I hear you there, Doctor. I think his biggest dip was with the bombing in Iran, right? But sadly, I don't think that the Epstein thing would even have an impact.
You don't think they care, right?
Yeah, just keep those borders closed. That's all they care about.
Jim and I were saying the same thing, and I'm wondering, y'all, if because before my phone died, I was about to get into it. That it seems like to me, the only thing that was keeping that side looking the other way and encouraging, rallying and campaigning everyone to really look the other way was the promise of Bitcoin, the promise of digital coin, the digital currency. But when I forget how that term, the catchphrase goes, the bloom fell off the rose or whatever. Basically, when he got punched, that was the divorce, and there is no Bitcoin coming back. And the bill kind of was foreshadowing that, yeah, I know your shit's bullshit, and none of this is gonna work, So, yeah, I think the fact that is, the mask is off, the gloves are off now. This is where true revolution, true escalation is going to be seen, going to be notated, and we have to have clear demands with what we need, and it's a regime change overall. But the PDF shit, and I'm telling you, that is it's going to be one of the things that wake people up. I think that will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Because look how fucking crazy people went when that one Belarus man slammed a child on the floor at the airport. That shit went viral, and people are screaming death to the IDF, death to the IDF, at Glastonbury, which is one of the biggest world music festivals in the world right now. And not just one band, many people are making dedications to Gaza. So we need to stay on that time. That Gaza is number one priority, hold them accountable, and we will get everything we need in our country when, we prioritize efforts.
So as for the 3rd time, the last time, because no one seems to answer my question, what do you think Trump's response will be?
So, Water, I was going to say to your statement, I don't think people really give a shit about Gaza. I think it's not even in most people's top 10. That's why I think they voted.
I think that is why Iran was hit, to ignore Gaza. I don't believe nobody gives a shit about Gaza. you look at Mandami, right? So people do care about Gaza, even if they're not coming out and saying it.
What do you think Trump's response will be?
I honestly don't think he's going to acknowledge it, because if he does, it's because he knows how pivotal it is right now. He's about to get, it's all going to be voted on by the 4th of July, no? So I feel like this is for Trump. Elon are having conversations about this off of X right now, because he probably asked him, you mind doing a poll for me so I can see, am I going to get this through? What do I got to adjust?
Oh, wrong. No one asked him Elon did that poll for a reason.
Yeah, they're not in cooperation.
You don't think
so? Now that you know the truth, what do you think Trump's response will be? Why you guys keep running?
It's
question.
Clubhouse.
It's Clubhouse. They run from questions, right?
No. I don't know, Point. I really and truly don't know. I have no comment. I have no clue as to how he's going to respond. Only because of the fact that he hasn't said anything.
He's going to say, no, he's going, my guess is, since no one can answer, I hate that when no one even wants to use a little creativity. His bill, his response has to be, the bill is beautiful, and your poll is fake news.
You're right, boy. I can't be so naive.
At a minimum, he has to respond like that.
Old Trump would have done that. I don't think new Trump would get scared and he'd write a diatribe that's like 2-4 pages long on a tweet.
It's a
run-on sentence, one big long.
I think you guys are clueless. I got a platform of 200 million people, and I took a poll. That's different from you motherfuckers taking a poll. You don't even have 300 followers. 200 million. And I took a poll. How dare you take a poll of them on something I'm writing on? Don't you understand what Trump has to say? And you couldn't guess what his tweet. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm calling the police. Hold on.
The police still haven't got there? What the fuck?
You don't think Trump's burnt out yet?
Alright, we moving, guys. We're moving on up.
Where we going? You see my message? See my message?
Oh, man. I'm not going anywhere. I have too much stuff. I'm not picking up all the stuff. Don't move nowhere. Fuck that shit.
I moved.
Now this is the one thing too, is that y'all gotta keep in mind, I think that all the people that didn't want Trump and Elon fighting.
Just because this room is open for since like 6 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, that's fine.
So can I answer the question real quick?
Sure.
I just want to say, I think the reason why like Trump and Elon.
They're not listening. They're in motion, moving, and you just have them give your answer there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Point.
That's
So
so
play
mean.
partner.
Oh, it's so mean.
Well, I just think she could go. Point, just put the link at the top.
I don't know how to do that. You're calling the cops.
Call dial 199.
All right, let me write it down. Hold on.
Click the link at the top. Click the link at the top. Thank you for flying. Hey, Robert. Good to see you, brother. Just said, hey, Frank. Hey, Smoke. That's right. Hey, Matt Cole. Come on and join us. Hey, Mr. Anderson. Hey, Camille. Hey, Ray. Happy Clubhouse anniversary. Hey, E. Hey, the brochure. Come on and join us. Hey, Frankie. Maya. Come on. Jay. Join us. Brandy. Why are you still here? All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This space will end. Thank you for flying politically correct skies. We hope you had a wonderful flight.
Do you see if your burner can get it? Or it doesn't have a camera, one of those?
Yeah, it does. Let me do it right now. I gotta block it first.
Okay.
But he's already in.
What
That's the
happened?
asshole. Nah, this fucking.
Oh.
Yeah, he's already at the bottom, Patty.
Oh, Lord. Trying to ping y'all. Give me a second.
Why did we move over here? New topic?
Because we had the
Because
one.
we're open all morning waiting for the men to open up.
Because we did, period. Like, who are you?
That's right.
Why are you asking questions?
Right.
Mother
I
man,
can
What's
ask,
the
I can
sense?
ask questions. What's going on?
No, you can't. Well, you can't ask them, but we don't gotta answer.
Then you
How
can
about
say
that?
I'm you.
No, and I can come off mic like I just did to tell you to shut the fuck up. Because you can get out.
We're doing this again today.
It's always going to be on site until you apologize.
I'm not apologizing. Do anything wrong.
Well, how about I remove you as a friend? And then how about I remove you from the room?
Alright.
Bye.
First question, on the other room, before someone boomed it, so he asked me what the definition of pH balance was, not what pH balance.
He's in the room right now.
Yeah, he's in the bottom. That's the one right there with the lips. If he doesn't have the lips, he has the shades. And he's yeah. I'm trying to see right now if I could. I'm trying to look for the room to get into here.
I'm gonna report him to tell him what he's doing.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And it's like, what is he fucking? He's over here saying that he's running for Congress, but you recording other people's shit, and then you streaming it on multiple platforms. Like, what is the fucking purpose?
Right.
Because if you're running for Congress for the Republican side, but you want to hear what the Dems basically are saying, it's just ridiculous. All right, I can't even see the house.
Then he has another account that we haven't blocked.
Correct. Yeah.
There was a sister on this app who was a lawyer running for office. I can't remember her name for the life of me.
Tamara?
Was it? You remember the name?
I just said Tamara. She from Georgia?
Yes, from Georgia. How's she doing?
Yeah, Patty. So basically, we block somebody when they go to become anonymous. They still can't get in. Mhm. Yeah. So I found the house finally, but it shows me like there's no house open.
Can we get her here? Can somebody?
She comes in and she sits at the bottom. I try to bring her on stage. She never comes on stage.
Gemini said he was going to teach me how to report the YouTube.
He just walked through the door.
Okay.
We should formally invite her, and create a safe space.
Hey, Gemini.
I'm over here struggling with my mental health. I'm struggling with my mental health.
Oh.
Because I thought I was going to have a space to really work on that today. But
You guys don't answer. I mean, we have a set time. I called Hez. I called Haitian. I called, what was his, DAP? And no one, and I said, like, if we have a set time and we carve it out for that day, I've already carved it out. So I'm just wondering if we're going to stay on. You think it's going to be able to work?
I'm going to join the Telegram because I would definitely would have responded. Nobody called or interacted with me. I definitely would have been available. So I'm going to join the Telegram.
Are you in Telegram?
No, I'll join today, though.
Which one?
Whichever one you guys think I should join, I'll join.
And bro, if you want to make a new house and have a backup, I'm there for you, bro. I have no issue doing that. Sundays are cool day for me.
Yeah, I think they have one.
They have a house, water.
Matter of fact, I'm going to put their house up here on the top so you guys can follow it. Hold on.
just in case somebody gets sick, somebody's working, so, you know, we're human after all.
They have a house.
All right, so I'm gonna put the house on top. If you guys could follow this house, please. Hopefully y'all hear me. Probably not, because this shit is on.
No, we can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
I don't know why. Every time I put it on high, it goes back to normal. Hey. Thank you. Far too kind. Everybody, please follow the link up on top. Black Men Speak. Follow that link. Follow that house.
Get him, Jay. No pressure to hold, riddle me that. The rest of y'all know where I'm lurking. Can't none of y'all mirror me back. You hear me rap, it's like G rapping his prime. Young H.O. Rap's great for that. Take over the look with a great brand. I'm in Phony Jets, Low Express. Out the country with the blueberry still connect. On the low, triple back. The way you know the fucking track. Yeah. Grand opening, grand closing. Goddamn the manhole. Crack the can open again. Open the head with no pain, just strong inspiration. Shit, so you're gonna see you can't replace him. Achieve imitation.
Well, he must not be streaming. Because his ass.
That was good. No, he is. But he's still here. Yeah, he's still streaming.
Yeah, it'll get cut.
Yeah, I see it.
No, I'm gonna tell y'all. Today I'm gonna take the time to go through so I can tell y'all exactly which way to report, because it's easy to take something down when it's coming from Clubhouse, because Clubhouse has a policy that doesn't allow third-party recordings and third-party reproduction of its content.
Yeah, we definitely need to start recording.
And believe me, I know YouTube like the back of my hand. I got 2 large channels, and I know what the copyright strikes. It only takes 3. So 3, it could be from the same person or 3 different. So all it takes is 3 different people to report. It could be the same thing. That channel's out of here. You don't get it back. I don't care how many burners you got. In fact, let me go to my
Get him,
desktop.
Gemini.
I'll look right now.
Yeah, because I'll let you know when the lips leave, because that's definitely the account he's on. And he's still rolling. I'm just not going in because I don't want him to block me out. But I can see, you know, without me going into his live, I can see that it's still live.
Got you. Just give me a second. I'm in front of my desktop now. I'm going to pull it up.
I was about to put my photo with my middle finger up.
Well, Clubhouse already has that as a built-in policy, which is why I just got to remember the exact way to report it. Because I remember Wack was talking about how Wack was the first person I learned that from. Like, I already knew how channels work because I have a couple that are doing well, but he started showing me how he was taking down particular channels that he didn't like. So there's some channels that he will allow to reproduce because he knows it helps him to be in the algorithm like that. And then there's some people he don't fuck with, and he would knock their channels down. And I was like, how are you knocking these channels down? He broke it down. So just give me a second.
No problem. Hopefully everybody followed that link up on top. That's where they will be doing the weekly Black men's room.
Y'all remember when y'all used to go to record or something, how it would say that red line would come up saying Clubhouse prohibits blah blah blah. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
That's the policy that you use to take them down. Just give me a second.
Mm-hmm. Like if I usually get that bar, like when I sync my phone to the TV, it gives me that. It gives me that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I do have a statement from Iran's ambassador. Trump need to shut his fucking mouth, because all this fucking back and forth shit, he actually responded to their nuclear enrichment. So, like, I think we are pushing them to the point where they are going to try to get some type of warhead and vehicle to freaking launch it from.
Garavani, who joins us from New York. Welcome to Face the Nation.
Thank you for having me.
Ambassador, can you give us
us some clarity. Does Iran intend to reconstitute a nuclear enrichment program on its soil?
You know that we are a responsible member of the NPT, and according to this treaty, we have the mutual rights. It means that the right of one side will be the obligation of the other side. In the NPT, it has been defined that we have two very explicit rights. The first is that we can have research and development, we can have the production of uranium, and we can have to use the peaceful energy. And the second right is that the legal protection by the IAEA for our activity and technical cooperation for our development program. And in return also, it will be two rights for the agency in this regard, that they should have the full access according to the comprehensive safeguard agreement. And the second one is that to preserve our peaceful nuclear activity will remain always in peaceful manner. So the enrichment is our right and inalienable right, and we want to implement this right.
So you do plan to restart enrichment? That sounds like.
I think that enrichment will never stop.
Well, when you mention NPT, just for our listeners, you're talking about some of the international agreements Iran has made with the UN on non-proliferation and safeguards. You mentioned the UN nuclear inspectors. Secretary of State Marco Rubio released a statement yesterday saying that there were calls in Iran. This, I believe, is from a newspaper that the Supreme Leader oversees, accusing our prior guest, Rafael Grossi, of being an Israeli spy and calling for his arrest and execution. To be clear, is Iran threatening UN inspectors?
No, there is no any threat. It is a very clear law of our parliament that they have been suspended our cooperation with IAEA because the agency has not implemented their rights, their responsibility. Due to this, it is a conditional law. And as long as this condition has not been set, so our cooperation with IAEA will be suspended. But whenever it's set out as according to the law, so we can have resume our cooperation. But there is no any threat against the General Director of the IAEA.
Well, that was published in Iran's Kayan newspaper. Your foreign minister did also say that the IAEA and Grossi himself are malign in intent. Are the IAEA personnel, are the inspectors already inside Iran safe? And can they go back to their work of inspecting your sites?
Exactly. They are in Iran, they are in the safe condition, but the activity has been suspended. They cannot have access to our site. But maybe it is individual opinion of the people that may criticize the IAEA or threat the General Director. But we criticize IAEA, our assessment is that they have not done their jobs, so they failed and they prepared and paved a grave for such aggression against us.
I imagine that you would condemn the calls for his execution?
Yeah.
President Trump...
It's not in India.
Well, I know, and you're speaking to us from the UN. President Trump said Friday that Iranian officials want to meet with him personally, and he said that will be soon. Mr. Ambassador, is Tehran planning to drop this demand of indirect communication with the United States, and will you begin speaking with the Trump administration?
See, we were in the negotiation, but because we know that any dispute between Iran and the United States or other part of the JCPOA cannot be resolved without negotiation and using the peaceful means to resolve this dispute. So we are in the negotiation and we are ready for the negotiation, but after this aggression, it is not a proper condition for a new round of the negotiation. And there is no request for negotiation and meeting with the president.
Well, the United States is wanting to meet with Iran to talk. And while the Supreme Leader issued a statement saying Iran had dealt the U.S. a slap in the face, further and had stopped Israel from an attempt to kill your supreme leader. Why not take the offer of a diplomatic lifeline? Because he seems to be offering one.
It is a very gross violation of the international law that threatening the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran or any head of a state, they have impunity from any attack. So we should understand that what is the principle and condition for any negotiation. Negotiation has its principles, and it is a give and take process. So we should engage in the negotiation and discuss with each other. Maybe we reach to a conclusion or not. But unconditional surrender is not negotiation. It is dictating the policy to us. If they are ready for negotiation, they will find us ready for that. But if they want to dictate us, it is impossible for any negotiation with them.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you for your time today. We will.
So we just made sure hot.
I like it when they took away his social media access. That was a good thing.
They should, yeah. I think they need to put away his social media access. Because this shit is like attacking a country while they're going through some type of negotiations and then jumping in on the attack between the two countries when he actually could have tried to motivate Bibi to fall back and then act like he was the winner. And then sitting on TV lying saying that they're trying to negotiate with him when the ambassador made it clear, no, we're not. Yeah, let's call him. Fuck that up. Put somebody in office that don't understand how politics works.
I thought he was the master negotiator.
He's a master liar. I know this is gonna be embarrassing. Like every country, every time he comes on there, they're begging me. Mexico's president come out and says, no, that's not true. Like these countries be like, we haven't even spoken to him. And even when they do send a representation to try to contact him, they haven't been able to speak to him. Maybe because he's golfing. He ain't trying to do shit for this country.
Yo, what's good? How you doing? What's everybody doing?
What's up?
What it do?
Haitian.
What up?
By the way, Haitian, your service to Raborn, I didn't know that it was you that introduced him to it, and so I tried to get Ish to be inspired to like get into cybersecurity. I don't know. I think he's a little obsessed with the gangster life and making fake documentaries. So
the new trend right now is spiritual security. Have you tried that? It's like cyber. You know what I'm saying? But it's not physical like cyber security. You know, spiritual security. That's a new job popping these days, guys. Did you hear that the guy said no more pronouns? Am I living in heaven or something? What's going on out here, guys? Talk to me since
How do pronouns affect you? I'm confused.
I'm telling you, go look at what the Secretary of State says.
I really don't care, but it doesn't really affect me.
It affects
So are you not a he?
You don't know what it is.
Y'all slow. Good answer, Gemini.
No. What's that, Gemini?
That was not Gemini.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, it's like, Rob, you just sitting around just thinking, like, the fuck is really going on in your head, bro?
I just
sit around and think about dumb shit and come on here and tell us.
Nah, every time I feel like being lied to, I want to talk to some confused people. I just click on Clubhouse. On God.
Rock, did you vote for Trump?
Hell yeah. If I had to, I would have voted for him again and again and again and again.
Oh, okay.
You're duping the world of this peace gotta be the greatest fabric since people got. Oh yeah, matter of fact, Haitian sensation, since you're my brother and we have the same lineage.
That's not your brother.
Yeah.
Who I can't?
So, they be like, welcome to me and man.
Hell no.
Get your people, Haitian, get your people.
Why?
No! What did he say?
Instead, be mad.
Nation. Let me tell you
Nation.
He said, get Momo.
Oh, man. Get your people, Haitian. Between you and Don, man.
No, we fucked.
I'm sorry. Look. Let me tell you what's going on, right? First of all, we're not.
Oh, Rock. You in Florida, Rock?
I'm from Florida, right?
Yeah, see, y'all niggas move different.
That's a different Haitian.
Yeah, y'all don't move like you do in New York.
Yeah, I got Buck working in New York. My son went from New York. I gotta go take him to Florida right now as we're speaking. Because I was just thinking about that. Oh, God. I'm like, oh, that's what's going on with these niggas in New York. That shit crazy. I'm like, I gotta take you to Florida soon, boy, because
They're top New York are like the ones in Springfield. They out there trying to make something for themselves.
there are been issues. I don't know if it's the project hallways and the doors and shit, but Jesus.
Oh, Lord. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I don't know.
We're speaking the truth and nothing but the truth. Not constructed truth by the humankind.
We're in the middle of 2025.
That's enough.
Unconstructed truth. Meaning in the beginning was the word. It's not even physical yet, but it's there. Oh yeah, Haitian. Thank you very much for the update, because sometimes you have to observe for a second. No matter if you know something, you have to observe.
You go to somebody that talks shit about your own people.
That's crazy.
And your country.
Yeah, bro. Like how can you go any lower than that, man?
Hold on. We talking about, nigga, you didn't hear from Millie? I'm looking for a Haitian. I'm not looking for y'all. You gonna come up from gang?
He revoked status of
I don't know what they be
500,000
smoking, but they be smoking something.
He revoked the status of 500,000 Haitians. By the way, you don't care about your people. You don't want 500,000 people to progress and do something with their lives.
The simulation people.
Simulation people.
My cousin in Haiti who needed my Jordans. Now they got mentions down there.
Oh, they got mentions. Okay, you're an idiot. This is crazy.
My shoes from the 8th grade gone.
Thank you, Ramona.
I'm sure they needed it.
So now that you have your Jordans, you don't give a fuck if anyone else has them. Thank you, Ramona. It's actually 750,000.
Yeah, so I put them niggas. I'm not doing that shit with this dumbass shit.
Yeah, I'm losing plain sales.
Jesus Christ.
Haitian, when I first joined these stages, I didn't say anything to you because I thought that you might be dumb.
Oh, hell
And I was like, and then I started listening to you and I was like, that's not the same dude.
Nah. But Patty, Florida do hit. That's them Kodak Black motherfuckers.
Oh, I believe it. I know it.
There's plenty of people and Haitians in Florida that I like. No Haitian that I know supports this, and I have a lot of Haitian friends that are attorneys that are fighting for their Haitian people to stay that are from Florida. So you might hear one or two idiotas on Clubhouse, but that is not the case. There are plenty of Haitians.
Oh, no. When I say that, move differently, I'm not talking about immigration. We just have to.
Okay. Yeah, but they're like, I went to school with so many Haitian, and Haitian grind way harder than Dominican people. That's for damn sure.
No, daddy Haitian. They still.
They what?
So my baby daddy
So,
Haitian.
yeah, her baby daddy Haitian.
So hopefully he's a good Haitian, but I don't know.
Yeah, he wouldn't. He ain't on that Trump train. He crazy, but he ain't on that Trump train.
Good.
But he's still crazy.
Man, can't save the Puerto Ricans, can't save the Dominicans, can't save the fucking Haitians. We're fucking screwed. And everybody else around us.
Now you know what's happening now is that the people, which we all have to do this in accordance with like our respective egos anyway, but the people who are being called to righteousness are not going to be called per their ethnicity. We're all coming together spiritually and we're collecting with one another. And so it does require us to leave some of our own people behind. And that's what's happening in every group. Mm-hmm.
Just like Harriet had to do.
Mm-hmm. It's painful though, but just gotta do it.
Yo, this guy's such a stalker that even in, I'm talking about late night rooms, after midnight, still doing this fuck shit.
He's crazy. This is a...
Yeah, I seen a room that literally none of us was there. Gemini was a mod, and there was another mod there. They was just, still in the room. And so that's how I know it was really late, because none of us were there. And he was still recording that shit. I'm like, what the hell? That shit is weird.
It's very dangerous, It's very dangerous. Like before the election, we were being recorded. That's why, as soon as, I don't mind mine, but I mind when Lisa was like, okay, the replays are on, because I'm like, oh God. These people are, they're crazy. They use our rooms like for their strategy, to report back, to show how popular they are, to fight back against the libs. They use this to get jobs. Don't think that what we're doing is just chatting on here, for sure.
Yeah, he's not using this to get a job. He's got a mental health issue.
I don't mean just one person. No, I don't mean the dude y'all talking about. No, just in general.
Right. But then it means you're giving ideas to that person. So let's just change the subject. Anything else? What's going on?
So a Middle East advisor did make it clear, she was a Middle East Pentagon advisor, that and she had warned the U.S. on joining Israel on the strikes against Iran. So she does have a 3-minute clip with Wolf Blitzer. And I didn't listen to it, so y'all want to hear it real quick? It's only 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Let me see.
When choosing the right gear to cut, trim, or mow your yard, Ace has all the power you need to get the job done right. Because gas or battery, your local Ace is the destination with the best power brands all under one roof, like Steel, Ega, Milwaukee, and Toro. And with free assembly and delivery or ready for pickup in 15 minutes, conquering your outdoor projects has never been easier. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed. Ace is the place for helpful hardware, folks.
Joining us now, the former Pentagon Middle East advisor during the Obama administration, Jasmine El-Gamal. Jasmine, thank you so much for joining us. You say the U.S. would be taking a huge risk if it joins Israel in this military conflict against Iran. Tell us why.
Well, thank you so much for having me. A couple of reasons why I'm really worried at this moment. First of all, I'm looking at the relationship between the political reasons for going to war versus the intelligence reasons, and how that intelligence is being used to justify war. I was in Iraq during the first weeks of the Iraq invasion, as a translator, suited up in chemical suits before realizing that whole thing was based on a lie. The danger here is when we have a political reason, Benjamin Netanyahu right now, when he has already made up his mind to go to war, then it's very easy, Wolf, as we both saw in Iraq, for that intelligence to be used to justify a pre-made decision versus being used to look at the situation and figure out whether we need to go to war. So that's just first of all. In terms of the ripple effects, the unintended consequences, and the risks of going to war in the region, we always talk about, and I hear this a lot, about Iran's military capabilities and how they're much less impressive than Israel's military capabilities. And that's completely true. There's no parity objectively between the two. But the thing is, Wolf, Iran doesn't need to parity with Israel in order to inflict serious damage on Israel across the region and to U.S. forces stationed in the region and U.S. interests as well. So I'm looking at, if Iran is cornered in these negotiations, if there's no diplomatic off-ramp, then it feels like a cornered animal. It feels like it has nothing left to lose, and therefore, let's burn the house down. And that's when we start to see the real risks that'll affect not just Israelis, not just Americans, Wolf, but really everyone living in the region, Arabs, Israelis, Iranians alike.
And U.S. troops potentially as well, about 40,000 U.S. troops stationed throughout the Middle East right now. Jasmine, as you know, the French President Emmanuel Macron says European diplomats will push Iran to agree to zero enrichment of uranium during today's high-stakes negotiations in Geneva. Do you see any chance at all that Tehran would agree to that?
I think, and as I heard you say earlier, Wolf, in your earlier conversation, the U.S. is really the key here, not the Europeans. It all hinges upon whether Donald Trump decides to enter this war with Israel, and that, I think, will tell us a lot about how the Iranians are going to respond. Now, the Iranians have reached out to their Arab neighbors in the region, and they've said, listen, we'll come back to the table if the U.S. doesn't get involved. So I think that's the key opportunity here, is to look at elements and ways to de-escalate. And one way to do that is to try to bring Iran back to the table, which it already was at the table, just as a reminder, when this all started. To try to bring Iran to the table to say, okay, we won't go in, but if you don't want this to move forward in a way that's really bad for you, you need to come back to the table as well. Wolf, I think this is and I've been saying this recently because I think it's really notable. This is the first time in decades that you have a Middle East region where every Arab country has stated publicly its willingness to work with Israel to move this region past the wars and the conflicts and to turn a new page. Most of the countries in the region now are in peace treaties with Israel. Even the new government in Syria under Ahmed al-Shara has said, we don't want war with Israel, we want to cooperate. You have a government in Lebanon that for the first time in decades is an anti-Hezbollah government and is working to disarm Hezbollah. So this is a real opportunity, Wolf, for diplomacy to have a chance with all of the actors involved to get to a solution that is comfortable for everybody.
You make really excellent points, Jasmine El-Gamal. Thank you so much for joining.
That's it. See, it's crazy. So she gave that interview prior to us striking. And now, she told them, so obviously the intel has told them, hey, this ain't a good idea. Don't strike. Continue diplomatic talks. Don't get involved. And we got involved. And now they're ambassadors saying, guess what, Negroes? Y'all played with me today. So we're not doing that. We're going to continue to enrich uranium. And we're not letting inspectors in. So they're not letting the inspectors come to inspect.
I have a point I'd like to make on this. I think that, so I'm Palestinian, and I think there's something deeper at play here with the uranium enrichment point, because it's kind of interesting that, why is Iran enriching to 60% anyways, right? You need like experts say you need like 90% or higher to actually make a weapon. And like they were in the JCPOA, I think they agreed to like 3.7% enrichment or whatever. And there's this guy named Scott Horn who's sometimes on these interviews, like on YouTube, you find him, and he makes a really interesting point, which is that they're actually doing this for the negotiating purposes. They're trying to show that by enriching to 60%, they're showing that if we wanted to, we could enrich to 90%. So as part of the negotiations, we're enriching to 60% to show you that we're giving up something real. And so in return for giving up something real, we want something real back, namely like lifting of economic sanctions and things like that. But again, being Palestinian, that's the one thing I think Israel really can't live with. It can't live with neighbors that like assert themselves and negotiate along their own interests and do so successfully. And so they have to. So instead of like actually negotiating in good faith, they come back and say, no, now the whole 60% enrichment thing, that is the problem. The fact that you're doing that at all is the whole basis for why we're going to attack you, when in reality, it's just a really sophisticated negotiation tactic on behalf of the Iranians. And the Iranians, like, these Persians, I don't know, like, I've been reading up on Persian history. These are, like, this is a proud, like, deep civilization. Like, they're on, like, 6,000 years of history, like, multiple civilizational cycles, and these people carry that history with them. And this low point in their history is just one low point of many, and they're going to move past it. They're fully expecting that they're going to succeed. So, but at the same time, I think the Iranians, all things considered, and excluding their domestic politics, like, you know, living under theocracy, whatever, in their foreign policy, they've actually been quite rational actors. Like, if you pay attention to how they move, it makes sense from their perspective. Like, you put yourself in their shoes. Like, they went tit for tat with Israel. They responded to the Americans, but in a way that like guaranteed that there wouldn't be any escalation. And I think that they still would negotiate, provided that there's some face-saving mechanism. But like these Israelis are fucking crazy, dude. If they only feel safe if they're completely dominating their neighbors. Like you have to basically live under a political, economic, or military occupation. Otherwise, they feel like you're going to threaten their existence. And so when the Iranians are like, actually, we're going to live as equals in this region, and we're going to be sophisticated in the way that we negotiate with you, that's something that drives the Israelis up a wall.
Oh, I agree, Neapolis. Is it Neapolis? Neapolis. Okay, so yeah, I was reading an article about that too, about why they quote unquote because we're not in their mind, but I did read some articles about that, why they went up to 60%, and it was to use, and they said the same exact thing about them being rational actors, and how they're just trying to save, like, so their regime can survive.
Yeah, and it's like, there's a funny meme I saw on Twitter. It was like, look how close Iran placed their country to all these American military bases. Like, it's like, if you're surrounded by American military bases, and the Americans are in cahoots with the Israelis, and the Israelis are like running this settler colonial apartheid regime, why wouldn't you build a ballistic missile system to like protect yourself? Why wouldn't you explore like a nuclear deterrent? Why wouldn't you keep yourself at like with latent nuclear ability? And it's the really crazy part is like the narrative capture in American media, like how this very straightforward kind of analysis gets no airtime, and there's a completely manipulated narrative that's like breathed in like it's air, or like, you know, like water or something. It's kind of like, it really makes you think, you know. Anyways, I just wanted to make that point because of the title of the room, so appreciate you guys listening.
In regards to the recording of the room in the YouTube channel, I sent First Lady the information on taking it down. You want each person to do 2 complaints. One is going to be a privacy complaint. The other one is going to be a copyright complaint. One of those are going to hit, probably both. And after 3 videos, they're done. Their channel's gone. 3 videos in 90 days.
Yay. Gemini, you can't deny.
listening to your back channel, Patty. It's just too long. They don't allow enough.
Okay.
Hello, Patty. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I completely agree with what Neapolis shared. Oh, okay, before I say that, my name looks very Iranian, but I promise you I'm from India. I've never been to Iran. But I wanted to say something that might not be as popular, because right now the popular topic is, should Iran be allowed to do this enrichment? Should Iran be allowed to make this nuclear weapon? Should Iran? Yeah. Why is India allowed? Why is Pakistan allowed? Why is,
Israel
Russia allowed? Why is North Korea allowed? Why is Israel allowed? And why is America allowed? I mean, why should Donald Trump, sitting on a chair, have the power to end my life, sitting thousands of oceans apart? I mean, Russia has the power to destroy the planet like 5 times over, and so does United States. Why do they have that kind of power? I know it's not the popular topic today because everyone wants to talk about why Iran should allow, but United States asking Iran or other countries to not do it is like the biggest bully in the class with the longest sword in his hand, asking the little boy, why do you have a pocket knife? Does it work? Show me how sharp it is. Is it 90% sharp or is it 60% sharp? Look at the hypocrisy. And again, so that's how I feel. So I think it's time that we start conversation where why is my country? I'm from India, and I'm against India having nuclear weapons. And if I'm against India having nuclear weapons, I'm against every country that has it. I think these are the conversations we need to have rather than being carried away by the Western narrative that is only asking questions. Why is Iran allowed? I mean, they have signed NPT. Israel eventually signed NPT. They allowed IAEA until Donald Trump canceled it in 2018. So why these double standards? Also, I would also like to point out that I'm against the attack that happened in Israel and where innocent lives were lost. I'm against that as well. But what followed after that, the genocide that happened after that, it's just heinous, And the same, rhetoric was used against Iran when they were saying, they're making weapons of mass destruction. And, the entire world is going to be a better place if Saddam's time goes away. I did not like Saddam Hussein really a lot, but the country was far better. People were still happy there. Look at the country now, it's in ruins. And, just exposed to the vultures of the world. So, yeah, that's how I feel. Thank you for letting me speak. Back to you.
Can I jump in real quick? There was a comment, I think it was in response to what I was saying about, they were saying that Iran said that they wouldn't negotiate. Actually, I saw that news too. I think it's for a couple, not because they wouldn't actually negotiate if there was a good faith effort, but I don't think that, and I understand from their perspective, they don't think that there is a good faith effort from the United States or Israel. Like, what do you mean you give 60 days to negotiate, and then if you don't get what you want, you're gonna bomb me on day 61? Like that just means you're never actually negotiating. Like, you're willing to create a literal theater or performance to get what you want, and if you don't get what you want, then you just bomb. Like, and I think that's gonna have many negative repercussions for American diplomacy in the future. Like, imagine trying to negotiate with China. China's gonna say, how do I know you're actually negotiating? Or Russia, so on and so forth. But I also think that there's something interesting happening with like MAGA movement itself, where they're actually, like everybody knows this, they're like divided on Israel. And so if I was in Iran's shoes, I would actually just let American domestic politics play out and see how much wiggle room does Trump actually have, because he got called out a lot for taking this military action by like Tucker Carlson's and whoever else on the MAGA side of things. And I think Trump is actually sensitive to that. And so the Iranians might benefit from like this lane of American domestic politics that might just not leave Trump with much of an appetite to continue to get involved. And they might be able to get something out of it without having to risk more humiliation through negotiations. So even though they say they're not going to negotiate, they are the weaker party in the grand scheme of things. Like if the United States comes back and says, hey, this is how, like it gives them something reasonable, they will do it. But I think that the politics are playing out right now such that they don't have to, so they're throwing it in
police. You are breaking, buddy. Your connection, I think maybe. Is it just me or is it breaking?
He's in the blender.
He's in the blender. Yeah, but I don't think Iran should have access to nuclear weapons. They signed the NPT, and then you use India as an example. They never signed the NPT, so they're not subject to. They're honest that they said they have weapons. Israel has never actually said that they have it. I mean, they haven't lied, but they haven't acknowledged that they exist, even though we know they exist.
But they have lied several times, Bibi Netanyahu lied when he said, they are weeks away from making, nuclear weapons. And he said that 15 years ago. And then he said that after 10 years ago. And then he said that 5 years ago. He had been lying all this time. So,
Those years ago, he hit their nuclear program.
Yeah, but I think Smotrich, I think in 23 said, he admitted it. In a speech, he said we should nuke them. And there was a lot of write-up about, are you actually threatening to release a nuclear bomb? I'll try to find the article, but I think it was Smotrich who stated that.
But Smotrich in no way writes Israeli policy or something. He said that he was saying it as a lone wacko, not as a...
He's a member of the government.
I beg your pardon?
He's a member of the government. An active sitting member of the government.
He is today. I don't know what he was then. Again, it would be like Marjorie Taylor. It would be like, again, I don't know if he was then. It doesn't sound like you know what he did then either.
No, I'm saying
like
he was.
Marjorie Taylor. It would be, so what was he in the government at that time?
I'm in Publix right now shopping. I'll find the article. He had a post.
Okay, that's why I said you don't know.
No, I don't know.
So again, this would be like...
Listen. No. Wait, hold on.
What did he do in the government?
I didn't. Hold on. I literally said, I'm shopping. When I get a minute, like I normally said, I will post the article.
What are we talking about, Norma? You know I clean my refrigerator on Sunday. So.
Hey, Patty. I'm trying to replicate a red lobster boil, okay? I'm trying to get my stuff steamed and I'm making my...
Nice.
Publix for the win. They steam for free.
I thought you were trying to do it live.
No, I'm serious. I got a one lobster. I got a pound snow crabs. I got a pound of shrimp. They steamed it. I got my Old Bay. Then I'm getting my corn. I'm going to Aldi because somebody told me you can get the foil in the bag for $10.99 with the potatoes and the carrots. So I'm gonna hook that up and make it myself. Cheaper than $45.
And it'll be a lot better than Red Lobster. Red Lobster seafood boil is not getting good reviews, Levon, so I'm sure you'll
like it. Yeah, I see a mixed reviews.
And I've gotten that bag before at Aldi, just one, because I've never made a seafood boil, so I got that, and it was
it good? It was?
That bag, yeah, it was, I added my seasonings, but yeah, it was good.
I'm gonna try it.
Food getting better, y'all. Food is getting...
Wait, what were you talking about, Norma, that you was trying to push on about?
No, she mentioned sort of a fringe person in Israel, and I said, I don't know if he was, she mentioned something from 15 years ago, and I said, I don't know if he was a member of the government at that time.
I said 23.
Oh, 2023. Oh, okay,
yeah.
Yes. I didn't hear that, but okay. So, again, this would be like Marjorie Taylor Greene speaking for the U.S. government. He doesn't speak for the Israeli government.
Wait, who is he? That's not right.
Smotrich. He's an extreme fringe Knesset member, and I believe he's part of the cabinet now as well.
He's very extreme. That guy.
His cabinet is extreme right now, Mom. I don't understand, Norma, why y'all have a president and a prime minister. Like, I know the president is there for good looks and intuition.
Is a spokesperson and a symbolic figure. They don't have real power.
They don't have no power. All the power is
honorary. And the prime minister is the leader of the coalition
that receive the most votes. So you have to form a government. It's a little bit like
that part, normal. It's just I get it with them they make all the policies, yada yada yada. And then what is the president's job? The only thing I see him do is take pictures and show up to events.
And he makes statements.
Yeah, and make statements based off the policies that's coming out of the fucking parliament.
It's an honorary.
Like
it's a nice position.
And he makes no decisions. That's where I'm like, what the fuck is the point? Like, isn't that what? Don't they have some type of?
That Bibi has is in getting enough people behind him in the different parties. Because there's like 15 parties in Israel. That's a slight exaggeration. It's kind of weird for a little country to have so many parties. But he's able to get enough people behind him to form a majority. That's why he's been able to rule on and off, I should say. Because we've had about 5 prime ministers in the past 7 years or so. 5. But that's why he's been able to have stayed in power for as long as he has on and off. Because he's good at putting things,
Every time his neck is on the chopping block, so to speak, he's forced to the right to dilute and form coalitions with more extreme members just to stay in power. He's constantly, and he's moved further to the right as, he tends to lose or be in danger of losing power. He has to form these agreements, these coalitions with these extreme people.
Yeah, that's kind of true. But again, the reason why the whole country moved to the right is always in response to terrorism. Israel starts off as a pretty liberal country. Labor Party rule. It's not unlike the House of Representatives in the United States, which was Democratic-led for, 40 years after World War II. And then suddenly that started to switch. The same thing in Israel. It was Labor Party-led for the most part, almost entirely since its birth.
Yeah, but they've gotten smaller. Because I don't know what's going on with the Israeli people. They've gotten smaller. Labor Party.
They've gotten what? Smaller?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? It's a lot like the United States. It's still about half. It's to the left, half. And it would be like, well, this is actually what Trump did. I think Trump takes a page from Bibi's book, actually. Because Trump reached out to all sorts of people that nobody else reached out to, like the Amish and the crypto guys, the crypto bros. It's very weird what Trump did. Remember he had the big rally in New York, even though he knew he'd lose New York? Because he was trying to get the popular vote. I think one thing that Trump is clever at is in popularity. He's good at getting people to be interested in him and follow him. Weird people like the Amish and the Orthodox Jews. Reached out to, but nobody ever reaches out to the Amish. But he wanted Pennsylvania, so they could have helped him win. And I think maybe they did help him win Pennsylvania, which was a shocker, right? That was supposed to go blue.
Well, they don't vote at all. So yes, they did help him win. Yeah, they helped him because there was a guy who was like a lead consultant, from Trump's team, but they reached out to the Amish and sold Donald Trump as like a Christian, who goes by the rules. And, the one thing that Donald Trump has for him is that, like, he's like, I don't drink, I don't do drugs type stuff, But otherwise, how they could even remotely think that Trump was a Christian is beyond me. But it worked.
Well, and also that pasteurized milk thing, that was an issue for them. And that guy, Scott Pressler, I don't align with his policies, but he did an amazing job outreaching out to the Amish folks. His name is Scott Pressler.
Yeah, and that was this past election, but they turned the Amish for the first time and got them to vote in Trump's first election. And I was like, what the hell? You're gonna get the Amish? I mean, yeah.
That's satanic.
Hey, MJ. What you got
Forcing the Amish.
They were just talking about the Amish voting. even though they fucking usually avoid politics.
Right.
But
How many of them actually cast a vote?
I can see them voting for Republicans because they're into because of religion.
You vote by mail. Yeah.
Well, I said how many have really been casting a vote? Like, what is there a percentage? Because I thought like they don't really. That's not a part of their religion.
Yeah, they don't vote normally at all, First Lady. So that's what caught my attention was that they even voted, and then that they voted for Donald Trump. I'll have to look up the numbers. One big thing about Trump, Dr. Goddess, is that he's allowed to lie indiscriminately, and nobody really holds him accountable. So whatever lie he could tell to the Amish, they would just, he could say, I'm a Christian and I support this or that, and nobody would really hold him accountable. And they would be able to repeat it, and he could just move on. He's allowed to change his position and lie to different groups, and people just accept that like they do from no other politician.
I just looked up the numbers, y'all. It says traditionally low turnout, historically only 5 to 10% of Amish eligible voters would cast ballots in presidential elections. However, dramatic increase in 2024. In Pennsylvania, home to 90,000. The turnout surged to 50 to 60% during the 2024.
Does it say by chance how many votes he won Pennsylvania by?
I'd have to look that up.
I can go no worries.
Can you look up 2016?
The Amish turnout.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Roz, for sure. I mean, it's stunning. It's stunning.
Amish turned out at 7%. 2020 it was 17%, and it elevated in 2024. That's incredible.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's the work of that guy Scott Pressler. In addition to that pasteurized milk being an issue with them, that was a big deal between those two things, and that really got them to respond, I think.
Yeah, that wrong. Because they were like complaining about with the raid, they think it was the federal government.
And what the hell does Trump care about pasteurized milk? Nothing. Go back to 2016 if y'all get the stats.
He used that fear. That's why they care. That's why he used. I mean, you can use it as a fear tactic. Like, this is what the federal government's doing to you, because they actually believe that it was the federal government that the reason why this shit happened with the milk, with that raid. But what was you saying? Somebody said something about the numbers.
Yeah, can y'all give me the number for 2016?
Okay, 2016. Hold on, let me go back.
I just put it in the chat, but in 2024, sorry, not 2016, 2024, Trump won PA by 128,000 votes. So he would have won even without the Amish. But like, it still is a really curious thing. Like, why the fuck did so many Amish people want to vote for it? There were these like religious fanatics who thought like Trump was the sign of some like religious event. Like people really thought like God was working through him.
Yes, this is why the 2016. This is what I'm asking for. I'm folding clothes. I mean, I could stop, but if y'all are looking at the stats, please do look up the 2016 vote, because that is when the Amish vote first began around Trump. It's his first election.
Anti-abortion. He knew he could get everybody who's anti-abortion behind him.
Well, that's true. I mean, I just, what I know is for sure is that he was sold to the Amish as this highly Christian person, and then him being an outsider, just like Bernie Sanders, the consultant, they sold that part to the Amish.
Christian? Because I don't think anybody would believe that. It's him saying that he would serve their interests, like appointing pro-Christian type Supreme Court justices, which he delivered on. He did that. It made a difference. Because that's the way you got it. A politician since
Don't bring that up.
1973.
It hurts my chest about the Supreme Court.
Amish turnout in 2016 was in the low single digits, like percentages, and Trump won by 44,000 votes, the whole state. And then in 2024, he won by 120,000 votes, so 3 times as many votes, and got like 60% of the Amish to turn out for him. So it might have been like.
So they started in 2016. Do you see what I'm saying? Now, if we want to be like fully nerdy, if we go back to 2012, it's probably much lower than that because they don't traditionally vote like at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think a big part of Trump was. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm telling you, that guy Scott Pretzel, I followed him. He had an amazing ground game in Reading, Pennsylvania. All the parts where the Amish folks live. That was door to door, knock, right in their farms. He had an amazing ground game. Like I said, I don't go line with his policies, but my chef's kiss, tip of the hat off to him. An amazing game, amazing. Look him up, Scott Pretzel.
Yeah, I agree with you, LeBron. I agree. The raw milk. Now, mind you, people died over this raw milk, so they're actually wrong about it. But they believed it, and it definitely became it definitely became like a real issue among the Amish for sure.
I still think Trump is mostly like a solution that found a problem. Like those political parties, like if you can remember the Trump era, like it feels like 10 lifetimes ago, like before the Trump era, like both political parties were speaking in terms of basically pure like economic benefit for Americans. There wasn't much like moral messaging or like basic human messaging, and they were speaking through like the political machines. And then you had this guy come along who, for all of his flaws, is very human, and even in the way that he makes mistakes, and even in the ways he fucks up. He's a flawed human, and that comes through, I think, loud and clear. And I think that coupled with his marketing skills just got him the presidency.
So you think him being understood as a flawed human being is what got him the presidency?
Yeah, I think there was something refreshing about it. And Americans just wanted the signal that they're fed up with business as usual, and so they took the risk, like they took the gamble, and especially like white America was very much like they were like it was like a callback to like better times for them, right? Because yeah, go ahead.
So, I was just saying, I'm glad you said white America because we had Trump because of Obama. Let's keep it 100, brother.
I agree with that to a very large extent. I do think that there is some real like economic issues like in America, right? That like I don't think that's like a non-factor, but for sure like the kind of like the dick swinging white guy was like a breath of fresh air to like a lot of white America.
But he also addressed problems that were at the forefront of people's minds, including one that he brought to the forefront, which is immigration, foreign wars, and the economy. He addressed those issues squarely, and people were dissatisfied with the previous administration's handling of those issues.
Well, if the moderators will allow me to respond, I disagree completely. I don't think that that's relevant at all because I travel world people who are clones of Donald Trump winning elections. So the emergence of Trump has nothing to do with Obama. It has nothing to the same exact frustrations that brought Trump to power are great clones clones of Trump to power all over Europe. I don't like Trump. I think he's inevitable because of the issues all over the world. I'm done.
But his clones have recently lost elections all over the world. His clone in Canada lost, his clone in the UK lost, his clone in world, or at least his political support in France, they did not win. So what do you mean?
Well, the most results in the UK show his clone winning in a landslide, and his clones in Sweden in a landslide. And the voters in Sweden said specifically the reason they elected the Trump clone is because immigrants to Sweden are a tiny percentage of the population and they commit the vast majority of the rapes. So the issue of I'm almost done speaking. The issue of voter speaking crime. I'll post it if you disagree with me, Cation, but I'm saying the issue of voters all over the world being angry about immigration, it has nothing to do with the U.S. I'm done speaking.
So in the last room, y'all remember I dropped the about 4 or 5 links to the way that Muslims are projected in the United States. Projected in the UK. I will have to go back and post them again, but just think about that as Elmer speaking. You know, I'm well aware, many of us are well aware that there is a full global right-wing white supremacist organizing going on. So, you know, I don't think that Elmer is wrong per se. Yeah, that type of person is going to attract the same types of people, but around the world, that type of person is also being rejected. So there's a war going on. That much is true. But Elmer, don't try.
And in Denmark, it's the most interesting country. Hold on, let me finish, Doctor. Denmark's the most interesting country because people who believe in social programs like free healthcare and generous rights for LGBT, they won because they pivoted. People in Denmark, the left in Denmark pivoted to saying no more immigration, and because they pivoted to zero immigration, they're winning elections. Now, people who want the Democrats to win in America have suggested that for years. So far, the Democrats in America are unwilling to pivot on immigration, but in Denmark it worked. I'm done.
Thank you, sweet Jesus.
But, you know, here's the thing. White folks, they will always choose different types of egalitarian social systems as long as it's primarily white. So that's why you can have universal health care in some of these countries. That's why you can have some version of socialism or care for housing. I mean, look at Swedish women, for example. You know, Swedish women aren't being called out their name on a regular basis. There's not this heavy misogynistic attack against Swedish women. Swedish women are known for being more forward with their flirting and so on and so forth. And that's because Swedish women are taken care of in a much better way than in the United States and in other countries. So this is, you're trying to say that this is about immigration. It's not about immigration. Well, it is, in the sense that when you appeal to whiteness, it becomes an issue of immigration, but it's the immigration of people of color. And unfortunately, that's the appeal. So I hear you making that appeal, but that's just a white supremacist appeal. We're used to it. You can make it. You know, we hear you, but I just want everybody else to know what it is.
I have to work this out. The idea of calling a European country white supremacist, it's a little bit, it raises a question mark.
Because I'm calling out European country.
Well, no, but in the context of countries that were created by, I think what you might call white people, although in Europe they wouldn't call themselves white people. And there's a big difference between somebody from Portugal or Greece and somebody from Norway or Finland. Those distinctions are more important than national origin and location. I don't think white supremacy kind of explains what the outsider is, put it that way. It's something else. It's their culture. It's their safety. And yes, I do think countries want homogeneity in part. They want diversity when it comes to less expensive labor, which I think is why many people Europe to work, and Europeans needed them. They weren't replacing themselves with the birth rate, so they needed low-priced labor. At the same time, they are cautious about the culture changing. And I think that's in part, how you got Brexit in Britain, for example. And you see these other right-wingers in other countries winning elections. Israel, by the way, the one thing that's not an issue in Israel is immigration, by the way.
But Brexit is a complete failure. Like, they imposed economic sanctions on themselves. And the way that they sold it were through lies. So they literally, like, they've done more detriment to themselves by leaving the single market.
Happy with the immigration consequences and unhappy with the economic consequences. And, the promise, I think, from Trump, because Brexit happened, I think, during Trump or just before 2016, the promise is that Trump would make up for what they were losing from the European Union. I don't think that happened, but I think that was the idea.
So I hope that everybody heard what Norm said about inviting immigrants to come over for the cheaper labor. And I'll just use Jamaicans as an example. The British literally cried for, invited, and made provisions for Jamaicans to come over to the UK to become nurses. And I mean, I'm sure they probably didn't see the doctors coming, but eventually that would come as well. But to increase the healthcare system. The NIH became one of the best healthcare systems, in the world. And now, I guess I'm going to say, the last, roughly about 7 years. I think it started roughly around 7 years ago. There's been a movement to get the Jamaicans out. And then suddenly the British government, who kept track of the people coming into Britain, they've lost people's paperwork. So the harassment that we're seeing here in the United States, they've been doing that to Jamaicans.
It's called Windrush, right?
Yeah, I was just about to say it's called the Windrush generation. The Windrush is the name of the ship that the people came in on for being welcomed. But now the British government has lost their paperwork. And they're harassing Jamaicans and other people, but I'm just highlighting Jamaicans so we can keep the story straight. And like people are like, I don't have paperwork. I never got paperwork, But the British, they kept records on the people that they brought in. They purposely lost some of those records, or they're just hiding them. And now they're deporting people. So, but according to Norm, this is just the aspiration for homogeneity. It's not white supremacy or anything like that. Yeah, and keep in mind, they could come and work and create one of the best healthcare systems in the world. But now, the cultural homogeneity has shifted in the wrong direction. So now they got to go. But that's not white supremacy, then.
I think I didn't say it's not white supremacy. I said I thought it was weird to think of countries that are created by and composed of what you would call white folks, although they wouldn't call themselves that, to think of them as white supremacists. They are majority supremacists. They want to be, again, I'm not saying that what they're doing is right or wrong. I'm saying is that they're concerned about immigration changing their culture. And by the way, I go to England a lot, and I think they are much better at accepting people who come there as British, full stop, than America is. And particularly when it comes to, for example, Jamaican folks. I think they're much more accepting of Jamaica. I don't know this deeply the way I know America deeply, but that's the impression that I got.
Can someone on the stage tell me or explain to me what is a white person?
Someone that forgot where they came from.
No, I'm just asking because I noticed that every time we speak on a country that has white people, everyone wants to say those are not white people. They don't consider themselves white. They still have some form of melanation. So I'm trying to find out what is a white person in 2025 because, you know, I guess everybody could be whatever they want to be at this time, at this point in life.
Whoever says they're white and not their actual race.
14 minutes. 14 minutes. 14 minutes. No, it's going to be fast.
She said, nah, man, I want it right now.
Dang, you got the timer on her.
She said, will that take long, Mama?
She was all nice about it, though.
That girl, she could eat 50 times a day if you let her.
Oh, man.
So people tell me that all Taurus have an appetite like that, so I guess, I don't know. She's supervising me over here, making sure I'm doing what I gotta do. Yeah, so nobody got an answer about what is a white person? Norm, you don't have an answer?
Norm is considered a white.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think it's a weird designation that the people who you would think of as white don't see themselves that way and don't call themselves that. So I think what you're really saying is not black. Like a Latino is not a white person or a black person, and it's not a language either, and brown isn't a race. So it's just one of those American things. Like,
but a Latino can be black, though.
And a Latino could be white. And a lot of people don't want to admit they're white, but they get certain privileges that other people do not.
There you go.
Right?
In the chat.
So a white person.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to speak on the Latinos, because obviously we have like 7 different shades. Literally, right?
Yeah,
if you go to your crayon box and you pull out those 7 shades, if you have a neutral box, I know you guys haven't had kids since 1955. They now have a nude box of crayons that you can have, and it has all the nude colors in that box. So yeah, they have all those shades. But when I say white, okay. So I come from, wait, Mama, 12 minutes. Jeez. So for us that are New Yorkers, right? For us, white people were Italians, Jewish people, right? Those were those people that we were around, right? Russians, Polish. Who else I was around? I would say that's about it. I was with a lot of Russians because I worked at NYU, and there was a whole lot of Russians in the location in Forest Hills. Not surprised, because there's a lot of them that live there. But that's what I consider white, right? But I don't know. I'm hearing those same people that are coming from those countries saying I'm not white. So then we start then we start speaking on the way. Then we start speaking on the way we check off, right? And if we're saying all these people are checking off white, we have all these people checking off white. How you don't consider yourself this, but when you check it off because that's your complexion, or that just, I don't know. I'm just trying to understand, guys.
Hey, Mel,
just trying to learn.
You work in the hospital in Forest Hills?
What?
You work in the hospital in Forest Hills?
No, it's a clinic. NYU clinic. Yeah.
I live in Olcott.
Yeah, I was on 63rd and Queens Boulevard.
Well, all these people being deported, right? We know we have white immigrants here, right? We know they're not really being reported like that. You hear one-offs, one off here, one off there, but the vast majority of people that are being deported and that are being targeted are Latinos, right? And of course, you saw a Haitian neighborhood where they got fucked up, where ICE fucked around and they found out and they got their asses whooped.
That was in Jersey. That's like
That's in Jersey?
you saying earlier. We don't move like the Floridians do.
Yeah, that was like, so. Yeah,
And I would say we were mainly around the Hasidic Jews, and I would say those are white people.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's why I'm trying to learn from you guys. Maybe I know something I don't know.
They definitely don't like Puerto Ricans, that's for damn sure. Like, my man is as white as can be, and they would still call him slurs growing up and everything. And I'm like, to me, you look Jewish to me. But they know he's not one of them. So they discriminated the fuck out of him. Like,
So the complexion that your man is the complexion of my first husband. And depending where you're at, they'll give him a white card, right? So there was times that we had to get the police involved, and he was white. When the police came, he was white. I seen the difference on how I was treated versus how he was treated. But when they asked for the ID, at that point, you can't hide your last name. Most of our last names end with Z's, right? So they know that's a Hispanic last name. But prior to the ID asking or prior to a police report being written up, he was white.
Like, he was given the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
by his
absolutely.
complexion.
Absolutely, multiple times. And he's from Yauco, which is a lot of white Puerto Ricans, blue eyes, blonde hair, and yeah. But yeah.
It's funny you say that, right? Because when people perceive you to be one thing, how they move so much differently. I say that to say, I know you're familiar with Kew Gardens, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my wife had got a place over there. They thought she was Jewish.
Wow.
Like from Israel.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then it was like, oh shit.
Yep. But you remember, so they're looking, their perspective, you know, when they're looking at you, they're judging, right, off of how you look. But that's prior to anybody looking at a resume, that's prior to anybody looking at ID, because once you show any of that, that's when you see the real treatment on how they want to treat you.
Exactly. My brother, one of his jobs when he was in grad school was he had a white partner, and I forget what agency they worked for, but it was an agency that, like, you know, was like anti-discrimination and stuff like that. So they purposely sent them out as fake people. And they would have like a very, very similar resume and everything, and it was all fake. And so like the white partner would, you know, go out and, you know, so they would like target a different business or a place or whatever. And they would go and have interviews, and consistently my brother, you know, he got rejected a lot. And the white guy, you know, he would just keep getting accepted. They had the same information. I mean, it's just like, I'm not sure about where the denial or why the denial is, but, you know, this research has been done. But for the record, you know, whiteness was refined and defined in a very curious way in America. But whiteness did not begin in America. So this idea that Norma was trying to present, that like, oh no, Europeans, they, you know, there's no idea around whiteness in Europe. This is all culture. This is all nationality. That's not true.
And to be fair, that's not my position. I said the idea of applying white supremacy in countries that are created by what you would call white people and that are mainly populated by what you would call white people, it feels a little strange to me because those countries were always what you would call white, what they would not call white. But within Europe, which again is a very varied, diverse place, from southern Italy, from like say Sicily to and Portugal to Norway and Finland, there's a wide variation in how people look. Now you might call all those people white. They would not call themselves that. And they fought with each other for millennia, not because of their skin tone, but because of the competition for power and resources. And different, people had nationality and language groups in different locations. It wasn't about race at all.
A lot of times now in 2025, a lot of that is about preservation of race, right? Because people, even if a person is a black person in Finland and they're 2 or 3 generations in, they might not be getting the same treatment as a white Finnish person. And so a lot of people are talking about preserving Finnish. It's coded with preserving whiteness, right? Because, white people globally have been able to, suppress others, right? That's just a global thing. Like, this is not something that just happens in America.
Why is that?
All over the world.
Why was that?
Oh, they, to you, were white because they were different than you. In Europe, were not white. I'm talking about now, of course, the Jews. You might not have known this, but
What happens when those same exact people call you the N-word? Are they still not white? Hello? Hello?
I was in the middle of a thought, and then
That's a big question, but I was in the middle of thought.
Okay, you could go. You could continue.
Why did the white people colonize the planet?
I don't know if they did or not. If you call them white people, every continent has colonizers on it, including
Europeans.
North and South America. Arabs colonized the planet, Chinese colonized the planet. You'll see they're all different ethnic groups in China. They're not all Chinese. So what I was saying, though, you might not know this, but in the Soviet Union, if you were a Jew, you had that stamped on your passport. You weren't Russian, you were a Jew. And of course, in Germany, if you were a Jew, you were considered not
but
just
Jews
Germany,
now
Poland.
being white. In 2025, Jews are white, considered majority. They're considered white.
Depends
Is there still that distinction?
No, I don't understand.
Do Jewish people still have a distinction?
Yes, of course they do. Look at what's going on at universities from coast to coast. We're the only people that you can say to
Oh God. Yeah.
I can't finish the thought. I'll land it here. Okay. I can't talk. I can't talk.
Yeah. Maybe you should talk elsewhere.
You want to answer my question?
There is a distinction. Of course there is. It's the only race that once you graduate you get $1 million job.
Alright?
What?
I want one of those.
Yeah, we're not doing that shit, bro.
Yeah, weird.
We're not doing that bullshit. So, but Norm, there's a lot of people that are Jewish who identify as white.
They may. I think they're kidding themselves, but they may.
So the Jews are not white. What are they?
We existed before these European ideas of race. I think if you look at the
I'm asking for the color.
Why are you interrupting? Why are you
interrupting? Back up.
If you're gonna ask a question, then listen to the answer. It's not gonna be long. So, if we never saw ourselves that way, and I would say that this idea of whiteness is a kind of a protective covering, is a survival mechanism to try to assimilate, so that we're not once again victimized by an attack in another genocide, which nevertheless is happening. We're in the middle of defending.
God, nah, you're not gonna talk about genocide right now.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Let's move on. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Yeah.
No.
Sure I am.
You're not.
Why not?
No, we're gonna move on.
What do you like being
We're gonna move on, bro.
at
We're
your
gonna
age?
move on. We're gonna move on.
Like,
Next
seriously, no.
topic. He was sicko. He's sick in the head. Anyways, I saw.
To tell you who I am.
Yeah, you know what I saw? I saw a bunch of kids. Have you seen? I sent you the video, Mel. A bunch of kids. Their parents are scared to operate their like food stands, and now their children are working the food stands in order to help their families. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Well, speaking of which, this is in LA. Sue, did you hear that?
It's in my neighborhood.
Yeah, so you're
And
seeing the
it's
kids working?
infuriating me. And
Yeah,
I'll tell you why it's infuriating me. Because, and they're putting it out on Nextdoor.
Yes, baby.
And what they're saying is, go support Nathan. He's on this corner. Here is his Venmo. His parents are too afraid to come out of the house. Well, he's not the only Nathan. We have Nathans all over the place representing their parents. So they're throwing so much money at this one kid while the rest of the valley is going unnoticed. And it really irks me because we need to be getting the word out that every establishment, restaurants, housekeeping, nail salons, all the places I've been saying that where we had legalized people working, we have kids working now supporting the parents because the parents are too afraid for so many different reasons. But yeah, it's very true. It's Nathan. I got his number, but don't give him to his Venmo.
Wow.
And I want to just say, I'm Jewish, and my lineage, and I've said it here before, I'm Russian, German, Polish, and Welsh. My skin tone is olive complected. If you look at me, you'll say I'm white. I grew up in a very diverse community. I would identify color as white, but not my ideology. So there's a very big distinction for me. I'm not going to put myself in Norm's category. First of all, I don't pick on people that have speech impediments when they're trying to make a point. I don't pick on people who choose a name that doesn't match his ideology. So I don't want to go down those roads. So I want to make very clear that that type of belief is well served in Israel. I'm not sure how well served that is, at least for me, here in the U.S. Thanks. Done.
I'm Jewish. I'm period.
Well, you're half right, half-wit.
Okay, Sue, please do not call Norm's name because then he wants to respond, and then you can say what you're gonna say without saying his name because then he wants to respond, and I just don't really feel like hearing his voice right now.
I don't think so.
With pleasure. Let's not get him to speak.
Yeah. All right, so Sue.
I'd like to say,
Okay.
can I 2 seconds? Can I 2 seconds?
Wait, is it about being Jewish? If it is, I don't want to
Not
have this
necessarily.
conversation with Norm on the stage.
Not necessarily.
If it's
I just
about
want to
being
point out.
white and Jewish, okay, go ahead.
Not necessarily. I just want to say.
Hey, Ron.
I just want to say, it's interesting that you'll have some people say, "Don't call me white because I don't identify as white," but then when I identify as white, they tell me that I'm wrong. Period.
No, I tell you that you're a half-wit. Get it right.
All right,
White's
so
not a
Sue,
race, Aaron, that's why.
Sue, you've interacted with these kids, these underage kids,
They're
selling
not underage.
stuff.
They're
Oh,
not
okay. I saw one that was 13 years old. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, those are not, you're not going to see many underage kids that are sitting out on a major street corner for that reason. But you will see them going into homes. You'll see them at a local park. You'll see them as the house. As a matter of fact, there's underage kids right next door to me right now cleaning a house. So yes, you will see them in other locales. I have not personally seen them at a fruit stand yet. I've only seen, well, I don't go up and ask them their age, but they certainly look 16 or older, but I don't ask.
It's like selling chicles at the border.
It absolutely is. And I don't know if I told you guys this. I took my dog to a new groomer the other day. And I taught in my neighborhood. So I know a lot of people here. And I walk in and there's a young, I'm going to say she was in her very early 20s, behind the counter. And I had an interaction with her. And what she was telling me did not make sense. She was asking me, I wanted to have my dog have a bath. And she just asked me if I wanted to have conditioner. And I just looked at her and I was like, I've never heard of getting shampooed without a conditioner. And I said, is that actually an extra charge? And she looked at me and goes, I just work here, and busted into hysterics. And I looked at her and I said, I'm so sorry. I didn't think that that was a hard question. And she couldn't keep it together. She just went on with, I only work here. I'm only doing my job. And I looked at her and at first I was like, you need to toughen up. And then I realized, wait, there's something else going on here. So I said, I'm a teacher. Whatever you have going on, let it go, melt down. I gave this girl a hug. And then I had a talk, and I come to find out her parents had been in the house for 2 months. Her dad won't stop drinking. She has a little baby sister who isn't getting the medical care that she needs. I can go on and on with how bad this story is. By the time I walked out, my heart hurt. These stories are not made up. These are the people that we face in the market, at the gas station, in Costco. No parks anymore. I was at a park yesterday, a local park. There was nobody in the public pool. Nobody. It was 95 degrees. That pool should have been wall to wall. You guys, I can't tell you how real this is.
So is there any letting up? I know the Marines are there for 60 days, I think.
There's no letting up. As a matter of fact, I have people that are going down there and saying, let the Marines go to Disneyland, let the Marines go to Universal, let the Marines go to Knott's Berry Farm. This is nuts. They're just standing around in the heat doing nothing. Wow. Hundreds of them. It's worse than it was during the earthquake.
That is a lot of money.
Oh, it's a ton of money.
I'd rather have it here, though, than killing Gaza babies big, but it's true, you know. I don't hate
What
to
does
say
that
it.
have to do? What?
Yeah, let's keep it right here. We need to take care of our own.
That's right.
You know, and it pains me to think of how many kids are out of school right now and programs that are not being subsidized because people aren't coming out of their homes, and not because they're not citizens. There are just so many reasons behind all of this. You know, I mean, all the way back down to the self-deporting. I know 5 families that self-deported back to their countries where they owned property. And they were done. I'm out. This isn't worth it. So it's exponential. We have a lot of kids out on the streets right now because they don't want to be in school. They're too afraid. Isn't that nuts? That should be the safe place for them. So they come out at night and then the problems start to occur.
Yeah, are the protests still going on in LA or no?
You know, they are to a small degree. Like the ones that go on, Indivisible has their groups that pop up every Saturday and every Wednesday. Tesla still has their groups that pop up. But other than that, No.
Wait,
And-
you mean the people that go to the Tesla dealerships?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that was still going on.
Yeah, the Tesla takeovers are still happening. Not as often, but they are.
What is it?
I know. Huh?
Los Angeles. You know, people have been protesting so people would not buy Teslas. So they go to Tesla dealerships. So I wasn't aware this was still going on. So this is news to me. So that hasn't stopped.
Well, like on the corner, Are you in LA?
I'm in Central California.
Okay, so in the San Fernando Valley, they have a corner where there's a Tesla dealer in the shopping center, and they've targeted that. And then another one where there's a storage facility, and they targeted that.
Genius.
So it's very strategic on how they're targeting. In Hawthorne, there's another one, and they've targeted that one.
Big.
I think terrorism
Right.
is bad, personally, but maybe people disagree.
What?
So
I said I think terrorism is bad.
Well, this doesn't have anything to do with terrorism.
Yeah.
You know, we also
So wait, burning stuff is not terrorism now?
opinions are like.
Yeah, these are largely peaceful protests. Okay, so
what's
mute
that?
up. And these are largely peaceful protests. So mute up and let Sue speak. Do not interrupt her.
We have not seen terrorism, and that's a word that, is a dangerous word and would start to incite really bad violence. So we don't like that word out here because we're peaceful. And that will really incite some stuff that we don't need. So no, it's been very peaceful. We have had no problems whatsoever. And the rest of the country needs to know that. It's been extremely peaceful. What hasn't been peaceful is the way in which ICE goes about taking people. That is what hasn't been peaceful. That much I can say. Just look at the video.
There were no riots?
We're not having riots. Contrary to what you may want to think, we are not. But that's okay.
I just read the news.
Yeah, I think the riots.
Just ignore him when he speaks. Just ignore him, because he's adds nothing.
The weird part is the riots have subsided, but the violence from ICE has increased.
Thank you.
Which is really weird. You would think like the riots would escalate because of the mistreatment and wrongful manner that they're being handled, but it's not. I just seen one yesterday where they busted the dude's windows open, busted his head wide open, and he's sitting there handcuffed bleeding, and he did no physical violence toward them, right? They just are straight, like, hyper aggressive with it. I can post the link if y'all want to see. It's not a pretty sight. But
Yeah, can you post?
It's not
Gemini, that was bad.
It's not surprising.
You saw that one
because
too?
I saw it. I saw that. On some of these, on some of these, I wish they were longer, that we could see the lead up to it more. And then on others, I'm like, oh, we didn't need to see all that, but we do. And the one Gemini's is putting in the link, he didn't do anything. They're just getting really aggressive. And I think that's why you're not seeing a lot of protests right now. People don't want to be caught up in it and swept up, and they've already proved that that's what they'll do.
I think
They've already.
Yes, my bad. Go on.
No, I just wanted to say they've already proven to those of us that live here, if you are in a group of people and ICE shows up, we will outnumber you. They've already proven that. So, and Gemini and I both know that. And there's no way for us to get the manpower enough to try and stand up to them at any given time. It's not possible. And the other thing is, what we haven't heard yet is any reporting from anybody who's come back. So we don't know where they're going, what country they're being taken to, what state they're being taken to, how they're being treated. There's so much here we don't know. That fear is what is in the air in LA.
Well, if
it's not even being. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I didn't mean to step on you, I'm sorry. If you're from Venezuela, that country doesn't take back deportees. And you get caught up in that, you're going to go to Sudan or the Congo or one of those. Yeah, that's what the Supreme Court ruling that they're okay to send them back to country. Yeah, if their country does not accept them back, they can send them to. So imagine you don't speak the language, you have no means of working. I just fear that people are going to be, especially like human trafficking or slave trade.
I think it's interesting.
But how are you going to?
Go ahead.
Yeah, how are you going to survive? How are you going to survive if you don't even speak the language and you stand out like a sore thumb?
I would think, with as eager as Trump is to do this to these people, I find it interesting that have we seen any flights land in these places they say they're taking these people, and actually seen the people get off the plane?
They had some people, they said they were keeping them in storage containers until that ruling came down. They had them in a holding pattern.
I'm wondering about the plane, Levon, when they say they're taking them back to these, or they sending them to these countries, right? Where are they landing? Where are those people keeping them? I need to see the flights landing and some people being held somewhere.
April, there just one, and I was paying special attention to this one because of my heritage. But there's a hotel in Panama where they have a bunch of refugees, not refugees, I said the wrong word, immigrants, that have been deported and sent there, and Panama doesn't know what to do with them. So they put them all in this hotel and sit them in the hotels, and the reporters are trying to speak to them through the windows, right? Because they're all in the windows holding up signs, making gestures, putting their arms in like an X format and stuff like that. And they're scared because they don't want to go back to their home countries, but they're being held indefinitely without a payment in this sealed off hotel in Panama. You can look that up.
Yeah, well, I think we need to know more about that. And that's, you know what I'm saying? If all this was so great and wonderful, wouldn't he want us to see these people being dropped off wherever they're being dropped off at? I'm just cynical about the whole thing. I'm not saying they're not taking them and they're not holding them places. I want to see these places they're taking them. That's my concern.
They ain't telling us shit, April. You know
I know, that's the thing. They never will. They never will, Yvonne. And that's the scary thing about where people are being taken.
We could take them to Gitmo for all we know.
It just doesn't feel right to me, and I don't like it. And I've had so much unease. This morning I was on here earlier, but I've had to do other things. And I was reading last night about the dirty war in Mexico and in Argentina in the 70s when they took people in planes, dissidents, whoever it was that they decided was illegal or criminals or whatever element they wanted to ascribe to people. And they just sedated them, took their clothes off and dumped them, flew out to the middle of the ocean and dumped their bodies in. And that kind of stuff sticks with me because that's the kind of stuff that people do when they get to a certain phase. And I want to know where these people are going. And I know that we'll never know where all these people are going. That's my...
You remember the gay guy that they sent to, I think they sent him to CCOM in El Salvador? Remember him? They had that congressional hearing, and the congressman was begging Kristi Noem to say his mother just wants to know if he's alive. Can we just have a wellness report? Can you just let that mother know that he's alive? And she refused to answer. She obfuscated, went around it, and never even committed to say that young man is still alive. So you think they're going to tell us shit about these flights?
Oh, I know they're not.
They don't care.
I know they're not.
They're horrible.
And even if they told us stuff, I'm not going to believe what they say. I need to see things happening. And this administration is so, with Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller at the head of things, and I know Stephen Miller is the damn head of Homeland Security right now. Kristi Noem is just a front-facing person, right? She can't even keep her purse safe, let alone America safe. I just wonder. I just wonder. That's it. I can't help but think what's going on that we don't get to see.
Yeah, speaking of which, April, you brought up that good point about the person who disappeared, made people disappear. And that does remind me of the people who are being deported to.
Oh, okay. That was nice of you.
Really,
I don't know how to open this up.
Really far from Laverne.
Oh, there you go.
You have your mic open. Let me see if I can mute her. So yeah, that did remind me of the people that are being disappeared to other countries. It's going to really be difficult to make their way from Sudan to their native country. These particular people that I heard of were Asian, so they have to try to make it back home. Maybe they can find someone to send them money for a flight, but that's certainly going to be a huge burden for them. But anyways, I also wanted to add that there are this person, this Latino man, committed suicide in Denver. I believe it was yesterday, and I'm trying to figure that out. But he hung himself from a tree, and so I'm trying to figure out what happened. But I've been hearing of suicides, specifically men, occurring more recently. So I don't know if anyone has also heard about that, but yeah.
To me, their methods just are so. These people that we don't know if they are ICE agents, we don't know if they're deputized. We don't know shit about these people just rolling up on folks. And I keep saying they're going to roll up on the wrong person. They're eventually going to do it, and all hell's going to break loose.
This is something.
Yeah, you can't just have people.
April.
Hold on, Ashton. You can't just have people whose whole identity, their face is obscured. They don't produce badges. They come in packs of 2 or 3 vehicles and just jump out and start chasing people and beating the shit out of them and all these things. I don't know who these people are. They could be just human trafficking at this point, and we don't know because they say that they're ICE or they're detaining people and all this other shit. None of this is above board. None of it is making sense to me.
Just a few things. They did the same thing. Huh?
Yeah. But it's absolutely scary, man, because I don't know. I live in a stand of ground.
I should let Jeremy land, and then you could go.
I'm sorry, Jeremy.
I was just saying that they did the same thing in Germany years ago. How they rounded individuals up, had no clue of where they're taking them. Anytime any government does something, they're going to see how the people react. Any empire that's ever done something, they're going to see how the people react. The same way they did the lockdown with COVID to see how people would react. The same way they're doing this to see how you react. Whatever you give them, they are going to take. That's the first point. The second point is when they are done with these individuals, now make no mistake about it, I'm not a bleeding heart. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't care if they go or how they're being taken. It's something that's not cool. So with that being said, who do you think they're going to turn on next? And with them talking about taking them to Sudan and taking them to every other place, Iran and all that other stuff, all they have to do to get somebody that is a natural-born citizen is place them on American soil, such as an embassy or something. They build prisons. They establish that as American soil. They can take them to whatever country they want because they're on American soil. That is how you get around their natural citizens. So you keep giving these individuals and giving, it's going to turn into something that we don't want. And it's going to affect all of us sooner or later.
It already has.
Look, it's been concerning because LeGrand Plaza Mall here, there were folks riding around in unmarked vehicles. Security came over the loudspeaker. I guess, some folks translated for me what they were saying because the lady was speaking Spanish to some of the folks in the mall. And she said that it's running off clients. She said because, yes, the mall is, has all kinds of shops and all of that, but a lot of people do not like unmarked vehicles, even whether they're grabbing people or not. The lady said the fact that we are armed security up here, and what if we end up shooting one of these people because we think that something's happening and we fire upon them? That was something, that was talked about even in places like that. Some folks that have businesses inside of the Grand Plaza are afraid to go to open their kiosk, is what the guy called the little shops that they own and run there. He said we've seen a precipitous drop in people of nationalities, different nationalities. He rents to anybody. He doesn't care. But he said, I've seen my business just plunder thanks to Donald Trump. You know what I mean? And this dude helps the startup businesses, the people trying to make it. He was like, yeah, they're not coming to work. And that's scary. And somebody in this state is going to return fire because you're coming up to people in malls, in businesses, and even security don't know who you are, right? So thank God for the people that's translating for me. But it's not cool what's going on out here. And guys, it's scaring people. It's really scaring people. The Grand Plaza is a mall packed on the weekends. A lot of people hang out there. Mexican mariachi was the sign that was hanging up. They're no longer coming, right? Because they're, they just don't want to come because of unmarked vehicles riding around in the parking lot. So I don't know, man. Somebody get out of a car. You all mask up. Am I supposed to ask you questions and return fire later? I wouldn't know who you are either. How do you address that, man? Like, that is scary, and that's what the mall is saying. It's really scary to see people in unmarked cars, and they're not policemen either. Crazy. Lisa, anybody, what would y'all do if
we're 6 months in? We're 6 months in, and we're talking like this in America. This is wild. This is wild what we're putting up with, what we're allowing. And if you try to dissent, if you try to protest, you see what they're doing to California for that fact.
April, people like when it comes to protesting and stuff, and it's like, even that, a dude said, hey, if I go to a protest, would I be, picked up? You got people asking about, being picked up or watched going to some of these protests that are in opposition of Donald Trump, like the No Kings rally. We had over 5,875 folks out there. So we had a lot of people out there that gathered in that park that we could count. Now the folks back, we don't know how many people were back there, but the ones that we could count, that's what we estimated. And so it's scaring people, April. A lot of folks are scared, and security said that they'd like to be addressed, at least to know. They're not going to tell the public, she said, but at least let us know who you are riding around on our parking lot at the mall, because the mall's private. You know what I mean? And the owner's like, ooh, we want to know who y'all are. So there's going to be some big conversations up here at some city meetings, because some of these owners, the folks who got the money, they ain't happy because it's running away their businesses and their clients. So when you start working with money,
we got the mayor.
They're losing money.
They don't care out here. They're doing the same thing out here times 10. When you got Karen Bass going on multiple press runs talking about this issue, and it hasn't slowed down. It's only escalated. They don't care.
And the people are losing money in the economy. The guy
there's restaurants that can't open. There's stores that can't open. There's things that just can't function. There's construction sites that are just stopped, halted, equipment left right there.
They have to shut down.
Nobody cares. They don't. They're the federal government. They're not worried about local business. It doesn't work like that. I thought it would. I thought the mayor speaking out would have something that, that would have some type of impact. It hasn't. Not at all.
Judge Tim O'Hare, he's a Republican, and even he made some comments about the county stuff dealing with the money here and how that precipitous drop. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, you better listen up. When you start having money start dropping and county funds and stuff like that, those folks come up for re-election, and Tim O'Hara's like, wait a minute, that ain't what he's a Republican, right? And he's speaking out about the crap, and the big beautiful no bill ain't beautiful either, because the county's going to have to eat a lot of money if that bill passes, and Fort Worth and the surrounding counties are not trying to eat hundreds of millions of dollars. So it is not looking good out here, and the businesses are going to the city and complaining about the money they are losing, and the government doesn't care. That's really embarrassing, because he may have to shut down. In 40 years, this guy's been helping people for over 40 years, and all of a sudden may find himself having to shut his doors, and he helped entrepreneurs and the poor. That's what's messed up about that. That's messed up. Really upsetting. This is bad.
I believe in Texas. I believe in the power of Texas, which you guys have been accomplishing. You got this in the bag, like order.
Yeah, our state is, they don't want to dip into the rainy day fund because of Donald Trump's BS. The state we're doing good financially. Texas isn't poor, so as far as living here, I think most people will do fine. But the people who depended on this guy to keep their businesses open and kiosks and whatever else, these folks are scared to come and run their businesses, because these unknown vehicles and all this stuff, they ain't telling people that they think should be told, which would be the security, of the mall. The public may not have to know, but they're like, hey, y'all got to speak up, and these meetings are becoming very contentious out here with the city and stuff, because the public, whether you're Democrat or Republican, people want to know what is going on and why it is perceived this, financially. People, when you start hurting people's pocketbooks, we have a problem, and the city is seeing their money go from way up here, and it's starting to drop, and that's not good. And the city just isn't going to go for that. So I don't know if that is going to the state issue or if that's something higher up, but it's not looking good out here for a lot of people who depend on these folks to get help, and those who are poor depended on this man who's been around for some 50 years may have to close his doors, and all those businesses go bye-bye because of Donald Trump. And it's some 70 to 80 businesses in there that he has helped. It's really sad, y'all. Huge tax revenue gone. Think about the taxes think about it. It's gone. It's going to be gone. That's embarrassing. That's what the city is not happy about. Repeat that again.
Oh, what are y'all talking about? What's the topic? I was cleaning my refrigerator.
Oh, no, I was talking about how these businesses are losing money to Donald Trump. And somebody had brought up, the government really doesn't care that, local businesses are losing money. But then when the cities start losing their tax bases and stuff because of it, now we have a problem, because that starts to trickle up. And that's kind of what the state's talking about now, that they're having a second special session may come into account for some of that in balancing the state budget. Seeing what Donald Trump will do with this bill, who knows? But the state we're not poor here, but we're certainly ain't dipping into no rainy day funds to rescue no small businesses, and that's embarrassing too.
Okay, so we went from bag of BB and uranium, and now we're talking. Are we on tariffs or what? What are we talking about?
Next is tariffs. 1-800-TARIFs. Yes, ma'am. I just got in here. I don't know what y'all were talking about. I'm sorry before I had got in here if y'all were talking about.
That's how our conversations usually go anyway. It's like we want to do another topic. I was just trying to figure.
Oh, okay, because I was like, I just got in here. I didn't know what y'all were talking about. But if you're talking about uranium and plutonium, no, I don't know what y'all was talking about. I don't know. That's what's up, man. I'm having a good time right now. That's why I'm Hey, okay. Feeling good, right?
I'm honored to have dark hair right on top of me.
Tim, what, sir?
He's a bottom. Leave him alone.
I mean, he's the one that says this shit out loud, so it's a cell phone.
What the is a okay? No, if I'm, you said he's a bottom. Well,
Ashton.
A bottom and a catcher.
Okay.
It's a sexual term, Ashton. Who's on the bottom, honey?
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Well, I'm looking into the story. It's the DC. It was kind of going viral on social media. It said that 34 girls in DC went missing overnight. Did you guys see that?
No.
The police are saying it isn't true. So I'm just trying to. I put a link in the chat, but yeah, they said it wasn't true. But it says teenage girls are coming up missing in DC. And there was one meme that was going around that was 34 in one night. But the police say they're not observing an increase in missing cases. But and they say they closed 99% of their missing persons cases in 2024. 919 cases have closed this year. So it doesn't look like there's an issue, but I'll kind of keep digging a bit more. But I don't know if anyone here had anything to add, or if anyone heard of any people missing.
What was the ages of the folks? Do we know what ages they were? Were they in college, high school? What do we know? Any?
Well, they're saying it's not real.
Oh, okay.
They did post a picture of of basically all black girls and say that these girls are missing, but it turns out it's not true.
Was it AI or something that was a hoax? I mean, why would somebody make a hoax of something like that? You think there was a hoax or something? What a horrible thing if it is.
Yeah, it's a horrible thing to play with. I don't know.
That's embarrassing if somebody did that. Think if they would have sent resources looking for said people, you know what I mean? Stuff like that happens very rarely where, I don't know if you call that a form of swatting, but something similar where resources are used for a hoax. That's not good. It's really bad.
So Trump is threatening to cut off New York City funds if
what now?
Y'all don't behave. You heard about that?
Wow.
No.
Heard about a senator retiring.
If the Democratic mayoral candidate denies Trump's accusation that he's a communist, reaffirming the push to tax to the wealthy, you guys are gonna pay.
So I was talking with a friend of mine. Who's a Marine. His specialization is explosive ordnance. I asked him about how effective the bunker busters were. Sorry about the gym if I'm breathing hard. He estimated that they probably penetrated about 13 meters. Just 13 meters when they needed a few hundred meters. Mark my words, U.S. is going to bomb it on again, for sure.
Well, Trump wants he wants to find out who the reporter was who leaked that information. They're going to be punished, something done to them. Maybe they'll get on the flight. I don't really know.
So bunker busters penetrate 50 meters. Well, you can do the math on it.
Have you served in the U.S. military recently?
Say again?
Have you served in the U.S. military recently?
No, ma'am, I sure haven't. And if you have, I thank you for it. However,
What you
that
can
does
do is
not.
shut up, Dan.
That does not.
What you can do is shut the hell up. What you can do is shut the hell up. Shut the hell up.
That does not change
Shut
how
the hell
deeply
up.
bunker busters go.
Shut the hell up.
No.
Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up.
This is not about me. It's about
You
bunker busters.
are reading stuff that you don't know what you're talking about. I would assume the people there know what they're talking about.
Yes.
Just because a weapon can do something doesn't mean that it did do it.
And it surely doesn't mean that it doesn't. Correct.
No, shut the fuck up. Really, just shut up.
Hey,
Nobody here wants to hear your voice. You're just sitting on stage.
Okay.
Just because we respect Patty. So just shut up.
Well, then show the respect to me as well.
Shut up. You deserve no respect.
Well, then you're not going to get any. If you
No,
don't
I don't want any respect from you.
Okay,
Thank
then
you.
we're done.
Go away.
Then you shut
Go
the
away.
fuck
Buzz off. Buzz off.
Thank you for your service.
Buzz
Don't
off.
forget
Buzz off.
the therapy.
Lose buzz off.
I think Dark's friend may have been, I don't know how far it went down, but maybe that's what he told me.
No, that's my friend. He's a Marine. I couldn't tell you any of his numbers, Patty, so don't ask me because there's a whole bunch of stuff I can't remember. But yeah, his specialization is explosives and ordnance. And really thinking about the consistency and geology of the ground there that Fort O is under, he suggests that it's still very much capable.
It's capable. It came out in a news report. Let me go ahead and find this video real quick.
Death to the IDF.
No, we don't do that anymore.
What?
That's a step too.
What?
No.
For this room? This is the
Oh
first
my
place
God,
I've ever heard of
water.
in the world. They said no.
Put the shrooms down. Put the shrooms down. Step away from the shrooms.
That's what the kids are saying these days.
Well,
They're doing too much.
You don't have to
They're doing too
repeat that.
much. They're doing too much, and then
Extra.
water's like a mile ahead of them.
Yeah, you do too much.
A little extra.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna be bombing Iran again, and that'll be the war that Trump got us into.
We don't need to get into no more wars. I mean, he was the one that said we shouldn't have been in wars, though.
You are correct.
Now we are.
You are correct, especially for someone who ran on a platform of peace. But here he is, bomb Iran.
Not peace, and then we find ourselves back at the negotiating table. There may not be one. Iran is talking about, essentially counseling, allowing for inspectors and, global folks that, inspect nuclear facilities and all that. They won't let them in and all that other kind of stuff. So it's just another issue that America has to keep its eye on. But I think that if a nation was sovereign and wasn't doing nothing to you, you wouldn't find yourself listening to chants to death to America. If America hadn't got in this in the first place and just sat back and ate some ice cream and some cookies or whatever people do, just chill, then we wouldn't be in this death to America. What y'all say, right? Because we shouldn't have bombed the sovereign nation. They should have just kept that ire on to Israel. Now that ire is going to be pointed at us. And whatever is delivered from that may not be proportional or equal. And that's another thing that Donald Trump does not have control over. How a country responds to what has just happened. Yeah.
Actually, there's always been death to America at the end of the day. Whether you agree with it or not, that's always been the same sentiment. That didn't just happen
It's
yesterday.
always been that way. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I just know your reason.
You want a controversial take? If Iran had a nuclear weapon, this war wouldn't have started in the first place.
So it says there's new satellite imagery showing ongoing activity at Iran's for the nuclear complex. And this was after the strikes. So yeah.
Oh yeah, they still got all the material. They moved it. And especially because Trump had set the war goal to be quote obliterating Iran's nuclear capability. Clearly, that hasn't been met yet. And as soon as it unequivocally becomes clear to the U.S. populace, he'll have to go in, or for fear of being considered a taco once again.
So this article
It was a waste. We missed the target, guys.
We didn't miss the target. We didn't miss the target. Stop. We didn't. We missed it.
The target was hit.
Oh, okay.
It just, the bombs aren't designed to do what they sent them in there to do.
So they are designed to do that. It's just that the fortification of that.
We had an obligation to DB. We met the obligation since 9/11. Now it's done. We don't have to keep dancing into this war, but we've entered the chat, so we just gotta.
Or they may have moved there.
No,
Lavon's right. They did
We've entered the signal
gave
chat.
30 days notice. Yeah.
We've entered the
30
signal
days
chat, so
notice.
we're done.
We don't know what
the point of this article that I was talking about, I don't know what y'all talking about, is that the Fordo facility, I'm not talking about goddamn the uranium. They said the Fordo nuclear complex has ongoing activities. That's it. I'm just saying that they didn't destroy it. Period.
Yeah, I agree with you, Patty. What I'm saying is that first Trump said they obliterated. Then they had to he walked it back when he was at that NATO conference, and they had a report from, I'm not sure if it came from the Joint Chiefs. Somebody gave a report, I have to go back and look, where they used some different language where it wasn't clear that it was obliterated, because obliterated, if you look at the dictionary,
Is the defense. So even when Kane was talking, we were talking about it. If you listen to how he words it versus how Hex was like, we destroyed, and then when they would talk to Kane, he'll say, this is what the bunker bomb is designed to do. It is not our job. And he said our intelligence is, what they do is they pass it on to, higher, and they're the ones that actually interpret the intelligence. Because he was like, it was just weird. It's like he wasn't lying at all. It's just he did not answer the question. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta really listen to it. We actually played it that morning, and I would like stop it for a second and be like, if y'all listen to him, he's not saying it was destroyed.
Who's after Patty?
Yeah. Kane.
Who?
General Kane.
No. The military, the actual military people, I'm okay with what they said. They did their job. They're sort of be playing neutral and just giving the report. But Hexat and Trump, the two clowns, that's what I mean. They were lying.
Lying like a motherfucker.
I'm saying.
Then the agency came out and said, a day after their interview said, we believe the Fordo facility may be still usable, but they are just denying. The Iranian government is currently denying them access. So.
Yeah, exactly at the sauce, dude.
They got out there tiny mushrooms, waved them around, and nobody.
I just think this exercise tells their countries who don't have nuclear weapons, go ahead and make nuclear weapons because you're going to be pumped. So I don't think this has made the world safer. They're just going to go
And you know what's so crazy, right? So you know how people talk about U.S. Colonialism or imperialism, all kinds of shit they be talking about when it comes to, and then like you try to defend that, we got laws in place now, that's the past of the past. No. He's making America great again. He's going back to Jim Crow era laws. He said, fuck sovereignty, Geneva Conventions, Hague doesn't exist. This is weird shit.
We may at some point need to be calling in some UN or something here to America.
They don't respect the UN.
I know.
They want to. They want to secede from the UN. They don't respect. Neither don't respect the UN. They don't even think we.
The UN actually doesn't have offensive jurisdiction anywhere it's designed to keep the peace, not enforce peace. So, even if that was the case. Plus, the UN is made up of troops of a whole bunch of other countries. So, that's something the Security Council can do.
Yeah, but we still don't see the decisions that are being made together. Like, it's crazy.
Do we know where Netanyahu would like to go in Africa after he
He going to Miami. What are you talking about? He's going to Miami. He's coming to Miami or New York.
I just saw this video. I don't know if it's him at the UN, but I put it in the chat, and he says Israel's now the best partner of the countries of Africa could have, and it's something that is dear to our hearts. The founder of modern Zionism, the national movement of the Jewish people, was Theodor Herzl, and he said, after I liberate the Jewish people, I will go to Africa to help liberate the black people.
What?
So he's quoting, a Jewish Zionist in Africa, but he shares that sentiment. So I don't even know where the hell where would you begin with that?
Africans consider Zionism like colonialism, especially many do.
The Zionists
especially if you
wasn't
look at how it's
always
being.
bad. When y'all keep referring back to the early 1900s, it wasn't always bad. So like, stop.
It was always.
No, but it is what it is today.
Right.
It was always bad.
Just like saying.
So, well, but it's take. I can speak on this.
Yeah, you can.
Just how is Zionism is being affected today is certainly more along the lines of how colonialism would be considered, not necessarily just what it used to be. To your point, Benny.
My grandpa's a pastor, my nephews are Jewish.
All that shit, I'd be like, dude, he was trying to find a place for. Nobody wanted Jews at the time. That's it. At that time, that's not a big deal. Right.
Don't forget.
I'm not debating the historical accuracy for sure. It's just become perverted.
But they use him as if he was trying to do something crazy, when the reality is it was more of like accept us. Can we live here? Like, can we be on Earth with y'all? It was more of that. Like, it's more of like their own liberalism thing, like their movement.
It was always about building the temple in Jerusalem. And my grandpa said that before he died. He said, I'll never forget. My grandpa said it at some sort of brunch with the rest of the church members. It just came out of nowhere. It was random. It was just a thought in his brain. He said, Israel will stop killing everyone. Israel will stop, essentially. That's what he was hinting. He's like, Israel will stop war when they get to build the temple. So that's why I would ask, when's their plan to do, if they were ever going to do that, but they don't. And it's childish.
They got temples there. They have control over the original temple.
The temple on the rock, it's a specific prophecy they're trying to fulfill about,
It's just true.
I can't remember where it is. I'll look it up. I'll pull it up.
No, he's not true.
I don't know.
You don't know about the temple? You don't know about the bread happened? Yep, I know about it.
The way that it's being presented is so disingenuous. I just can't. There's no nuance whenever.
I don't think there's relevant to this conversation.
Who's that talking? Crystal? Well, maybe because you haven't been in the community with us in a while, and you just don't know that person. That's a possibility as well.
He likes to take information and make it revolve around France. We can be talking about gummy bears, but actually Germany becomes a French taking over the country and supplying us with those gummy bears, and how there's some kind of something in it.
I want the gummy bears.
Those are my favorite gummy bears. German gummy bears, the best.
You ain't never lied, but
we were thinking.
You find your big nose?
So
It's the normal left.
It says the Temple Mount in the Jewish tradition. The Temple Mount in Jerusalem is the site of the first temple built by Solomon, and the second temple rebuilt by the Babylonian exile expanded by Herod. Many Jewish religious traditions hold that the third temple must be built on this exact site, as it is seen as the holiest place in Judaism. It's the Temple Mount. You're going to hear this.
Nobody cares about that. If that was important to them, they'd have done it by now. I know that people don't care about that, because if that had been done, if they did care about that, it would have happened by now, because Israel's been around for decades. But it hasn't been built yet.
Right. In other words,
nobody cares.
And even the Zion.
They're saying,
correct. That's why I like to say that Zionism has been perverted into what it is today, far from what it used to be defensible.
And then they try to bring up the past as if it was supposed to be perverted back then. Are you crazy?
they're really throwing this guy Tom Tillis under the bus. MAGA is saying good riddance. When MAGA turns on his own, it's glorious.
They're dragging
You sorry, Sam?
on X, dragging him to filth. They're like, his career is done. He needs to retire right now. Like, they are dragging the shit out of him because he voted against the Big Beautiful Bill.
People are also saying he should become a Democrat, and I'm like, hell no, just quit. And he's not going to run for re-election. I saw that earlier.
MAGA eating its own is a sight to behold. Like, I mean, this poor guy, it's like a piranha on blood.
But they fought for,
it's delicious.
They fought for the sex trafficker, drug addict out of Florida. So.
Oh, Matt Gaetz.
Whatever happened to that police officer that was saying in Florida that he was gonna send remains to the fucking craziness.
He's still here. He's always been like that. There's another sheriff in Polk County just like him.
Oh, okay. There was nobody was acting up in his area that he had to do anything.
And they won't because they shoot on sight. I'm telling you, that one, he's standing on business. I believe every single word he said.
Okay.
So it says here that the only reason why it hasn't been built, that temple, is because there's actually a mosque, making it the most sensitive and contested religious sites in the world.
You don't know when to stop, do you?
You don't know, baby.
You don't
He does.
This is dark on you.
I think most of us know there's a mosque built on there. There's a reason why there's a wall. So the original temple is that wall, you know, the Western Wall where the Jews pray at, that is the second, that's supposed to be isn't that like the wall from the second temple?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think they know that. They haven't. There are very French groups. There are French groups that want it rebuilt, but they know that's not happening.
So we're going to tear down that wall, and that's going to be a religious war. It's going to be like the Berlin Wall. We're going to tear down the Western Wall.
Once you start yelling at him, then he gets mad. Dude, we're trying to get you to read the room. Pivot. He won't.
I will. I just needed to end it there. The peace. Peace agreement. Yep.
Okay.
You need to stop microdosing.
He's trying
right now.
He's trying to learn, guys.
Hey, Stan, they should put up Mark Robinson in North Carolina. He should win for that seat. Y'all remember that dude, Mark Robinson?
So Mo, was it that guy that was watched his porn of his, and then wanted to have sex with his like sister-in-law or some shit?
Yeah.
They should, bro.
Like trans porn and also like the jerk off at the booth with pizza.
Jesus Christ.
He'll be.
Man, these motherfuckers.
Yo, but people are, a lot of MAGAs agree, at least on X, X is just trash. But when I go to like the post about him, they're like, oh, you need to sign Trump's agenda or get out. Like, people are his people really want this bill to go through. Like, the MAGAs really want this big, beautiful bill to go through. Even if they don't understand everything, they just really want to push this thing forward.
Even if it hurts them, that's the sick thing about it. Even if it goes against their
and those around them, because the Medicaid cuts, right? I think they said $800 billion cuts to Medicaid. So that means people around you, if you're not on Medicaid, maybe people around you, someone on Medicaid that's going to affect, but people just don't care.
What about Medicare? Oh, yeah. They don't care. Medicare's on that paperwork too. They don't know enough to get out there with their signs and say, "Get your hands off my Medicare." They did that for Obama, though. I read a story before I came on about a young lady who was 7 months pregnant, and her Iranian husband is now rounded up, okay, because he fought in their military, which all men, I guess, of a certain age, 18 to something, have to anyway, but yeah, have to be in it. But Trump said you got to go, and so she's like, "Oh, we voted for him. I didn't vote for him." Yeah, okay, sister, sure. So, because they believe in his policies, but she thinks her husband will be back. Whatever. I don't know.
Girl, bye.
So it would be harder to qualify for Medicare. The big beautiful bill makes it harder, and then it also cuts Medicaid, but Medicare is also affected because it will make it increase the burden of being able to get on Medicaid. So both of them are going to receive cuts. In other words,
what did the turtle say? He said, "Y'all can get over it." What's that guy? The turtleneck guy. The one who keeps blanking out. He should retire. What's his name? The one who blocked all of Obama judges? Yeah, he said y'all should get over. No, he's a Republican. He used to be the leader.
Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, there you go. The turtleneck. Yeah, that one. He said y'all get over.
The turtleneck. But I was thinking of the turtleneck sweater.
Oh,
okay. Like, of course, a turtleneck.
Yeah, me too.
But it's an actual turtleneck. So.
Yeah, and then he glitches.
You're correct.
He glitches from time to time, poor thing.
Mm-hmm.
Turtle. I remember
that other one. Joni Ernst, she said, "We all gonna die." That's a Republican response, so y'all get over it. Y'all all gonna die.
What's going on, First Lady?
That's a dead counter.
Am I not on mute?
No, you're not. I think what's going on your end, but you okay? You're just tired?
I guess, child.
Over it?
What happened?
I say you over it?
Let me get back to the screen. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. Don't Patty look pretty?
She always looks pretty.
Call that a question.
I know, but she looks like a little doll baby.
Oh yeah, I love that photo of her.
She always a 10 out of 10. Come on.
Oh, thanks, y'all. But still, people like to hear when they put up new pictures that they look nice. So, yes, she's always a 10 out of 10. But just recognizing the picture. That's all.
It's given old world glamour, Patty. Like that black and white.
Yeah,
almost like a Dorothy Dandridge.
Professional photos. Not real.
It reminds me like a young Jane Kennedy, a little bit. Dorothy Dandridge, Jane Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
hey, Rosalind.
Hi,
how are you?
Hair nappy and a ponytail.
Good.
I love your voice.
Oh, thank you.
until I'm mean, right?
Right, it is scary.
It gives us until you crash out, First Lady. That's
Yeah, my dad was the same way.
I stopped counting our cash outs. I was going to tell Sam that a lot of the Republican senators, at least ours, is trying to get, for the big beautiful bill, they're trying to get their constituents to be exempt from the Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP. You know how they do. They just want the blue states to have the issue.
That's what you heard, or that's what you know? What's going on?
My senator, Lisa Murkowski, that's what she is doing for the people up here for this state.
Shut up.
She wants that in the bill. She wants exemptions for Alaskans in the bill.
Didn't she vote for it, though?
Have her vote.
April, didn't her and Susan Collins vote for the bill? I thought they were saying she voted for it.
I'm sure they may have.
Yeah.
Now that it's going isn't it going another round through the Senate?
It's going back to the House.
I thought it's going to the Congress.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
she
I can
voted
just
for
tell
it.
you this morning. I can just tell you this morning that was the news that I read, was that she had.
Oh no, they're dragging her too. The Democrats are dragging her. Her and Susan, I'm concerned.
She gets dragged up here too. She's not MAGA enough for these people up here, and she's not a Democrat, so she hangs in the middle there.
Yep.
Let me see if I can find my article.
Okay.
Wow. Make my
So an extra. He really wants the blue states to fail. It's like really. I mean, if you don't see that by now, then I don't know. I don't know what's going on with you.
Yeah, he's petty like that. That's why he's all that stuff in California. What he said, he's not going to give them any more funding, and ICE is so prevalent over there now.
Levon, here we go. Alaska becomes a focus of last-minute changes to the big federal bill as U.S. Senate starts the debate, and this is dated June 28th. Did they vote at, what's today, the 29th?
I think they passed it this morning, didn't they? I mean, in the Senate.
To start debate on a wide-ranging bill. I guess Lisa Murkowski and Dan Sullivan, Anyway, I'll put it in a thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it got through the Senate with Collins and Murkowski voting yay.
Yeah, because they overdid the SNAP too during COVID and right after, so the state's in trouble for that. They're in trouble for feeding people.
Anyway, I just want to have some fun. I need some laughs before I go back to work tomorrow. I mean, that would be nice.
Call me up then till you get some laughs.
I would sleep on Yo, I was in and out of sleep all day. I don't even know what was going on in there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Patty, you fell asleep and I closed the room.
Oh, but child, I woke up in the wee night.
Child,
baby.
I was like, First Lady, get your ass in this room, baby. Oh my God,
baby.
Miss Chaotic was fucking-otic, okay?
Child. Okay, Clubhouse update.
I just told you, Miss Chaotic was. They were packing
I sent to you in the back.
Oh. It was a lot.
Wait, they have deleted that recording.
Sid, were you there too? Yeah, they deleted it.
They deleted it because
they did delete it because Chaotic was telling her that she's gonna call Child Protective Services.
Yeah, because there was a girl in there that.
Oh, First Lady, you didn't stay for long, right?
No, I left out.
She told the girl she had to call Child Protective Service and get her child taken away.
No, but she said that the child is with the grandma. That's
what happened was she's like, I get Social Security for my child. So she's like, how do you get Social Security for your child, but you have an income because you sell pussy and you make this amount of money?
Oh, wait a minute.
She's like,
I was in there. I wasn't in there for that part.
about you? What are your friends? What are your...
I was going for that one. Wait, was this including another person that makes up?
I don't know.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
yes.
I was in there.
Saggy boobs. They kept calling her saggy boobs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, it was too much.
I had to leave.
I was like, yeah, I said I do agree about the saggy boobs. Like, if you ain't got kids, your tits is supposed to be upright to the right and the tight. I don't care what you say.
What?
I'm just saying.
So the guru is asking, the guru is asking for a full recap of last night.
No. Y'all won't say we said that.
Yeah, it was too
Child, that's hot as potato.
Oh my God. I kept flipping from phone to phone.
Contacted her to come to the room.
So, no. So that means you came in after.
Ooh.
This was going on for hours.
Hours, yeah.
God, I woke up.
And then the person left. She came back. She said, "Y'all still talking about me?" And that's when I started again. I'm like, I can't. Then the other one talking about, "Oh, I'm going to hang out in LA. I ain't got time to be crashing out on stage." Sis, you stood there all the way to the whole night. Even TC was in there. TC was in there. TC was there from the up. Yo, 5 in the morning. I went to use the bathroom. TC was still in there.
But wait, why was like TC being the voice of reason? Now you know that room was fucked up. It's the only person who had some sense in there.
Yeah, but then TC was like, "Oh man, you so pussy." Oh. You know when somebody tells you something and you can't look at them, now you can't look at them the same because she's
everybody knew this for a while.
And then somebody else
that changed their name. Did that person change their name?
No.
But somebody else that comes into this room, she's like, "You should go back to school. You would be a great lawyer. You should go back to law school," telling the girl. And then it was a lot.
She didn't change her name because there was one. She was a little short little thing, and I couldn't tell last night if that was the same girl that used to talk about selling for China.
I don't know, but I met her with that name.
It's always had that name.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know her name.
Who else?
I guess there's a lot of
Oh, then TC was like, when she came out and said she's 37, TC's like, "Oh man, you 37."
You know he's going to be conservative ass.
Yo, everybody in the chat like, "Damn, you saw that pussy and you 37."
Well, it's that she has a 401k. A retirement plan.
Oh my God. It's crazy because when it comes to that house, I go in and out of that house. I never stood there for a long time. But last night, girlfriend, I was in there.
Other same name was hosting. Now, if the owner would have been hosting, you're gonna let it go that far.
No, the owner was hosting it.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. That's his homeboy.
No. By the time you came, it was the homeboy.
Exactly.
Right? Oh, yes.
It off. So he had cleared the stage, and there were certain people going back and forth with him.
Correct.
He's getting messy.
Yes. So that's why they came out and said, "Oh, you claim that you don't let people talk about my kids, but she's talking about my kids, and she talked about my kids." And then so and so's like, "No, she talked about my kids yesterday." So this is a crash out that started yesterday and went on for 48 hours, but we didn't get that other day, the day before.
You know what? That's my homeboy. This shit is crazy. He getting messy. He never used to be like.
So when by the time you came in, he slipped out, but then he came back. Yeah. And he's such a faker. You know what he kept doing? Hold on, I just woke up. Hold on. You're such a faker.
I just got off the elevator.
She's like, "Oh, he be doing that." And she's like, "Really? I told you to let her down. You kept throwing me down when I was talking, when she was talking. Why you didn't?"
I wasn't here. I didn't hear what's going on. What's going on? Catch me up. You fake ass.
He sent me 3 bottles of his liquor. That liquor. One for me and one for my sister.
Yeah, but it was real interesting to see TC out out late at night like he was in the club or something. I'm like, what this motherfucker doing up here? With his little picture with him and his wife. I'm like, this dude, too much. But the drama started off of the topic being about BBLs.
His wife looks very familiar.
That's what it started about.
Mm-hmm.
You know her?
She looks very familiar. Very, very, very.
Sin, that's your family. Do you know her?
Oh, God. No.
Oh, I don't know. She don't look familiar to me.
So is TC actually doing it again?
No, I'm talking about his wife. His wife. No, his wife.
No. He's Black American. We should. We don't know each other.
Yeah, I just think he stood with her. He's been with her for so many years, probably, that when you hear him talking Spanish, that shit sounds straight Dominican.
Yeah.
It's like you gotta learn it. Like, you don't have to, but if you marry into something, it's better to learn it so you ain't gotta be worried about, like, what the motherfucker's talking about me for? Oh, you gotta keep me like, what they said?
Yeah, my dad hasn't learned. He only learned a little bit. He only learned the important.
The important.
You know, when he getting cussed out, you know, when something has to be done.
Oh, when y'all talking about y'all about to go into my bank account to get some money.
Right. I'm my mom start talking that shit. He'd be like, wait, what she say? Hey, you guys, I might have to go into the office tomorrow.
Oh, man.
I know. For real? Like, for good? No, but my certificate, something is wrong with it. I have to take it to the help desk.
That means we ain't gonna see you tomorrow. That means you're not gonna be here.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like, I can't be playing on this app with that asshole recording.
I know. That's why you see my photo right now. I chopped off my whole head.
Yeah. So. I mean, the only way that he can actually look at, like, my picture right now, you can only see half of it and down.
Correct.
You gotta click on it to actually
see the whole thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What? Well, oh my God, your pic, Mel. I just have to laugh. I love it. I love it. Hey, CEO, is your mic working? Is your mic working, CEO?
It is now. So why y'all going incognito? What happened?
See that fool at the bottom with A and O N?
The one with the lips, they stream in the room into YouTube.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, he's been doing that shit for fucking days. Marty's doing it for weeks.
Richard Kitover. What's his name? Kitover?
Well, he's going for Congress.
Why y'all let him in the room? Why does he?
It's anonymous, sir. We can't do anything.
Until we know who it is. We can't do anything.
We gotta let the people know. What state? He's in Illinois, right? Let them know to not vote for that congressman. What's his name again?
Richard John Kitover?
Yes. Don't vote for John Kitover. Okay? Did you hear me? Thank you.
He's weird. Well, yeah, we got the instructions. You got them, Mel, right? Yeah. Patty, you got them? Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, I haven't got them.
Make sure y'all do both. Do the privacy and the copyright. Do both. Doesn't take that long either. It doesn't take long at all.
Did you check? Because you know how you play with this damn phone.
I'm looking at it right here.
You ain't looking at nothing. Well,
I'm about to say something to you right now. Watch.
Nuts.
Well, I'm about to say nothing to you right now. I'm about to say.
It is. It's pistachio flavor.
Hello.
What?
Oh, no. I was sending you hola.
Oh, hola.
Because I didn't see nothing, no YouTube thing.
What's going on? You didn't get a text from me at all?
No.
Okay, you playing games, and I don't have time to play games with
I
you.
promise. You didn't see in the back channel I said, hey, are you going to send it?
Listen, Linda. It says not delivered.
I know, tell me.
But you playing games though, Mel. You playing games.
She is playing games. I can't tell you why she playing games.
I'm looking at it right now as I speak. I don't see nothing.
I'm going to tell you why she playing games, but I can't tell you why she playing games.
Did y'all see, I'm sure you already have, because this always happens to me. Have y'all discussed about the Haitians that just got their coverage removed?
Yes, 500,000 of them, I think.
Yep.
Or Ramon said it was
also-
750,000.
I also sent something to Haitian about Haiti. It says, U.S. Embassy urges all Americans to leave Haiti immediately.
Why? What happened in Haiti? I mean, why are they urging Americans to leave there?
Gangs. That's gangs taking gangs went in. That's very
Sin, I put the link in the chat if you want to look at it.
Did you also talk about how the way he slickly did it, because he said he's going to retract the TPS coverage, the TPS protection, unless they can find some type of other coverage. But then at the same time, he put a ban on new visa issuances for the
I got it, First Lady.
Yeah, the Supreme Court also voted that he can do it. So, 500,000 Haitians, and then also some Venezuelan a couple of months ago, a couple 100,000 of those, and like a couple 100,000 Cubans.
When does that start? That starts in August, right?
I didn't think they I think they have till September 12th or to September, like 2 months or so. So listen, they going underground. Yeah, they going deep underground. Who the heck wants to go back to unstable place that you say, Trump, your State Department say it's not safe? So why would you send those families back there? And I think they're not issuing visas either. Like I think there's a ban.
That's what I was talking about. They banned any new issuances on visas, so it's not like they can find an alternate route to get protection. He made sure.
That was my understanding too, that we had restricted not just for Haiti, but for other countries as well, several separate visas. Also, good afternoon/early evening, everybody.
Good day, sir.
Marshall, what was that conversation like over in JB's room?
Weird, interesting, and then weird.
Well, what was the combo?
It was, do people have white fatigue? And so I went in to listen. They made me a moderator. I didn't throw anybody around or anything. And they asked me, and I told them that I didn't suffer white fatigue. The only white fatigue I suffered was white people on Clubhouse telling me that I owed them loyalty because of what we looked like, which I think is fucking dumb.
What is white fatigue?
I don't owe anybody loyalty because of what we look like.
What is white fatigue?
You know what white fatigue is, Gemini? When you're tired of white people.
When you what?
So Marshall, I guess you have white guilt.
When you're tired of being the best.
What does it really mean, though? Is it what side of the fence does that come from?
I took the title to mean people being tired of white folks and the bullshit that they come with. At least that's how.
That's not their definition.
I put it
They're tired of dealing with immigrants.
They're tired of. Their definition is you familiar with the term white man's burden? That concept?
Yeah, it comes from Rudyard Kipling's poem.
Yeah, so I mean that's what it's allegedly about. I mean that they're frustrated with having to deal with the angst and grievances of other people who are not white.
They call it black fatigue. So this black man created a video on white fatigue. I put the link in the chat. I got it from that room.
Unrelated, I know First Lady wanted to laugh and put a link in the chat, doing a little improv room. Y'all are all welcome every Sunday. Peace, y'all. They're acting like old people right now in PTR where they're going, back in my day. Everybody's got to come up with shit. It's pretty funny.
That's great. Have fun, buddy.
You know, First Lady did not click on links.
I already know that, but somebody can play it. Somebody can play it. It's just a guy talking, so if somebody can play it, that would be fine. Aisha, can you play it?
How long is it? Because I'm leaving soon. I got to.
It's an Instagram clip, so it's probably less than a minute.
Yeah, I got 2 seconds.
Thank you.
Not that last one. That was him doing the room. I'm talking about the one on top. Yeah.
Oh,
the
my
Instagram.
bad.
The Instagram one that Water put. Let me go listen to it on my other phone. Let me see what he's doing over there.
It's in the chat.
When you scroll up, you see Water put an Instagram there.
I put a link in the chat.
Oh,
What are we doing? What's going on?
I don't know. Hold on. I'm trying to see listen to another room.
Mel saying listening to it.
He shows you what you're looking for. So if you're saying white people have co-opted the word black fatigue to mass racism and say racist and prejudiced tropes about us online, I figured I'd make a video to describe my white fatigue, my white malaise, my white exhaustion. FYP shows you what you're looking for. So if you're saying you're opening TikTok and all you're seeing is brawls and fights of black people, look within. Because why are you searching for us? Why are you monitoring us? You guys have the biggest monitoring spirits of life. If you're so tired of us, just leave us alone. I'm tired of white criminals. White people commit 70% of the crimes and arrests in this country. No such thing as black on black crime. You guys created that to continue to paint us as savages. Meanwhile, you guys are the ones committing all the crime. I'm tired of kids not being safe in school because people are being shot by white boys and girls in school. I'm tired of mass shootings in public places. I'm tired of bombers blowing up races, blowing up buildings, white people killing people. I'm tired of white serial killers. I'm tired of you guys praising white serial killers and then glorifying them by making movies and TV shows. White men committing crime and not going to jail. Stealing money from people's grandparents and stealing money from citizens and then you give them more. I'm tired of you guys causing the conditions for people not to be developed around the world or undeveloped and then label them as third world countries, second world countries, and then blame them for the reason that they're not developed even though you're the reason they're not developed. I'm tired of being exposed to food that's been seasoned with air and imagination because these cows and chickens didn't have to die for no reason. I'm tired of Karens not minding their own business and then when confronted about the business they didn't mind, then they have white tears, which then cause harm to white bodies, which then predicates police brutality, which you guys are the ones that perpetrate. I'm tired of the fact that your grandparents and your great-grandparents caused the conditions for black people to live in ghettos, black people not to own homes, black people not to have access to education, access to funds and programs, and then blame us for living in the ghetto, and then blame us for the violence that we are subject to, and then blame us for the conditions that we live in. Wow. Story after story of teachers having inappropriate relationships with their teenage students. Tired of the white hoods and KKK and the neo-Nazis, some which just got attacked in Ohio because they felt entitled to be openly racist. Really confused and tired about those rock concerts where you guys go ahead and beat each other up, but we're savages. Very savage, uncouth ghetto behavior. Beating each other up for fun at concerts. Tired of the opioid crisis. I'm tired of white middle-class men who are criminals who all they care about is the bottom line and they willingly put drugs into the system which kill kids and which kill college students. Wow. I'm tired of seeing overweight people in my 600-pound life not doing anything with themselves and living off the government. I'm tired of white people being the largest recipients of welfare in this country and DEI programs. I'm tired of the history that you guys created in this country to the point where my parents are the first people in my family that integrated schools. My parents are the first people in my family that had full rights. Not even my mother, sorry, my dad was maybe. And you guys acting like it's not real. That's what I'm tired of. Have a beautiful day, white folk.
Yeah, that was very much.
Wow, that was a mess.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know why y'all be trusting that boy. Something ain't right. Something ain't right.
Wasn't that Dr. Goddess link?
Who was that guy? Oh, no, that was Jay. No, that was Jay. Wait, no, it was the right link, but that was JB's link at the top of his room. The First Lady be up in there, Miss Patty, okay?
Yeah, but JB, I used to be in there too.
No, I'm talking about 2 days ago.
So trying to tell me this?
My bad, First Lady, my bad. My bad, First Lady.
She giving out the receipts, First Lady.
We have friends in there and stuff.
I mean, but give them receipts.
I go in that room.
I just want to let y'all know that was another. Hold on. That was another fuck show I was listening to yesterday. My anonymous account. And now I know Adams and the way he fucking speaks. Somebody gotta go and punch him in his face. Break his whole.
I think everybody would
break his whole fucking jaw. Because let me tell you, he called CO a nappy-headed monkey. Okay?
Oh my God.
Okay, when I tell you that CO came off that mic and was about to eat him fucking alive. Okay? And I was like, what the fuck? Where that man lives at? He's black. He's black. He can talk like that. He's black. What?
I told you when
well, I got to meet him, and I'm glad. I don't know him.
Trust me, he's not the person to even.
And then they got like, I don't want to talk no more. I give up. There was just a few little chicken heads in there. Also.
Yesterday was crazy.
That was also like, oh, what's the problem? What's the problem? There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with
Listen, this whole weekend has been really crazy. I think we need to do something different. I don't know, Mel.
I don't know. Send me some marijuana. Everybody has a connect, but I haven't got any chronic to my house.
We not
an edible, not a lollipop, nothing.
Man,
I got a great connect. I'll send you.
Everybody's like, I can't mail nothing to Texas. That shit ain't legal over there. Wrap that shit up.
Huh?
Wrap it up. Pack it up.
Wrap it up. What's wrong with you, girl?
Cases now for you?
It's candy. I don't need the real deal.
I love my sister. She's crazy.
Shit, you take out the candy, put that bitch in a Ziploc bag, and wrap that shit up. Put some saran wrap. Come on.
No, sis, no.
Nobody's getting in trouble. You visit New York and you fly back.
I'm going next week. Don't worry.
Fly back with it.
Yeah, I just gotta put it inside the luggage and check that bitch in.
Oh, God. You don't make me nervous. You hear Patty put a locator on.
Share your face. No,
it's candy. You can travel with candy. Come on.
Stream for us when you go for TSA.
Okay.
And you're Hispanic, so they might pull you in the back. So.
Oh no.
Is it illegal in Florida?
Well, hubby does it all the time.
Is it illegal in Florida? Is marijuana illegal in Florida?
Yeah,
you can have a license here. You can have a medical.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I feel like I saw.
Yeah, but Texas got medical marijuana card too. That don't mean it's legal.
Yeah, it's the system. There are only 3 dispensaries in the state of Texas: Austin, Dallas, and Houston. They're all in the triangle.
Who was the first one that opened? Austin.
Yeah.
Yeah, go
Not
take
surprised.
I mean, there's a reason they say keep Austin weird.
Yeah, Austin is like
the bluest one. It's real bright blue.
Out of all of the Texas major cities, yeah, Austin has been the bluest for the longest, despite the fact that it's
You see, somebody said vacuum seal. Come on.
vacuum. Stay on the Mason jar.
In Austin, you have to bring your own bags because they don't you have to buy a bag.
Nah, I'm just gonna consume it before I leave New York.
In Austin, they wear flip flops in the summertime or in the wintertime.
Because I don't want ice to pick me up. It's only because of ice. It's only because of ice I'm gonna do that, okay?
Alright, but I'm trying to understand.
Here, man.
Hey, wait a minute. Lady was trying to say something. Go ahead.
I just want to understand. So, y'all said Florida is medical marijuana, so if you have medical marijuana, then you won't get in trouble? You can fly with it? I'm trying to understand.
I don't know about flying with stuff. I don't know about that.
Fly with medical marijuana of any kind that is not federally legally on the register yet. It's not registered, excuse me, yet federally, so you cannot fly and have it in any airport, and the airport's considered still federal ground. So FAA air, if you're in the air, that's considered, air marshal, you be in trouble. I would not fly with anything.
Yeah, but people fly with marijuana from Cali to New York.
All the time.
Yeah.
But don't come to Texas.
When you find out of LA,
No, I know about Texas.
When you find out of LA, they allow you to have, I think it's an ounce and a half.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's different. So I would say check with your applicable state. But if you're, coming from California to DFW, Dallas, you need to be careful because they do check folks coming out of California and other states where actual marijuana is legal. They do have the dogs and stuff, and they do check you every now and then. Not all the time, but it's random. You have no clue.
And what they gonna do if they find you in Texas, Ashton? Is it gonna be bang bang?
They gonna bang bang you, yup.
They're gonna
lock your ass out.
They're gonna go
Bang, gonna go bang.
The TSA's job is not drug interdiction. They don't really care if they find it. Yeah, they'll call a Leo over if it's a state like that. But their thing is any explosives your ass might put in there.
I mean, I just want to go back to why people was trying to tell my mother that I was doing something bad. Like I don't get that.
What you do?
Hey Patty, First Lady was over there in Martin. What's going on? Like what's happening?
Well, they bring me edibles from Cali and to Texas, so I haven't got, nothing haven't happened.
Hey, they got some good
Scary,
edibles.
Mel.
I read an article.
What?
I read an article about 10
Don't be
years ago,
scared.
posted by somebody who used to work in TSA, and the article
I
was
suffer from
titled.
bad migraines. Sorry, Marshall.
No, it is good for migraines. That is definitely true. So are small doses of psilocybin mushrooms, but I mean like really small doses. Whatchamacallit, there was an article about a decade ago from somebody who used to work at TSA, and the title of the article was, "We don't care about your pot." And apparently, if you ain't running around with whole large magnitudes of pot, I imagine that's probably over an ounce or less, then you genuinely don't get looked at. But Ashton is right. If they open up your bag, they search it, and you're in an airport, you are in trouble. You've committed the federal offense of smuggling.
That's what I just said.
Now open what bag? Your carry-on or your suitcase?
Any bag.
If it gets thrown in carry-on, you're in trouble. If it gets put under the plane and a dog hits on it, you're in trouble.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, well, we just finished the city trial. You should know there's boundaries, child.
Like that, man. That's what I be telling people, man. I told one dude, y'all can do whatever you want from California, but y'all bring that stuff down here once you in the air marshal. That's federal airspace. Anything over the United States is considered.
So, I don't smoke marijuana, right? But my son does. And he has been pulled over in Texas. And they gave him a ticket, and he kept him moving, basically.
Yes, since Governor Perry there has been this unwritten directive for state police, and it is that within their discretion, they're allowed to let go of up to an ounce of marijuana and give somebody a disappearance ticket. Now, if you are a hassle to the cop and you lie to him or her, and you're just a general, all-around, not very nice person, they're probably going to stick you in handcuffs and take you to jail. But I'll tell you, I got pulled over once, and I had a grinder and a pipe in the car, and the grinder had some pot in it. Not very much pot, but, enough to get into trouble. And I got pulled over, and all I got was a disappearance ticket. Obviously, I have since stopped smoking in my car, because that's a great way to get caught. But I only got a disappearance ticket when it happened, and it became, since I had never run into trouble with the law before, it was adjudicated. So it didn't appear on my record. But in Texas, you can get into like a fair amount of trouble if the officer does not want to use their discretion to give you a break.
So would you consider that perhaps you were able to go through what you went through and how you got out of it has anything to do with the color of your skin? I'm just asking.
Where I live, yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate
There's a checkpoint here, and it's 50 miles. It's 50 miles north of the actual river. And when I go on trips with my friends, if it is my Hispanic friend Wasim driving or my Hispanic friend Eli driving, they're both like fairly dark, and they get asked like 25 separate questions. If I'm the one in the driver's seat and they're the people in the passenger seats, all that happens to me is the DPS agent looks at me, or the federal agent looks at me and goes, "U.S. citizen?" And I say, "Yes, sir," or "Yes, ma'am." And they look at me and they say, "All right, sir, have a nice day." So yes, it absolutely has something to do with my skin color.
I mean,
thank you, Marshall. Thank you for your honesty.
I've traveled to Mexico and other places. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they just scan my passport or whatever, and I've come over. Even as a black person, I haven't had any issues. But I also keep other paperwork that shows I am a citizen, such as a bill. Anybody that travels, you should keep extra, such as a light bill, any kind of thing that shows you have residence. You always keep that kind of stuff in case you're asked, what is your residency address? You better be able to show that. At least when I was coming into Dubai and stuff like that, we had an itinerary of what we needed to bring. And when you travel, you better make sure you have these things in order. But yeah, crossing and that kind of stuff. Yeah, as a black person, some parts of where he's talking about, I wouldn't want to drive a car. But so far, I haven't had any issues traveling. I think if you don't have a crappy attitude and you know, I didn't have a crappy attitude when we got stopped coming in. I showed them what I needed to show them, and they let us move along. So I don't know. I guess it depends. I guess it can depend on your attitude too. If you know what I mean. Seriously, if you're you know what, they're gonna throw the book at you. But I guess if you work with them, I haven't had any issues with the law like that because I normally just work with them. You know, they say, hey, you got to bust their tail light, da da da. I don't know, pay the ticket, you know, or whatever, and keep it moving. So that's kind of what I. Marshall, and where you said you're in McAllen, Texas?
Yes, ma'am. Certainly am.
Yeah, that area. Whoa. Yeah, I feel you, Marshall. You made it. That place, you don't want to get no tickets in these small towns and places like that because you're lucky. Because normally they throw the book at you because they want to make money. They don't care about the color of your skin. If you're a vehicle speeding through these small towns, normally they're not going to give you a break. It sucks too. Don't get caught speeding.
Ain't that the truth? You speed through the ranch town I'm in right now, you're gonna get pulled over. Raymondville's got all like 3 cops, and you speed, you're gonna get pulled over by one of the 3 cops they keep on staff.
Not fun. You don't want no tickets in those small towns. That's why I told somebody, stay up on the highway. We ain't taking no back roads. We ain't dipping nowhere. Stay up on this where this map says. Because I told them FM roads, them FM farm roads. I don't know if y'all are familiar with FM farm roads and stuff like that go way out. Some of that stuff goes completely off the grid. I do not advise driving farm roads unless you know where you're going to go. And I suggest you keep it north-south, like seriously, because that's where your highway is going to be. East-west, you may slam into a ranch or some other good luck. So y'all need to stay up on the highways if you're going to drive and stuff. The back roads out here is probably not a good idea. Get up on the highway, especially if you're a black person. Don't be driving no back roads back
here. You hear that, First Lady? Stay out the weeds. Ashton say if you come to Texas, don't get.
And particularly stay out of East Texas. East Texas has its own really bad racist history. The last lynching in the United States took place in Jasper, Texas in 1996. And Jasper, Texas is considered part of East Texas. Don't get me wrong, like, there are plenty of nice East Texans, but if you're trying to figure out places in Texas to stay away from, you want to stay out of East Texas if you're black or brown. The towns are
look really pretty, and the surrounding areas look really pretty, but it is one of the worst bigoted areas in the state of Texas.
It is horrible.
Hold on, wait, hold on. You said that was the last lynching in the U.S., and you're saying it's one of the most bigoted in Texas? There's places that get worse.
If I was talking about Jasper, I would say most bigoted and racist. If I'm just talking about the general area, I'm saying one of, because West Texas can count as some of that too, in particularly in the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, that's why I tell people, y'all better stay off them private farm roads, FM farm roads. I suggest people going down and grab you a map called MapSco. On the back of that map, it shows all the off-road kind of stuff if you do off-roading, which I don't suggest people do unless you know where you're going. I've taken some stuff off-road, and let me tell you, big truck, big wheels, big tires, get going. I'm just going to tell you what I've seen. It ain't no place for no black person. Let me tell you, I just keep a driving. I told one guy, we ain't stopping nowhere up here. We ain't getting no gas. But what I tell black folks to do, just keep gas canisters, which we do, because I ain't stopping nowhere in no white towns. So we keep gas canisters in the back of the pickup truck, so we don't have to stop for gas. And once we get up on the highway, we out of there. But yeah, taking some back roads, it's pretty rugged and very bouncy and very, I don't know, you guys, if you take them, please be careful and carry a shotgun straight up. Police see you, at least they know you got a gun. Stick your flag in there so they know, that you do have a weapon, and you'll be all right on them back roads. As long as they know you're out there, you're all right. Get out of there before dusk. Just don't stay there at night. Just get up on the highway and get out of there at nighttime.
You do not need to be on the tourism board for Texas. That's what
I'm sorry, what? Why you say that for?
Because I was you're making it sound terrible.
I said at nighttime, it's not. I mean, the roads are bumpy, dude. I mean, if you drift, and those roads aren't paved, you need big tires and big wheels. It is terrible, or else your car will sink into the dang on road, into the mud there and stuff. You can't go driving no back road in a sports car. Yeah, it's not good. You better have the right vehicle, or you'll be stuck out in the middle of nowhere. That's what I mean. You better not come up there with the wrong car. You ain't driving no Lexus back there. Better go pick a different car, buddy. A truck. Better ask somebody. But I can teach you what vehicles to get on back roads. It ain't gonna be nothing beautiful and swanky. Let me tell you that. Stuff get messed up out there.
Womack is in the chat. He said, me and Asher from the same place. This shit is not the 1930s.
What is he talking about? Who is that? Who said that? Why he said the 1930s? Why he say that?
Because that's what you making it sound like.
No, I'm not. I don't, brother. I'm 40 years old. I'm not even, old or nothing. But I've ridden all kinds of roads and stuff back here. I'm sorry if it sounds like that, but there are some places in East Texas and stuff that I don't. As a black person, yeah, I keep gas in the back of the pickup truck. No, because I'm not stopping in some town like some podunk town in the middle of East Texas or somewhere. Nah, y'all can miss me with that. I'm good.
I already experienced that when I first came here. But it was because we was lost and we didn't have the GPS. There was no service. That's how you fucking know. When your service cuts off your fucking phone, you are not in the area you're supposed to be in. Drive the opposite way. So, yeah. I experienced.
Was that at night?
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, scary.
Yes.
Did you have a map? Yes. Did you have any kind of maps? Because I know I always keep.
No, we had. Mind you, the vehicle had New York plates, Yankee sticker. So you already know. Yeah. Yeah, it was bad.
You didn't have any kind of map you keep in the, I don't know, maybe because I grew up different. We always kept maps in the back. Because, yes, GPS and things fail. When I was out on a farm one time, everything just shut off. Phone, couldn't make a call, couldn't do nothing. But that old map, Yeah, I said, okay.
And then when you just see a whole bunch of dirt,
No, I am glad you are still with us.
I didn't tell you guys the story?
No, not at all.
Oh, yeah. It was just, we was heading to a funeral of a coworker, and we were lost. He told us to make a left here, and we believed that we made that turn, but we were lost. And in my mind, it's like if we pull over like a little close to somebody's house, we can pick up some Wi-Fi so we can know where we was going. Well, that was the worst thing we did. Literally, they jumped in the back of their pickup and they were just rushing down towards us. And I looked up and I'm like, let's go. Like, they were in the pickup truck. They had their guns out. Yeah, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you can't scoot up.
And the kids are crying. And I'm like, let's go. But yeah.
Do that. That's in Missouri. I ain't gonna lie. It's got racist sundown towns.
Yeah, and that's when I looked, after that experience is when I looked up how many sundown towns they have in Texas.
Exactly.
And I found 10 of them that I was able to pull up. That's the ones that the Google knows about. What about the ones that we don't know about?
Well, there's this town called Houston, Missouri. And one of my friends had wrecked her car the night before. I don't know how the hell she did it. She got up on a stump. And my husband said, oh, we can go help her. We did not know. So there was that kind of thing going on. And we went to help her, and my husband was back there, hooking the chain and everything up to the car, and this white dude comes down the hill from his house, and my husband comes around the side to get something out of the truck, and he sees my husband, and he takes off at a dead run back up to his house. Not 5 minutes later, here comes a convoy of good old boys in their pickups with their guns out, and I'm like, oh, fuck, we all dead now. No, they escorted us back, all the way back to Fort Leonard Woods. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Believe you, yo. I believe
Womack,
you because...
Yo, he's funny. Womack said, you just gotta find... Hold on. Find a Buc-ee's and you'll be cool. You're right, because when we drove to Houston, we stopped at every Buc-ee's to, let the kids use the bathroom. And that's the same thing we did driving back.
I love Buc-ee.
Me too. I've only been twice, but I loved it.
I love that place, man. I go in there all the time and man, they like me because I go in there and I get all that food and cram it in this basket. They say, man, you mind all that. Buc-ee's, man, come out of there with a haul full of food, let me tell you.
That place was freaking crowded as hell.
What the hell?
I
love the feature.
Sandwiches and all any kind of food they serve. Let me tell you something. I get it. I bought over $100 worth of food out of there and gave a couple of sandwiches to a homeless man. They said, oh, wow.
Mia said she stayed in the East Coast of the United States.
Y'all got a Buc-ee's up in New York?
No, there's no Buc-ee's.
I think it's just Wawa.
Yeah, they had.
It's a Wawa. They started having
Wawa is not Buc-ee's.
So Buc-ee's is now in Florida, by the way, y'all.
Really?
Florida and maybe Georgia. Yeah, because I remember going and when I saw it, I was with my shit.
Okay, so that means they probably trying to move down that way. And they're gonna have more locations. Okay.
Yeah. But you remember, it's not gonna ever come to New York, at least New York City.
They won't have the space
for shit.
Correct.
Yeah. Our Walmarts are if we do have a Walmart, it's Walmart.
It's in
Market
West New York.
Just
They got a Walmart in West New York.
Oh, is it like a regular Walmart or a smaller?
It's a super Walmart. It's a super Walmart.
Oh, we got Walmart in Long Island, guys. I know you don't like to go to Long Island, but
they probably do it in Rockland County or somewhere up north.
Yeah.
I mean, or they could tear down some of those old buildings. I saw a special about New York, how they have all these old vacant buildings, and they should implode those and put a Buc-ee's right there. Think that'd be a massive attraction for you guys.
What? No, we need affordable housing, actually. We don't need a bunch of shit. So now we would actually need to build up. We need to build up and build affordable housing, especially senior housing as well.
But Buggy, I mean,
Your Honor, you being crazy in the chat.
it would be nice for y'all to have a Buggies up there.
Wait, I have breaking news, y'all. Breaking news. I just got an alert.
What Trump is fucking up there?
No, this is actually 2 dead as firefighters targeted in shooting in Idaho.
Yeah, Idaho. I just read that damn story.
Oh, what I just put that in the chat.
So, firefighters
I think it was 5 people shot, but maybe two of them just died. So that's an update.
That's okay. You know, these males want to be heard, okay?
See, where was that at?
That's a fact. Idaho. So it says firefighters were responding to a fire call when the shooting erupted, as sheriff said, adding that it was not clear how many might be wounded. It says at least 2 people were killed in Idaho as firefighters were ambushed while responding to a call on Sunday, the authorities said, adding that it was unclear how many people might have been targeted, the emergency responders, but that they remained at large. They were actively looking for a sniper. They were actively taking sniper fire as they were trying to respond to the situation. So we don't know who the suspects are. We don't know how many there were. We don't know if it's 1, 2, 3, or 4. If these individuals are not neutralized quickly, this will likely be a multi-day operation. Sheriff Norris said that the authorities were taking rapid fire out there. He added it appeared that high-powered rifles were being used, and the shooters were in heavy brush, well prepared. They are blending with their surroundings. So it's a heinous direct assault on our brave firefighters.
Wow.
Did they set the fire? Because somebody here had asked a question in the living room. They just had asked, did someone set that fire intentionally to lure the firefighters or lure that department there, or were they targeting somebody within inside that department? Because to us here in Texas, that sounds really, really weird.
Well, to everyone it sounds weird, but I wouldn't want to jump to conclusions.
Either, yeah.
I'm surprised on Gay Pride, everybody been behaving. My Citizen app hasn't really went off.
Scotty is covering the Gay Pride parade, so if you want to footage, follow Scotty.
Okay.
Wait, is he in Texas? He went to Texas?
No, he's in New York City.
No, he's in New York.
I wouldn't want to go to a Gay Pride in Texas. That sounds like it would be whack as fuck.
Well, it was.
Fuck whack. They don't be fucking people up over there.
Exactly.
Well,
wait, Ashton is
Gay
that
Pride,
where you are? Ashton, is that where you are in your PTR, Ashton?
Yeah, it went off without a problem. You know what I mean? Nobody,
Ashton was surprised.
I'm an advocate for LGBT and stuff, and our church provides security along with the police. We had a helicopter in the sky. It wasn't whack, anything like that. We had
Where do they hold Pride Parade over here?
In Texas, we held Trinity Pride was the name of the one that we put together with the city in cooperation with the city of Fort Worth and the Fort Worth Police Department. So they wanted to make sure they had good security out there. So we put this stuff together. We want to make sure people feel safe. Absolutely. And we did a great job making sure people were safe.
Austin does that too.
Okay.
Austin has a pride every year. I want to tell you, San Antonio and Dallas have a pride every year.
Yeah, Austin has a big.
I'm surprised.
Well, I think there's prizes warranted.
You know what, Mel, Austin is not like the state of Texas.
No, but even right now, she said there's one in Fort Worth, right? So I'm even surprised that they allow them, right, to even do this. Whether it's small, because let's be honest, nothing's gonna be like Pride New York. No different than when we speak about any other parade. the amount of people that come out is fucking disgusting, literally. That's how many people out there. But I'm surprised because of the state it's in. So the conservative, nobody has tried to vote against that or stop that. That's why.
But I mean, we had 11 to 12 people, and I think that was a good number for what they projected was around 5,000 some folks, but we had that 11 to 12,000 people out there. So I think we did a good job, and that'll continue to grow, I believe, just from there. So I think we did a good job this year putting it together. I really do.
What would you say, Marshall?
I was gonna say I completely understand your skepticism. Inside of the Republican Party in Texas itself, there's a group known as the Log Cabin Republicans. They're a national affiliate of the GOP, but they also have states, like separate state branches. And every 2 years, the GOP down here throws a convention. It is the largest convention in the country by state size. It's like 9,000 separate delegates come. But the Log Cabin Republicans have asked for a booth at this convention every year for the last decade and a half or 2 decades. And the SREC, the governing steering committee of the party, refuses every year to give the Log Cabin Republicans a booth at this convention, despite the fact that the Log Cabin Republican money helps get several significant statewide officials into office. And so I completely understand your skepticism, noting that the GOP has acted like that the whole time I've been involved and prior to that.
Yeah, it's good to have that skepticism. I mean, because some people would look at Texas from an outward window and say, man, do they even care about LGBT? But no, there are many, underground groups or other groups, P-Flag, other groups that we work with and stuff like that to help make sure that people know that we provide a safe place. So does P-Flag and other affiliates that are with us. That is also important. But at events, they also know that people can step up and offer, armed security, which is needed in this era, along with the police. So this kind of stuff is very, very needed, because you do have people in states like this and other places that still, want to cause harm to LGBT and that kind of stuff. But it does not stop the mission of what we believe in. We just believe in helping all people, from LGBT to the homeless to black, white, it doesn't matter. And I just think it makes a better society when you're able to show that you can integrate and work with all kinds of people, regardless of where they come from or how they choose to live their lives. And so that was the biggest conversation that was had yesterday out there too. They had several speakers out there, and so that was a conversation as well, that we got to get back to caring about one another and treating folks how we'd like to be treated. And a lot of times Republicans are not doing that in the laws and stuff that they write to impinge those who are LGBT and that kind of stuff. So those are things that I think about as well as I look at this current bill that's like some 900 pages, trying to get through that. So, the man.
Are you talking about this bill that's supposed to be passed to the state legislation, or are you talking about the federal bill?
We've had some the state stuff is not good either, and the federal as well. But the federal also has some stuff in it I think folks should check out, and it's 900 some pages, so your eyes get weary. So I had to hook some of that into a machine, and it's going to scan it and audible for me, because I just can't.
Yeah, it's just too technical and it's too technically oriented. I know exactly what you mean. If you have any special questions about the bill on matters of NASA funding, since you're a Houstonian, or dealing with airlines, noting one of the biggest airports in the country is in Houston, just send me some questions in the back channel. My little brother is on Commerce in the Senate, and he'd be happy to answer questions if you had any. Just wanted to offer the resource to you.
Yeah, because it's confusing, dude. It's like, and I'm blessed because, I have a machine, called an Orcam, and the thing it's a marvelous machine. It's $1,500, it's worth it. Because I told somebody my head hurts trying to read all this, and that machine just it reads it all, but the time that it would take is over 15 hours or more. If you were to sit there and read that, that's like reading the Bible and a half. No. So even putting it through a machine is very
painful. Very painful.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
No, I was just telling Mel that was painful. But go ahead, Ashley.
No, I mean the bill, guys. You read that, you read it. It's a lot, man, and it's a lot of things that are being cut and stuff, and a lot of people are really concerned about it. And I think LGBT at that event yesterday spoke out about the state bills and some of the federal stuff, and it's kind of concerning.
With the blacks. Hi, Deidre.
Hello.
The back channel, man, for real.
What's going on?
Now, we were talking about that. There's a developing story coming out of Idaho.
Oh, yeah, about the firefighters?
The fire, yeah. And then
Coeur d'Alene is, woo. It's a very special place, Coeur d'Alene. Were they black firefighters by any chance?
Oh, you know what? I don't even know. I just read like the first 2 paragraphs of the article, and then, of course, we got derailed. So,
Not of course.
Of course. Then I got my theory of tacos, which is a big derail, but I'm very excited. Man, let me tell you something. This lady was in a little food truck thingy, and she was sweating her ass off. This shit is no joke. Tip your food truck people. Tip them well, because there's sweating bullets in there. Okay? So.
Yeah, I mean, out here in Texas, they had the food trucks hooked up to air conditioners to where they clip on or somehow, I don't know, whatever contraption, and had them hooked up to generated into power, so they were doing good. And another guy brought out another extension cord and hooked it into a building, and they had so I don't know, do they not have outlets on the street there where people can hook into power?
No.
She was hot inside of the truck.
Have you been in New York?
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't even like a full truck. It was like it's like a quarter truck. You know, it's like a small little little trailer.
Yeah. But her generator or whatever was used to cook. I can't believe they didn't have any way for this lady to hook up to power out here in Fort Worth. They're putting outlets in the ground there. Of course, they unlock them for festivals for people, and then they lock them back at the end of the night.
But we have
but these
constant food trucks. Like we have
food trucks.
We have a ton of food trucks here. Like on each block. But these are fire. These birria tacos.
Okay.
Seriously, are fucking amazing.
Oh, wow.
These are fucking amazing. Anyways, I'm gonna mute up. I'm gonna enjoy. I'm gonna make love to these tacos.
I can't believe that lady's inside of that. I mean, it's 100 and effing. Yo, it's 101 degrees, and this person's inside of a truck.
I mean,
do you know?
That's how food trucks work, though. I mean, I don't understand.
I mean, I was at a festival the other night, and they had all these food trucks out here.
Right. But these aren't special event food trucks. These are everyday food trucks. Like, where people, you know, when you walk down the streets in New York City
They're food trucks, like, on the street that sell food all the time. Like, I love the street food all the time. So,
Street, okay, I see it. We don't
yeah,
have
this
that.
is not like a festival or special event. This is a everyday thing. Everybody has their favorite. Like, Sid has the taco man, you know. Like, in the winter, I have my favorite roasted chestnut wagon. My food truck that still sells the roasted chestnuts.
And
You
I
know,
love
you
my
always go to your
falafel.
corner.
I get
I got like 3 tacos. I like the Bronx got the best tacos. But anyway,
I don't even get tacos when I'm in New York.
them tacos. What is the empanadas? Should I stop the bus?
Yeah, I do the empanadas.
Yeah.
Patty, you and me. I'm not going to New York to eat some tacos. I'm like, they got a couple of good
tacos, to be honest.
The empanadas, though, is what I go to the trucks for.
Yeah, I'll do empanadas.
I think
I'll do rice water.
I love falafel.
Girl, Patty, you said rice water.
I want some jerk chicken.
My friend gets so mad at me when I call it the rice water, the horchata. I'm like, oh, child,
Yeah,
okay,
it is rice water.
Yeah, she don't like it when I call it the rice water, but I love the rice water. I love it. I love horchata. I love horchata.
Child, you're gonna try to bring it into Starbucks. That's what Mexicans need to be protesting. Yeah.
What's it called again?
Horchata?
Horchata.
Horchata. I've never had it.
Starbucks is trying to.
That's crazy. Put me on a coquito.
They're trying to gentrify the horchata.
It'll be like me on a coquito.
Starbucks.
No.
The first time I had it, I went to my cousin's graduation party, and of course, we were in Texas. They're gonna hire a Mexican truck to be in the back cooking tacos, and they had that. They had lemonade, and yeah, that was the first time I had it. It's all right. It's okay.
Now, if they get coquitos at Starbucks, I'm gonna protest. I'm protesting.
Yeah, I want to see every
protest for the coquito.
Yeah, I want to see every Puerto Rican out at every fucking Starbucks that they do that.
Cause that's egregious right there.
That's very egregious. But I'm surprised these Mexicans are not outraged over the horchata thing at Starbucks. I was like, excuse me, I sent so my Mexican friends a screenshot of it. And they're like, what?
So let's see, what do y'all call guanabana? Y'all call it guanabana?
Guanabana. Guanabana.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
That's what we call it. It's called sour sop in English.
Yeah. It's called sour sop. Now that's my real jam.
Now that I love. I'm not a big fan of horchata, but now sour sop, that shit is good as fuck. It's hype.
Oh my God.
And there's like in Bed-Stuy, there's people that sell it on the street.
Ooh, that's
all over.
Oh my God, it's so refreshing. Oh my God. No.
What is it, amazing?
What happened, First Lady? First Lady, what happened? You wanna come play blocks with us?
Yes. Open the door.
She wants to come play blocks with us.
You never get to make a pattern.
Yep.
Oh, look at you. You go, girl.
You got to make but I don't know how much pattern you get to make. As much pattern that you want.
Oh my goodness, that would be so fun.
I probably have enough blocks.
You have enough of them? For me to
Yeah, I still have more.
Oh my goodness. That sounds awesome.
I'm gonna have a good time. I'm gonna build a fort for my Barbie.
That one you get to make by yourself.
You hear me, Casey?
Cassie, she said she's gonna make a fort for her Barbies.
I'm gonna make a house for my Barbie with some rocks.
It might be a little bit tricky to like add them on the side, but it's okay. You can still add them on the side, even though it's a little bit tricky.
Oh my!
She is adorable.
That's such a squeeze.
But then she missing her top two teeth, so she didn't.
I love two teeth.
When she old, she can tell me. It might be a little difficult.
Did the tooth fairy bring you anything?
She brought me money. She's not gonna spend it yet.
Okay, save that.
You gonna hold on to it?
My dad's saving it in his office. He saved all my two parent money.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Let Dad hold on to it. That's great.
Yeah, my dad leaves it in the office.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't lose it.
Absolutely.
Like when I have it, so yeah.
That is awesome.
All right, say bye-bye to First Lady.
Bye-bye, First Lady.
Bye, beautiful.
So sweet. And smart.
She said, is she leaving the chat?
I'm about to drift off. Because Mommy won't open up her house so that we can play.
Damn, that was delicioso.
You swallowed them.
I did. Well, I still have more tacos left, but I'm like, I can't do that. I'll just try to save the pretty more. Ah. The perfect amount of spice. Just the shit. And it's on the corner of my house, too. But I'm gonna go for a walk. Anything else going on in these streets? Dr. A.G., we spoke about the big beautiful bill for a bit.
Oh, okay.
That guy that's being dragged on social media. Him.
Who's?
The Republican senator who voted against
Tom
it.
Tillis? Tom Tillis?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He is currently being dragged. Being called a rhino and all this other shit.
Did Josh Hawley give in? I gotta go. I haven't been following.
So we were talking about that. What else happened today? Rihanna is Smurfette in the Smurf movie. It's coming out July 18th.
Yeah, she's in it, and then Cardi also. And then she came out. They both have songs on the soundtrack. Yeah, I think it comes out like in 2 weeks, right?
Yeah. Does your daughter like the Smurfs, or is that just like our generation?
I think I'm gonna take her, but it's probably a little different. Like, what's this?
Yeah, because it's like the Smurfs used to be the shit, and I used to call my dad a Smurf, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I was Smurfette.
Rihanna is actually a good choice for Smurfette.
Yeah?
Yeah, she actually is. I wonder what accent she's gonna use.
Ooh.
Yeah, she's a good choice for.
So, Mel, I'm walking by this restaurant called Blend.
Yes, I know Blend.
I've never been to it.
No, I've been to both locations.
Okay. No, I heard about it, but I haven't been. It looks popping in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I have not been. I'm like walking past it right now.
The food is okay. It's not like, oh my god. It's not like, oh my god, I want to go back. It's all right.
That's why I'm like, these street tacos that I had are fucking awesome. So I'm like, you know, these shits are better because, you know, there's smorgasbord here on Saturdays.
Mm-hmm.
So I usually get my beer. I like to get the birria tacos, even though it's still kind of hot for the birria taco. But I do like to get tacos from that particular place in Smorgasburg. But this place is better than fucking Smorgasburg. This corner is just like corner of Bedford. Anywho. So, okay, so the fire in...
I was going to ask if you wanted some tamales.
I don't eat tamales like that. So, Dominicans eat tamales different. Our tamales are made out of plantain. So I don't really eat the Mexican style tamales. I will eat Puerto Rican tamales and Dominican tamales, then that's it. Which are called pasteles.
Wow. So you don't eat the corn tusk tamales? I've had the ones that you're talking about, you know, if they can be spiced up a little bit. Somebody made them, and somebody made those, and I told someone they kind of taste kind of bland, and so
I've never had tamales.
They're okay, but I mean, once you've had a Puerto Rican or a Dominican one,
okay,
why would you ever try a Mexican one? It's like it wouldn't. It's not make sense.
Is it different? Is it? What is it?
Yeah, we make it out of plantain.
That's what we tell them, but I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, Mexicans don't like eat very different from people in the Caribbean.
From what you're saying, because that sounds healthy out of plantains.
Yeah, we make it out of plantain. It's much bigger, and we usually have pork inside.
See, that sounds better than that dry corn.
It does sound better.
Sounds better. I'm gonna try that. I'm not gonna cook it,
but you need to the thing is, it's a lot of work to do it. So it's like only people usually just do it around Christmas time.
Yeah, we do it during the holidays.
Yeah, because you need like an assembly line. Like you need multiple people to do work on it. So it becomes like very laborious.
Do y'all put y'all use taro too, malanga? Or just plain plantain?
We
make yuca also.
Oh, you can
so I personally do it with just plantain. But I did learn from a Puerto Rican lady who did use a blend of potato, yuca, and plátano.
Oh, it's potato, not malanga?
She put potato, and I think it's because of rising costs.
Oh, okay.
So it's like the rising costs, you kind of have to, you know. I have to look at her recipe, but it's like a 3-day sort of like thing to.
Yeah, it's very labor intensive.
Yeah, it's laborious.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to pay somebody to do that. I don't know if I can stand it.
Yeah, that's why you buy them during the holidays.
but you could buy like the lady that I take her cooking classes sometimes. She sells for $45. You get a dozen. And sometimes if you go to the hood, you could go. You could get 40 for a dozen.
Oh wow!
Right? Yeah, but that's what we eat. You know, during the holidays and even after.
There's a website called freakinrican.com, and he ships all around the United States.
Yeah, I've ordered from him before. Yeah, I ordered from like Uber Eats, like for Christmas. Yeah, I didn't want to cook.
No, but what I'm saying is, I've had a shipment like for people that live in other states that you can have a shipment shipped to the house.
Yeah, but I have my lady, my Puerto Rican lady. Maria, she's amazing. I get all my shit from her.
Wow.
I just like how she does it. It's called Mia's Cocina. She's been on Food Network. She's bomb.
You guys add barbacoa or barbecue into the
No.
No.
Barbacoa is like a Mexican thing. We do not eat like that.
It is.
So we eat like different.
Did she say barbecue?
Barbacoa.
It's different. Where you take a cow's head and you wrap it in burlap several times, and then I think you get it wrapped in foil. And at this point, there's already like a 6 to 8 foot whole dog that's about 4 feet long and about 3 or 4 feet wide. And it's been filled with wood and it's burned down to the fire. It's burned down to embers. They then put the burlap, aluminum foil, the cow's head onto the coals.
Yeah.
And then cover it with like banana leaves or something else. I'm running a blank on what we use here. And then you bury it, and it cooks for a day or so, maybe 2 days if you're like super excited about it. And then you dig up the hole, you pull out the cow's head, and the meat just falls off the bone.
It's tender. It's very tender. Yeah.
Yeah. It is one of the highest cholesterol meals you can have.
Yeah, it is. It is very. I don't know if she said they don't cook in that way. I mean, if they don't do the barbacoa, maybe they can use Black Angus, something higher end meat, maybe.
So we eat, normally, like, when it comes to, like, Dominicans and stuff, and Puerto Ricans, we eat, like, the pork shoulder.
Okay,
right?
okay, I can feel you on that. Nice.
I like pork shoulder, too.
Me too, yeah.
And then, once we season it really well for like maybe a day or two, depends, you put it in the marinade for a day or two. Then, you cook it, you cut it up, and that's the meat that's going to be used to assemble the pasteles.
Wow. That sounds pretty cool. Wow.
That sounds really good.
Yeah, it's funny because my man's Puerto Rican and he had pasteles, like my family's pasteles. He's like, this shit tastes like my family's pasteles. And we're Jamaican. So
that's what it is.
The Puerto Rican's pasteles are better, but I'm like, you cannot fucking tell the difference. So
I've had the opportunity to have mofongo when I worked a campaign job in Florida, and it was super tasty.
Yeah, that's like a daily. You eat that, and you don't have to eat for the rest of the day.
Y'all talking about mofongo. Let me tell you, we just had an experience in Houston with mofongo. Let me tell you something, so you can laugh. So we go to a restaurant that claims to be a Dominican restaurant. So, I'm like, oh my God, I'm hyped. We got a Dominican restaurant. We get there. My husband asks for mofongo de chicharrón de pollo. Right? Do you know that those mother freakers did not cut up the chicken and put it inside of the mofongo? They literally gave him the plantains mashed and the freaking the chicken on the side, which is chicharrón de pollo is like fried chicken on the side. I'm like,
where are these people from?
Dominicans.
Girl, they was doing that. They was going.
Oh my God! Let me tell you,
they were doing plantain. That's called plantain.
When my husband saw my face, I'm like, and when that bill came, I was like, never again. I'm not going to eat Puerto Rican or Dominican food in Texas. It's just, it's not worth it.
What do you mean?
Even the morir soñando, I wanted to throw the morir soñando in their face.
Oh, hell no.
How can you mess up a morir soñando?
Nah.
What do you mean? What they do? Did it taste bad? Was it burnt? What was the...
So the chicken was burnt. Let me tell you.
Not good.
The chicken was burnt, but also you're supposed to mash up the plantains with the chicken. So you can get one with shrimp. The shrimp is supposed to be inside of the mashed up plantains. That's the best way to describe it to you. So it's supposed to be inside. It's not supposed to be just that there and then the meat just thrown to the side or the shrimp thrown to the side. I was just like, and let me tell you, this little Cassie, she loves chicken. So when I didn't see her touching a chicken, I was like, yeah, this ain't gonna work.
Shit.
This ain't gonna work.
Dang.
She barely wanted to eat the rice and the beans.
So I don't know what's going on with those people, but that shit would not fly over here in New York City. I'm telling you, boy, these Dominican. You go to Corona, the best food in the fucking world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a fuck what people say. Corona, Queens. Best food ever in the world.
That's what we used to stop at to get our chilies.
Y'all ain't got the
Ecuadorians. You got Ecuadorians. You got Indians. You got Colombians. You got everything in there, and it's fucking amazing. So I don't know.
Man, the South, there's things that hits different, man. I'm sorry that happened to you in Texas. I mean, I cannot believe that they played it that way. I looked it up. You are right. The stuff is all supposed to be, in the center of that is how it's played it here. A chef played it this, but yeah, it's supposed to be not.
But you know what? They have to water things down for white people. That's why their shit is trash. Because when I first started going, when I moved to San Antonio, I went to restaurants. They had a lot of Tex-Mex food. And I'm like, I'm not a fan of that. And one of my clients owns like several restaurants in San Antonio. And she would bring me food. I mean, she would bring me trays of food. She loved me. Right? And she would give me the food that her housekeeper would make. And it was very different from what was served in her restaurant. And she was like, yeah, I can't serve that stuff in my restaurant. I'm like, this is good as hell. She's like, yeah, but, people don't like all those seasonings. I'm telling you, like, Mexicans, like real Mexicans.
That's crazy. They must be
they know how to season their food, but, like, they will cook to white people differently because they know that white people, some white people, or like the majority, don't handle all the seasoning.
Yeah, they did that when I went to college. This place called the Infants. They made horrendously bad Mexican rice. It took me, I'm not kidding you, it took me 8 times to figure out how to make it correctly. I could be a good cook, but at that time it took me a long time.
Marshall, did you say Infants?
No, I said Mexican rice. Ninfas is what it's called.
Spell it?
Ninfas.
I bet I know.
Wow.
Marshall, if you go to the back and talk to those Mexicans, just let them know, be like, look, don't be giving me this white people shit. Talk to them in Spanish. Be like, don't be giving me this white people shit. Cook it like how you make it for yourself. And they'll give you the real shit.
Oh, thank you. Because the conversation I had with the waitress about the Mexican rice was like, hey, this doesn't taste anything like it. It tastes like you put cumin on rice. And she was like, oh yeah, like we can't make real Mexican food here. The white people won't buy it.
Yeah.
Like, that is so stupid. Mexican food on its own is amazing.
It's so
but you gotta cater to the majority though. And you're not in the majority, Marshall.
But that's
you know what I'm saying?
Most ethnic food, because even the Chinese food, it's not Chinese. The Chinese people don't eat like that with all that sauce and all that deep fried shit like that. Like how do you make it? The Chinese, real Chinese food is not like that. And even Indian food, like some of it is, what would I call that? De-emphasized. Because in general, Americans have a very limited palate. The palates are not very mature in America. So a lot of ethnic food is toned down in these restaurants.
And that's kind of sad because it takes away from the cultural experiences. Like I was telling one lady, I said, hey, I bet you I can get you some food from the hood that'll rival anything in downtown. And sure enough, shoot, man, that lady ordered 5 plates out, you know what I mean? And I said, the price is different too. She kept looking at the board. I said, yeah, that's the price. This is the hood. He said, hey, can I order as much? That lady said, you know, as much as your wallet can have. But that lady hooked us up. So another pro tip, if you want real good food, a lot of times you'll find it in the hood in some places because they don't give a damn. They will season their food. They not fist to be like, well, I'm sorry, we're going to make you a veggie burger. Ain't no veggie burgers in the hood. Get out of here. So no, if you want real food, regardless of what city you're in, generally the hoods have it going on for you. Because I done got some real good food up out the hood. Do you hear me? It's seasoned good. Good food be good, y'all.
First lady left us. She's like, I ain't messing with y'all. Tired of y'all.
Is Lisa here or is she just playing?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Where the hell is I'm about to call her phone. Where the hell is she at? But not good. So tomorrow, Diddy back in court, and the jury is gonna be. Let's see.
Deliberating. Is that what's happening tomorrow?
Yep.
All right.
Let's see if they're gonna Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Let's see.
How many days do they have to the trial? Is there a time?
Well, they don't have a time. They don't have a time, but it's a holiday on Friday, so.
Oh, the 4th of July. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And some folks say they may have another King's rally on the 4th of July. Somebody was making some announcement about that also at the event last night. So maybe look out. Some people say they may be protesting on the 4th of July instead of.
Patty, bring JD up, because I'm on another page.
I've heard the same thing. I don't know. I don't know if they'll have one in McAllen. We ended up King's protest in McAllen. Everybody was really decent. There were more American flags than Mexican flags, interestingly enough. Since I live so close to the border. But everybody was real nice. I mean, the cops didn't antagonize anybody, which I think there's a lot of times cops can be like far more confrontational than they need to be. It was just a decent overall protest. The only person I saw get in trouble was a MAGA dude. He had a vest carrier, like one you could hook weights to or one you could put like vests on, and he was wearing a MAGA hat. And he was like, it was the street, a hotel, and then behind the hotel was his car. But there were lots of cops out, and he thought because he was MAGA and he was at this left-leaning protest, it was totally tight to spark up a joint with a buddy of his. And they sparked up this joint, and there's a cop, the dog, that just like comes racing up. And the non-MAGA dude got asked a question and like stepped back and put his hands up and was like, yeah, dude, I'm not trying to make your life harder. And the dude with the MAGA hat got asked a bunch of questions, resisted getting put in handcuffs, and then cried to like the 4 people watching him that he was being wrongfully detained. But he was not being wrongfully detained. He literally lit up a joint in front of a police officer. Wait. That's idiocracy.
I mean, I don't think people should go to jail for. Yeah, he's a MAGA person, so I don't really care about them going to jail. But I'm just saying, I don't think you should.
I mean, the general premise. Yeah, I don't think possession of marijuana should get you thrown in jail. I tend to agree with you on that.
Crazy.
I don't think it's very helpful for it to be at the level of illegality it's actually at. More what I meant was I perceived his political leanings and attitude to be one of, I'm on the same side as the cops, so I can get away with it. Now that's an assumption on my part.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's an assumption on my part. And as my dad used to say, assumptions make an ass out of you and me, so I can easily be doing that. But it was an assumption from the way this guy was not cooperating with the cops. Like, hey, dude, he saw you spark up a joint, it's illegal, right? Like, why make the guy's life hard? Doesn't make any sense. You know, just like you were doing something you knew you shouldn't be doing, and you got caught for it.
And he might would have got just nothing but a peer ticket or something.
Exactly.
Instead, you know, that's another thing that I tell people, just, you know, if you just cooperate, you know, like when we got pulled over, they told us a tail light was out, and you know, somebody said, hey, where can we go to go get it fixed? The police officer gave us like a discount, some kind of place, and we went to that place to get our tail light that went out fixed, right? So it's just little things like that. We didn't know that we would get a discount, you know, at a place that he knew, but it's like, that's cool, you know.
I just scammed y'all.
Hey, I don't know, that wasn't no scam, but he honored, you know, we got our you know, percentage off for what needed to be fixed. You know, it worked for them. I mean, they were able to pay for it and get their light fixed. So yeah, we didn't get a ticket, so I'd rather get the light fixed than get a ticket. Let me tell you. Operating can go a long way. The premise is, you know, don't be, you know, have an attitude like that man did, because that's crazy. That will get you with the handcuffs doing that.
Agreed. His interaction could have gone so differently if he had simply bothered to, like, be honest with the guy. Yeah, you know what? You're right. You didn't catch me lining up. Here it is.
This was a white man?
Yes. One of the very few white dudes in Grand Valley.
And he would have just been able to, you know, he probably got all kinds of stuff for doing that and stuff. And you said resisting arrest or something? Yeah, that turns it more than just a ticket, jail.
His buddy was a Hispanic dude, but he cooperated and he didn't get put in a cop car. Only the white boy did.
Yo, nobody's even fucking talking, and this motherfucker is still streaming. It's crazy.
Who is it?
The dude with the lips at the bottom.
He was in here earlier. He ain't leaving with the music no.
Yeah, somebody needs to tell Clubhouse about this anonymous shit. This is crazy.
I think they know, Doctor. He's been doing this. I'm almost positive people have blown Clubhouse out.
Right, but that you can't remove anonymous.
Definitely.
You should be able to remove anybody from your room, or you should be able to block anonymous.
Right. They have a town hall on Tuesday.
This is some, I don't know, some kind of. Let me see. I don't know. I don't like it.
Marty took a channel and I sent it to Joe. And I sent all the names, those screenshots you had.
Hey, let him try to run for any position in Illinois. I'm finna blow his ass up. Not like that. Shit. Let me rephrase that. I'm gonna.
He already ran and lost by more than 10 points. Again, He's not like.
Like, don't. Yeah, watch what we say. Yeah, definitely don't vote for this crazy.
He's a weird.
We should all show up at the town hall on Tuesday.
Yeah, we should.
That's a good idea.
And I bet you if you tell all the other rooms, go to the town hall and talk about this dude, everyone will know.
And I mean, I care less about him than the ability to control who comes in and out of your spaces, because you calling in a house, but you telling me that I can't remove someone who's in my house. Like, what's going on?
Right, it's a public building.
Right, you coming in here uninvited. And
right,
now,
you can't lock the doors.
I can't lock my door. Like, I can't. Yeah, that's and it's not safe. Hey, I have no way of knowing who these people are. They could be up to all sort of nefarious activities. It doesn't create a safe environment.
First lady, get your ass here. Did you try the thing with the YouTube? Not you ignoring me.
Did you do your YouTube report?
I love me some you. Let's change the topic. What you want to talk about, First Lady?
Somebody give me the link so I can do the report too.
The link you talking about to the room?
Whatever the
to
YouTube.
his YouTube.
Yeah.
Wait, can you report an anonymous person?
You guys are not being good friends today. Nobody's talking.
No, but you can report. You can report on YouTube his page when you see your picture. Because I seen my picture clear as day.
Is there anything interesting in the hallways?
Apparently not.
Daddy probably sleeping already.
Daddy just finished taking a shower, lady. Ma'am.
Are we politically correct? Out, we drained, what's going on?
I told Lisa to open her room.
Fuck politics, like what are we doing?
Is it like day to Sunday?
I can't. Y'all gotta give me something.
Everybody fucked us over this today.
That's too quiet for me.
Lady.
Open your door. Oh my
They fucked us over this morning. So everybody fucked us over today.
Ain't nothing to talk about. I guess.
That's the.
I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing.
That's the third Sunday we've been up at 6 o'clock in the
Trump
morning.
ain't doing nothing. I know what you're talking about, so maybe that's a good thing.
That's because they moonlight in other places paying attention to clubhouse gossip and stuff going on out here in these streets.
What happened? What are y'all talking about?
Why did she come back hot like that? She came in the room hot.
Right to me. They couldn't even open their own damn house.
What happened?
I know you didn't come back to come and speak on my stage. My stage.
Who we actually talking about?
Yo, I'm saying, you on the phone and you giving me more energy.
Another conversation going on. I can't focus.
I know, Doctor. I can't either. What's happening?
Oh no, this is the reason I shut down the room yesterday. I was like, yeah.
Mel, can you?
It's a wrap.
With the music.
I'm going in the hallways. No, I actually went to go open up a room in my house.
What's going on? Cause she not here.
But guess what? You guys were sleeping. Nobody came.
Can y'all hear me?
I can't hear you.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't want to be hanging
used to hang out
I
before.
have to mute.
That's
wrong.
No, Dr. Avy has been trying to call your attention.
Something is wrong.
Can you hear us
I don't
now?
think she can hear because she just keeps. I don't think she can hear.
Not y'all muted the only person that's speaking. How dare you?
No, we.
Oh my God, what the hell?
What the hell, Bear?
No, they muted me, okay? They're gonna speak to you. I'm not.
You hear?
Mel,
What the hell, Bear?
I think she can.
Oh, yeah, she
can you
can't
hear
hear us.
Dr. AG?
No.
I think
She can't get
Can you
nothing.
hear anybody? What's going
You
on?
all ignoring her?
You gonna be out of part by myself.
We're gonna call her to the
No, we can message her. We can. Oh God.
Oh my God, this is hilarious.
So, First Lady, what were you talking about earlier? Like, what happened earlier? I'm trying to invite her up. Oh God, now it's gonna.
I done invited her up like 4 times. Her shit must be really
Why
messed
did
up.
she go down?
I pushed her down, then maybe she can come up and hear us.
Oh. Yeah, she gotta leave the room.
That's probably gonna help her hear us when she come back, though.
No, I'm talking to her.
Okay. I was about to say we can message her. So Patty, what were you talking about that happened earlier? So this morning, me and Lady opened the room early because we knew the men are supposed to have the room at 3. Well, the men were talking about they were going to do their room in their house. Oh, okay. So what happened? They
To
were
the
gonna
Google, I
do
can
it
tell
in
you
the
couldn't
house.
hear us at first.
Oh my God. My brain is gonna. Okay, so the men were supposed to open their house. And it's like when 3 o'clock hit, Hess was on the stage, but he slowly slipped out. JD left. Freaking Gemini comes in at 5 o'clock. Now I know JD and Hess was here for the room, but
I had already got told that the room wasn't happening. That's the only reason I didn't pull up. So I just did my church thing.
So I'm not sure if you guys was reading the Penny, were you reading the telegram to see what was going on that side?
yeah, I seen.
Yeah, it was like that, like yo, I'm outside, so it's Cardi B outside. He ain't coming on that. And then
One person don't stop the show.
Black came out and said, I have to go. If you don't open it now, yeah, he said if you don't open it now, I have to go to rehab to see my mom, right? And then Haitian was like, yo, I'm here. Let me know whenever y'all gonna open. And that's what happened.
The only person that was really ready to open was actually Haitian.
No, I was ready. I wasn't in the chat, but I was ready. I was ready to go. I just was told it wasn't happening.
It probably would have been just you, JD, and Haitian. Everybody else had something to do. But Hess sends out the note, so.
Yeah, because he did his own separate telegram, right? So.
Yeah.
He was taking the mental health day.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He was mental health and his ass up in here and then disappeared.
He damn sure was.
Yeah, he was in there.
He was here all fucking morning, then all of a sudden disappeared when it's time to open up. To be fair, that conversation with that woman Pretty would require anybody to take a mental health.
Oh damn! I missed that conversation. I came in at the end and then she left. I missed the tea.
I thought we were doing good for a minute, Dr. H.E., because you said, First Lady, get in here. I was like, okay. And then I tried, and I thought we was going in the right direction. And then next thing I know, she turned another corner. I said, well, you know what? I get done.
And you know what's so funny? I got pinged into another room, and I was in there while I was making my sauce. And there was a woman, I kid you not, there was a woman on the stage making the exact same argument. And it was revealed that she had scammed, that she had ran a program on public housing too. It was the exact same story, just a different person.
Yeah.
It was insane. I said, they must have had something on the app this morning about people who abuse public services or something like that. There must have been something on the app yesterday or something where they were talking about that, because that's impossible. Twice in a row, the same day, yeah, it was wild.
Damn, I wish I was a fly on the wall.
What was wild when someone was complaining about people scamming and then told us how they were scamming.
Exactly. And then arguing that they weren't scamming though.
Remember, you was in here talking about,
Yes, and I was
I
like,
couldn't tell them I had a new car.
I was like, but you still, she's like, no, but I did it. She did it the legal way. She like the people who came in the right way. I was like, but that's not allowed. You're not supposed to do that.
Well, I did jump the line, but that's because I was already in the system under my mother, and she just sent it over to me.
What? My uncle bought my car, so he was paying for it.
Then your car became a gift.
Right.
And that's not what she said
$600 a month. That's income.
And that's not what she said in the beginning. She said, I bought a car.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then when we started asking her questions, it was, oh, my uncle gave it to me. Okay, all right, okay. So I can't keep up with the lies. Once people start telling me lies, I disengage.
But regardless of how you fix up the story, ma'am, the point is that you had that washer and dryer, and you had that vehicle, and it wasn't allowed. So you secreted those assets so that you could stay
on the system.
Yeah, she was like, oh, well, yeah, but you know, I just did that for a time and then I got out. I was like, yeah, that's exactly how it's supposed to work for everybody. It's a lot.
But the thing is, she was championing the fact that she did trick the system in the beginning. You said she didn't say that. I'm trying to tell you, doctor, she said that. She was, her first statement was all about, well, I know that people be tricking the system because I was one of them. She said it. And then as we started questioning it, because I started letting, I said, that's funny. I said, so it's okay for you to receive the benefits, but it's not okay for other people to receive the benefits like you did and abuse the system like you did. Well, I didn't abuse it. You just said that. So I'm glad you jumped in, said what you had to say. I felt like we got somewhere with her, even though it may not have stuck for a long period of time. She kind of got it. But the other one, Peaches, whatever her name was,
that was done.
Well, there was a Peaches and a Pretty?
Well, Pretty Peaches, whatever, I don't know. It started with a K.
That's probably why she ain't showing her face.
Good night.
Because she's saying all these stuff on the app. I'm saying that I know she'd have her head in her picture.
That's a fact. She didn't. You right.
That, man, I missed the tea. So I would have had a good time listening to that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you miss a lot of tea, but I guess I miss a lot of tea at night as well. But them $500 cash apps that was rolling through on the app.
It was 1,000 first. 1,000 for the mattress.
1,000, 5,000.
Wait, hold up.
It was 1,000.
What was that for?
It was 1,000 for saggy titties. And then 500 for somebody that claimed they're going over abroad. How do you say it? Abroad, right? That's the word.
Japan.
Yes. I was like, okay.
$500 because they were going out of the country.
Somebody asked their rich auntie if they could cash
exactly.
And rich auntie showed out.
And the girl posted the PTR. Showing proof.
I wouldn't give them my cash.
Mind you, the chick that got the 1,000 for her mattress wasn't even following Shorty.
For a mattress?
Yes. It wasn't like, oh, I'm following you. I know you from the app. No.
Why would they give money for a mattress?
I got there a little after that conversation.
On the floor.
Yeah, I got there a little after.
No, she sent her the
for the mattress. That's why you
right.
have mattress.
Yeah, so they like buy a mattress.
And then you
Okay.
You're gonna find the $200 mattress on Amazon and keep the rest.
You know what?
Then he's gonna be spending her money for physical therapy because
Yeah, at this age, my mattress gotta cost a little bit more.
Shit. Oh my God. Talking about mattresses, I watched Nelly and Ashanti's show. I never knew that there was mattresses that range from 25,000 to $1 million.
I don't know about no million.
That shit's gonna walk. It's gone.
So listen to this. They went to this store in Manhattan, of course, in Manhattan. So Nelly and Ashanti, they lay on the first mattress. They have the workers put the blanket on them. And then they go down and tell the guy, how much is this mattress? He's like, 75,000. Nelly jumped off that bed so fast. He was like, get out of these people's mattress, telling Ashanti. Then they laid on a second one. And they're like, how much is this one? $315,000.
No. What does it do?
It's how it's made. It takes
TV Posturepedic for $3,000.
Yeah.
No, that shit was $315,000.
That's crazy.
To do what?
It's how the mattress is made.
Okay, but you're not listening.
What is it made?
I mean, does it sit?
I'm mad because I didn't get the name.
Does it lift? Does it turn? Does it?
No, the lift matter.
No, it just looks like it's literally. It looks like it's on clouds.
It's less than 4,000. No, this
But it's what's inside of the mattress.
Yes, it looked like they were sleeping on clouds.
So the mattress on the outside will look.
Let me ask Google if they don't.
The mattress on the outside will look the same, but if you have like a mohair mattress, you can get like a mattress that has mohair cotton combination. You can get a cashmere down mattress. So it's really what's inside of the mattress that makes the mattress.
I'm not that you should spend a few thousand on a mattress, but
yeah, but not.
No, but I mean,
girl, let me tell you something. I almost had a heart attack the first time I bought a mattress over $2,000. Okay, so imagine even thinking about it.
But think about it. You
stealing cashmere mattresses sleep.
Yo, Nelly was like, y'all can buy a Lamborghini.
They sleep real well. But I mean, I'm not gonna pay $200,000 for a mattress. But
yeah, I could sleep in a Rolls Royce.
It sleeps good. It sleeps good though. But it's what's inside the mattress.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to watch the episode again. But I'm like,
I should be a man in that mattress. I'm paying $300,000 for no goddamn mattress. That's half a house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know Shaq's mattress was some crazy number, but his.
Yeah, but he's like 20 feet tall, and his feet like 20 feet tall.
It's like the size of a.
Yeah, custom made.
Yeah, they also do that also. They make really big mattresses.
If your mattress is hand tufted, you know, like they make it, that'll make it cost more too.
No, give me a Birkin bag first. Sorry.
Oh Lord. Depending on if I'm gonna live in my bed or not.
Well, yeah, maybe. If I'm living in my bed and I can't move, yeah, I'd give me a nice 75. I think 75 would be the most.
75,000.
Yeah. If I'm living in my bed. No, because you know that 7,500 might sink. 75,000 better have a warranty.
As soon as that shit starts anything, you gotta
that shit starts moving wrong. My back still hurt. I want to turn it in. I'm not flipping bed mattress over, none of that. That mattress gonna stay comfortable.
Your back gonna hurt regardless of it.
But here's the thing. If your partner, so you gotta look at like if your partner is a side sleeper. You gotta look to see if your partner is a side sleeper or sleeps on their back and stuff like that, and if they like their mattress soft, you know, or if you like your mattress soft, extra firm, all that stuff.
Yeah, you can get.
Yeah, that's why
I
people are doing.
I don't like the number less than 4. I don't like that.
My thing is, the number bed has the one that you have your own mattress, right?
My mom has a number bed, and
No, it's just the sides. You can get the ones with separate mattresses, but it's just the sides.
Yeah, so the one with separate mattresses, isn't that uncomfortable when it's time to have sex?
Oh my God.
Yeah, you go to one side, you go to his side, you go to your side.
But I want the whole mattress. Yeah, I was looking at that one. The way
this is what ChatGPT is for.
I'm like, I like it, but I don't like it.
I'm with you, Mel. I don't want to feel another mattress in between.
Yeah, cause it's like the split. Like
yeah, I
feel like I'm on 2 hospital beds.
Right. No, my parents have that because they, my dad is older and my mom's older, but they have that and it's comfortable. I be laying up in their bed sideways, all kinds of ways.
But you have, okay.
And it gets cool. You can turn the temperature down on it.
Yeah, those are all
that's
beautiful luxuries, but
guess what? That bed ain't $75,000. That shit less than 4.
But when you go to do the do,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's uncomfortable because of the slit. I'm telling you, the slit. It's the slit for me.
It's the slit.
So I did put a message in the chat about the funeral and the line. You can see like the long line of Melissa Hortman and Mark Hortman's funeral and their dog. I guess they did it all together. I mean, we spoke about that earlier, but
oh, the dog died.
There's a huge lot. Yeah, he killed the dog. I didn't know that.
Was the dog there too, or they just like mentioned him or had a picture or something?
You know what?
I think the dog's remains were there. I believe they had.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
That is so sad.
I know.
That is so sad.
I'm like, this
and I love golden retrievers.
Like,
you almost made me cry earlier when you was talking about the Goldens because my neighbor has a Golden and he is so well behaved until he sees me outside. He sees me outside, he runs across the street. He don't care what the hell they talking about. So I try to go to him before he comes to me because he's getting older. But oh my God, he's so beautiful.
Moo's story took me out because I was in tears because Moose had to put his dog down.
Yeah, that's sad.
Weekend. So
but he's a good pet father because yeah. I mean, I had to do that with my Newfie, and my Newfie lived to be almost 12 years old, and he was 145 pounds, and those extra large breed dogs do not normally live that long. And I broke my ankle, so I was home, and I was like actually paying 100%, like with a kid, paying 100% attention. And I was like, he's not doing good. And it just broke my heart. So I ended up putting him down before I went back to work. But it was hard. It was heartbreaking because even though he was hurting, I would come to get him out of his cage, take him outside, take him for a walk. He would walk with me. He would do all that stuff, but it was hurting him. And that's how I saw it. So, yeah.
You guys, on a completely unrelated note, do any of you guys have anything that you do that helps you with migraines? I have the worst fucking migraine ever.
You get a shot in my ass in the emergency room.
Yeah. You smoke? Green of the earth? You smoke?
No, I don't. I quit a couple years ago.
Yeah, I don't do no drugs, but I just get a shot in my ass if it's that bad.
Oh, yeah, when it gets bad, the only thing that helps is something like that that'll knock you out so you can sleep it off. I thought if anybody had any special potions they used or anything.
I'm sorry, I wish I did. I've never had a migraine, thank God, but I have a lot of friends who suffer with them, so, and it's bad. So I pray that you feel better.
Yeah, and I'm sorry about that. So the story about Gilbert, the golden retriever, he was seriously wounded by the gunman, and so they euthanized him.
Yeah, so that means he was shooting in the house.
He wounded the dog.
And that means that Gilbert was protecting his parents.
Mm-hmm. That's what it looks like.
Wow.
But I don't remember hearing about Gilbert, like when the story was happening or after.
Oh yeah. I don't either. I didn't hear about it until today.
They said that they shot the dog. That was part of the initial story. They shot the husband. Yeah, and
I don't know why. Like my brain didn't want to process that because I'm like, I was just so shocked that the dog was dead because I don't know. This is just this is just shocking across the board. And yeah, Trump never said anything. Someone mentioned that in the so Trump still hasn't said anything, obviously, because he is just wants to separate us even further.
That's exactly what I was gonna say, Stan. We have been separated. We are the red-headed, bald-headed stepchildren.
Dr. AG, I know you click on links. The link in the chat, that's the mattress store in Manhattan that they went to. Patty, if you want to check it out, the mattress store.
But that's for publicity also, so they gotta check that.
Well, they didn't buy
elevate like that.
They didn't buy the mattress. They didn't buy nothing.
Never have you elevating like that?
Yeah, they didn't buy anything.
Yeah, but they're getting something out of it. They're doing all that. The show was probably just a grift for them. I don't want to ask. So tell me about what else happened with the Trump stuff, because we said that they did mention that he was going to rap for Trump and that the mom and Ashanti wasn't with it, but ultimately
he performed at one of the parties.
He did it,
Yeah, the inauguration.
Part of the show, she was saying.
Yeah, so it was on episode 7. He comes up to her and he's like, oh, who just reached out to me. They want me to perform. And she's like giving him a face, like not saying anything, but just giving him a face. And then she comes and her mom comes over. She tells the mom's like, you have to worry about this too. You married to him. So the heat that he's going to get, you're going to get also. And she's like, because I can't do anything. If he wants to take it, then he's going to take it. I can't do anything. As a wife, I just have to support him.
And then I think she did the right thing, honestly.
And then he comes back and he's like, I'm going to do it. And he ends up doing it. And they end up speaking afterwards. And he's like, I was not endorsing him. What else he said? That I wasn't endorsing him. I just have respect for the office, he says. But he also put out a statement on Instagram because once it aired, the backlash came back again.
Yeah, I think that's all it was. Probably scripted. That he probably didn't make that decision, and they're like, "Oh, let's play it out on the show."
Yeah, but remember the way they
have respect for the office, but I would not do shit for Donald Trump.
They also spoke about the fires in Cali, so that's around the time that they were filming.
All right, did they speak about his charges? Because he got caught with a freaking shitload of pills.
They didn't speak about his charges. It was more about her than him. He's trying to rebrand Apple Bottom. Not rebrand, but bring it back out, but with the same name. I don't think that's gonna do anything, to be honest.
No. And then you do deals with Trump, like
watermelon bottoms.
Like if you follow them on Instagram, the show wasn't what showed me exactly what I've seen on their Instagram. You understand? So it was the only thing that was new was that mattress situation. Everything else is their Instagram. She celebrated his birthday party. The baby was born. She never showed the baby's face. She has the baby's face blocked for all these episodes. Yeah, she sits down with LL Cool J's wife. Yeah, stuff like that. It was all right. Nothing like, oh my God, you gotta watch it. Yeah, no.
They're cute to me.
No, they are cute together.
But they're,
you know, they speak about
they
their.
live a regular, like they're just regular people.
Exactly.
You know.
So the little tense, like the little, drama you seen between them on the show was that he wants to move back home to St. Louis. She wants to stay in New York. His support system's over there. Her support system's over here. So they literally live in an apartment in Long Island. They go to St. Louis sometimes, and then besides that, they're on the bus. So they don't take the plane for now because the baby's born, and they don't want to take any planes. So they've just been driving from state to state. So.
Yeah. Isn't a plane safer than driving?
Well, remember when they thinking about germs, so we're thinking about two different safeties.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously we know driving. Yeah. So they're thinking about the newborn. They're not thinking about, accidents and stuff like that.
Yeah, my kids never left the house until they were like 6 months old. So yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. So she shows like her first performance after giving birth. Another performance, them speaking about tour, because he's going on tour, she's going on tour. She purchases a ring for him because he hasn't had a ring on his finger because she had it custom made. Yeah, stuff like that. But yeah, they're cute, They look cute together.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were together for 11 years. So they were together for 11 years. They separated like 2 or 3 times, she said.
And he went and married some chick. Started fucking with some chick right after they
Yeah, he got with this chick, Mayweather's ex.
Miss Jackson?
Yeah, so he was with Miss Jackson for 9 years. Didn't give her anything either. It's like, and he also mentioned that he was going to propose to her year 10 of them being together, and that fell through. He said he wasn't ready. So, yeah. I don't know.
I remember when she wrote that song.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was sad.
It's funny because when she performs it now and he's next to her, he be looking at her like that.
No, but you know what's funny? When she performed the verses, and Nelly gave her that hug.
No, that's when they got back together. They speak on all that. Yeah, they speak on all that. He came to me. No, the mom came out and said, when I see him backstage, I went to my daughter and was like, what the fuck this motherfucker's doing here? So mom was like not happy that she seen him there. And then, he just came across the stage and then he's laughing out. He's like, do you saw the way you was rubbing my back? You see the way you was just rubbing my back? He was telling her. Because she was like massaging his back. She was probably like, yeah, I forgive you, I guess.
But she had a boyfriend at the time too, didn't she?
Yeah, she's been in relationships. Yeah.
Because they did an interview with her like maybe a week after, and she was like, "Oh no, we're okay now. I haven't talked to him since." But I guess he said he got her number from Joe.
Yeah. Mhm.
Right. And called her later on.
So how long
she also shows
he called her to take her shopping.
They got back together. I don't know what year was that they got back together. I think it was 2021, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 2021. And they also show like Ja Rule was on the show. And
yeah, but they real cute. And goofy as hell.
They are cute together. I have not watched the show. I've seen, the promos and stuff, but thankfully Mel just told me everything.
Yeah, she speaks about her, her working out, thick thighs save lives. Her thighs got thicker than ever. Breastfeed, pumping, that whole journey of
She's pregnant,
a long journey.
Right?
No, she's not.
Why did I think she was pregnant again?
Because they came out with the rumor again, that she was pregnant. They speak on that also through the show. Does she want another baby? Yeah. And she wants a girl. she mentions, but you know how that is. That's like rolling a dice if you don't take the girl out of him
with 2 boys. And how
well,
many
his
kids
pattern, he has a daughter and a son. Because you remember, he has his daughter and son, and then he raised his sister's kids that passed away from cancer, which is a girl and a boy. So he raised 2 boys and 2 girls. Yeah.
Oh wow. So he's
and you see her interacting.
I heard they have to change diapers.
Oh no, he doesn't change diapers. He's like, holla at me when that baby's potty trained. That's when he can hang out with me. What I was gonna say? Oh, you see her interacting with the stepkids, because obviously they're adults now. They're not as little as they were when she was with him last time. They all adults. They're like 30, 32. Yeah, around all those ages.
Wait, 30?
Yes, his daughter is 30. He's 50. His daughter is 30. He had his daughter when he was 19 years old. His firstborn, and now they're like, Dad, you got a 30-year-old and a whole baby. It's like, what's going on? Yeah, and he said it. He was like, I never thought I was gonna be a father at 50, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he knew she wanted kids, so obviously, if he got back with her, that's what she was gonna want.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
But I feel like that is a long distance relationship thing. Well, it's tough, and I think, I don't wish bad on anybody, but I feel like I've been in that situation where a man moved for me, and he always resented me for it, and it ended up, we ended up breaking up, and now I'm in a situation where I moved for somebody, and it's easier for me because it's women are more adaptable.
Yeah.
Or, it's I dated a freaking mama's boy that was underneath his mom's ass every 5 minutes. He was in the hood in New York, but, that was his hood. He didn't want to leave it.
Not a hood in the mama's boy, the mama's boy in the hood.
It was, it was actually, the best hood, because it was I think they're called Columbus houses. It's 102nd Street, Upper East Side.
Don't tell me about that side.
Right? But it's Manhattan, so you have it's Upper East Side, but you're in the PJs. Oh, I'm sorry, Upper West Side.
Yeah.
NYU. Or Columbia.
Okay.
Anywho, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, so that's nice, I guess.
Yeah.
Love is love. But I just know that I repeated that little hug between them. I was cracking up.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun as hell.
Yeah, she said, Fat Joe and Ja Rule always wanted her to get back with him. Oh, they also speak on Irv's passing. She does an interview with Angie Martinez and speaks on that.
I love those Angie Martinez interviews.
That baby's gonna be 1 year old.
Oh wow. And just She did an interview with A$AP Rocky. This was a while ago. This was before her podcast. And she said, because A$AP Rocky is named after Rakim. Right? I don't know if you know that. But his mother named him after Rakim because she loved the rapper Rakim.
Mm-hmm.
And so his actual name is Rakim, not Rocky, but that's Rocky's nickname. So anyway, when his mom was, when A$AP was a baby, he saw Rakim on the street and was like, yo, you understand, I love you, you're my favorite rapper, I named my son after you. Will you sign something for me? And he was like, yeah, So she couldn't find anything to sign. So he signed a diaper for her. It was just funny. Like, I love Rocket Bomb and A$AP Rocky Bomb by himself. And then he got a chance to have Rakim on the show. Like, Andrew Martinez surprised A$AP Rocky with Rakim on the show. I thought that was nice.
I noticed that Fat Joe and Jada have a podcast.
I haven't listened to it. I don't think men should have podcasts. I'm sorry about that, but y'all men just be saying the fucking weirdest shit sometimes. So I think if a man is gonna have a podcast, he needs to be co-leading with women. But an all-male podcast, they should ban those.
They're banning all male podcasts.
Unless you have a co-lead, there should not be any all-male podcasts. That's, if I was president, that's what I'd do.
I mean, there may be some men that say, hey, there shouldn't be any women in anything either. I don't know. That probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Joe Biden has a successful podcast. He says some stupid shit sometimes. So.
Who?
I think men are hilarious.
Joe Biden.
Yeah, and he's extremely problematic on his podcast, and I only semi-listen to it because Melissa Ford. But I think she left. I'm pretty sure she quit his podcast. Or did she come back?
He still has a lady. I'm not sure who it is, but he said some dumb shit sometimes.
Yeah, he is. He's one of the one. And then when men get together and group thing, oh my God, or so-called locker room talk, that is also problematic.
The only thing I'll give him kudos for, he took a fading rap career and twisted it to something sustaining. So I give him kudos for that. He opened up another lane where he can make money.
Which I was talking about.
Who's the nigga?
What happened? Mel, I just got done listening to Lisa's Room. Oh my God, Patty went.
I'm over here listening to this freaking Jada and Ashanti and Ellie and Fat Joe and all these motherfreakers. So,
wait, is it a Clubhouse room?
No, it's YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So, you know what Fat Joe said, Sid? He said as soon as they announced that Fat Joe and Ja Rule was doing verses, he got a call from Nelly that quick. He was like,
looking for an in.
Joe, you need me in there?
That dude was looking for an in. And let me tell you this, when a dude wants your ass, he will fucking move on for your life.
They too funny.
Yeah, but if you watched the reality show with his first wife, it was kind of different. It's like she was the mom instead of the wife.
Ooh.
Wait, Nelly had a show?
Yeah, he had a show before with his
He did have a show, but I didn't know there was. I don't recall a woman being on the show.
Yeah, there was a woman. His wife. Girl, it was weird because it's like she always had.
Yeah, but he said on this show that he's never been married.
Well, I guess that was his girlfriend.
Well, so you think his baby moms?
Yeah, his baby moms. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They were living together, and it's like she'd have to like fuss at him all the time. This show, it's like they be having fun.
That show's so old that I remember like little pieces here and there.
But you could tell it's two different relationships.
Yeah.
Really different.
Yeah, but also the age. You know, you get more. You know, the older you get, the hopefully the more mature you get, the more wiser and all that.
Yeah, but they play a lot. Like Nelly and her play a lot.
Yeah, she's always smiling.
Yeah.
Well, both of them are always smiling.
Wait, she's a Libra, right? What's he?
I think he's a Scorpio.
Oh shit.
If I'm not mistaken. Hold on, I think he's November. He's a November November 2nd. Mhm.
Oh yeah, so you're a true Scorpio.
Yeah, he's a Scorpio. I guess it works.
But if you watch the other one, he was like, he wasn't as vocal, didn't play as much as he does on this one.
Yeah.
Because she used to fuss a lot about everything.
They tearing him up on Twitter. They telling Ashanti it's about to be over within
Y'all
4 years.
Y'all heard about that girl that went and put that damn post up talking about, wow, y'all acting like a happy couple. He had me squirt 2 weeks ago. I'm like, what the fuck? Yes, like Google it. It's crazy. I did.
Oh, I don't want that on my algorithm, but I believe you.
Girl, it's bad. It's like, bitch, stay out there, but like, if they, I don't know what they got going on, but they look happy.
Yeah. That's crazy. But they're going in on him because he said he don't change no diapers.
Oh yeah. That's what he said.
Well, my dad was like that too. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of old school men don't change diapers.
Yeah, my daddy won't touch a diaper.
Yeah, but people just feel like, you know.
If I wasn't home, that's the only time my husband would touch a diaper.
Yeah, that's the same with my dad.
Yeah, man, you ain't got no choice. You don't want the baby to get a rash.
Right, they gotta be.
Let me tell you something. People's relationship dynamics. People have different relationship dynamics. Like I remember when I was around one of my closest group of friends, I served my man a plate, and they were like, "What are you
doing?"
So it's more like.
I know you
they just looked at me like if I were green.
Yeah, they freak out about this.
Now our dudes are gonna expect that. So I don't know. I don't judge people's relationship.
But like, if y'all were at home or somewhere else, wouldn't he also give you a plate at some point?
What do you mean?
Like.
No.
Oh, okay.
I think it depends. I don't know. I know most of the time if you go somewhere where someone has a wife at home, a lot of times the women get together and they'll serve the food. I don't know.
Yeah, I serve whether I'm home or whether I'm outside with family. The men usually get served first, and the women serve them. Mm-hmm. Or their mothers serve them. If they don't have a woman, their mom is going to serve them, or another woman. Like, I have served other men that obviously are single. Yeah.
Like in my mom's house, if you come over there, whether you got a wife or not, either she's gonna bring you food or the kid, one of the girls in the house gonna bring it.
And usually you'll see all the women in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Whether they find something to do or whether they, speaking or whatever.
And if you can't cook, you're gonna cut something up or do something.
Uh-huh. And let me tell you something, they're looking at you, especially if you're a new chick around. Like if your brother or your uncle bringing a new woman to the house. If we don't see a woman getting up off that sofa, we already judge her.
Yeah, if she don't try to come in there and see what we're doing, that's a problem.
Yeah.
In my mom's house,
I guess I'd be the one out there not knowing what you're doing. Because let me tell you something, I don't know. I grew up different. I didn't have to cook in no kitchen or learn how to do any of that. My folks told me, hey, go do whatever your mind desires for you to do, and that was not cooking in the kitchen. I cut grass, whatever it was. I was the one that went up on the roof when the antenna had to fix the antenna that had analog TV. But yeah, I just didn't want to do all that stuff. So I'm fortunate to have a man that really don't give a what he doesn't. He said I don't really care, because honestly we work together. You know what I mean? I may not cook, but I can fix stuff. I'm mechanically good to fix things, and so hey. We can put our heads together and make it work, and we have. I mean, I don't know if women should be told that they have to fit into this. I don't know. You have to do this or cook this food, and if you don't, you're not considered a woman. Well, I guess I'm not, because I ain't doing none of that. And, that's why I got an F in home ec, because that ain't what my kind of thing. Mechanical was my thing. I went on to mechanics in school and stuff, so my brain didn't operate in no kitchen. I'm just going to be real. My folks knew that at an early age. I just was not, I didn't want to be in a kitchen with a bunch of women cooking nothing. And seriously, when I was a kid, I traded with my sister. She didn't want to cut no grass or get on top of no roof. Gotcha, sister. I'll do that. And she was down there, I don't know, cutting celery or whatever they did on Saturdays. I just wasn't doing that, man. So I grew up, I guess, pretty blessed that.
And you know what's the beautiful thing about that is that if you are not that person, then you find somebody that's okay with not having that. But there's men that want women that want them, attend to them. Yeah, of course. So you find what you like, your cup of tea.
Well, y'all lucky because not only was I my mother's sous chef, I was my mother's. What's the assistant to the handyman, y'all?
Oh no, to-do list. She gave you a to-do list.
Yeah, I mean, because we were in a peculiar situation, and basically, we didn't have enough money to. My mom wanted to fix up the house and make it safe for us, but we didn't have enough money. Mm-hmm. So me and my brother, we worked alongside my mother. And she would learn the different things. She would work alongside the contractor. And the funny thing is, my mom is one of the most feminine women ever. So it's too funny because she was a teacher by day. And, by night she would come home and change her clothes. But she was also the family cook. Like literally for our whole family. She was one of the ones that she was the main cook anytime we had family reunions and stuff like that. So it's pretty funny. I mean, I hear what people are saying, and I do understand gender expectations. I don't have any problem serving food to a man, but I also serve food to my guests, like that, like what y'all have said. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I was also the person in college who could put together people's cabinets, you know what I mean? And I was like the techie person. If something broke, because I knew how to work a power saw, power tools, all of that. By the time I got out of high school, it was just what we did. And that was just because my mom wanted us to, she didn't want us to live in the projects, quite frankly, because that's where we were in New York. Yeah. And then, in Pittsburgh, she was like, we're going to do this. We're going to do this together. And we did. And it took many years, but we did it together, and I'm proud of her and all of that. So, I mean, everybody has their own little journeys. I get it.
Well, my dad wasn't a handyman, so I said I'm going to marry a handyman.
I know that's right.
When you ain't got a man that's not handy, when your father ain't handy, it falls off on the women.
Okay.
And that's true. My dad was not handy. He can't even put up a motherfucking curtain.
He wasn't handy, but he always got somebody. He always told my mom handy.
She does everything. Like she does the handiwork. But my dad helps her. Like she'll try to teach him stuff.
Yeah. My father wasn't handy. He's just not handy. There's a lot of men that's not handy, and you see more men now that are less handy than back in the days.
And don't they got some nerve? But y'all gonna still maintain expectations of us, but you ain't even handy. Child.
He didn't have the patience.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't have the patience. I'm talking about from dealing with TVs, radios, CD players, whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was me or my sister. Not even my mom, because my mother's another one. Put both of their heads together. It was just me and my sister figuring shit out. That's basically it. And this is back before YouTube, okay? Before Google and all that shit.
I'm crying.
Yeah. Yep. So I was like, and then it's crazy because this is my second marriage. My first marriage, that motherfucker wasn't handy either. So the first time I married my father. The second time I married what I wanted my father to be.
I know, that's right.
Yep. I learned my lesson. Let me tell you, all you need is 2 men in your life. So everybody that be like, I gotta be in multiple relationships. No, I just need a fucked up one. Show me what I don't fucking need, and a good one. That's it. But yeah, my husband now, he does everything. So I ain't gotta worry about that.
And let me tell y'all, the first lady is First Lady still awake?
First lady, get on that mic, first lady, before I call you on your phone again.
Call me? Yeah, First Lady. I have never heard you scream. Huh? I have never heard you scream the way you screamed at Trent yesterday.
Oh, Lord.
Well, I just listened to the replay. And
they were listening to me. What, baby?
Mel told me to listen.
Yeah, I was like, go listen to that recording. That's why.
Why would you tell people to go and listen to that? What's wrong with you, Mom?
No, I didn't tell her to listen to yours. It was the other one because everybody.
No, she told me to listen to the whole conversation. She never even mentioned you. You were surprised.
Oh, I didn't even know she crashed out also.
Yeah.
Everybody's just wondering what's going on, so I was like, y'all want to know? Listen to that room.
I started an hour. Mel told me to listen to the last 5 minutes. I started an hour before, and First Lady was going ballistic. You hear me?
Wait a minute, what is happening? This is not.
You could have said, and be listening to the whole thing. I'm like, Sid, you know,
these are lies that have been told.
Me and Sid need details.
Yo, the First Lady, this guy is still recording us, all right? And we ain't talking about shit that has to do with politics. Like, what's wrong with this dude?
Just ignore it. Ignore his simple tale. We're going to keep him in prayer. That's what we're going to do. We're going to put the onions up at the door. And y'all think I'm playing? I'm serious. We're going to put onions up the door. And I'm telling you, we're going to plead the blood over him because he got to go. The enemy has to go. So the devil. I just want to say, wait a minute. I need to clear my name. Thank you. I did not do any of the such things. I'm not sure what Dr. God is speaking about. All I know is that when people start telling lies and untruths, it causes something to erupt in my brain. And I'm not responsible for that from that point on. So my twin showed up. I don't know what happened, but it wasn't me. Thank you.
I guess I got a twin too.
This is Mel.
My twin was on last night. You didn't hear her?
Oh, I heard her.
Oh,
I was trying to help my sister. I was like, okay, so do you like
don't get it.
Don't tell me to fucking calm down. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you crazy? I'm already hot. I'm already on fire. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fuck you.
And the New York shit coming out of y'all.
Oh my god. We gotta like, can you guys speak like the way like if Patty crashes out? Can y'all speak like Patty? The way somebody speak like First Lady?
Motherfucker. Fucking idiot.
Fuck out of here.
Are you stupid?
Wait, let me see. Patty was like, I don't give a fuck. Wait, I'm about to get it down.
No, you can't.
Talking that way. You talking that way. You talking that way. My mother's a fucking immigrant. You know that? You hear me? The fuck? She was ballistic. Oh my god.
Yo, not for nothing, but I think in this room we the top 3 crash outs. I don't even.
Mel, Patty, and First Lady.
The trophy doesn't go to one person. We all taking that bitch home. No, because that should be classic. I swear.
But you know what, for real, y'all gotta give Lisa grace, because sometimes she just be talking and she don't be thinking when she say certain
He's like, I was on the toilet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo, and then Haitian got the smoke. When that second room reopened, woo, child. She's like, why would you close the fucking room? Haitian's like, I'm gonna text you in the bag. I ain't talking on the stage.
So it wasn't Lisa that closed the room down.
No, Haitian moved it.
Oh, that's
Haitian was like, fuck this. We're not gonna be content.
I said, well, it ain't me. I don't do shit like that. I don't do dumb shit like that.
Oh yeah, so I was like, that wasn't me. And then that's when Haitian said at the telegram, it was me.
Oh, he's just a peacemaker. That's all. He
said that he don't want the ladies to be content.
Exactly. That's real love. Go ahead, Haitian.
Real love.
Well, it's perfect because I just went back and played that.
You went over there too, JD?
I just, right with Dr. Godsey.
Yo, JD, just listen to the last 5 minutes, Patty.
JD, listen, if you want a real treat, go back an hour. You hear me?
Oh, shit.
I stopped counting our crash outs because we have crash outs so much, and it's not even a year.
You know what's so crazy? Let me tell you something. 6 months ago, right? Because even Brooklyn would be like, Patty, remember the first time I went off? And Brooklyn was like, this not Patty. Patty don't do this. And I came off the app for a week. So I was like, these motherfuckers got me coming out of my body. Like, I shouldn't be doing this. I was like, fuck Clubhouse. I'm not coming back. But you know what? This fucking app and these goddamn rooms, y'all motherfuckers up. I think my little friends of friends was good enough. I should have kept it at that.
Let me tell you, the phone has to be a block between me and you guys. Because if not, I will be locked up. Because when I go. I'm telling you, it's like that fucking airplane. When that shit leaves, there's no bringing me back. And that's not a good thing. So the phone being between all of us, right? my barrier, my wall, it's like, it saves me.
Can help me understand.
Because if not, I will be in the street fighting. But this is my thing, how I told CO yesterday. These motherfuckers will never say this shit in person. Never. Yeah. You will be laid the fuck out, bro. Let's be clear.
Talk this shit in front of me. Well, Trent has also said that as well.
But what I'm saying is that what they called CO yesterday, who in the right state of, not even the right state of mind, who will have the fucking cojones, the balls, to tell you nappy-headed monkey? Nobody will say that shit. They'll be locked up.
Yo, who said that shit?
Dr. Adams.
Adams said that to CO.
Dr. Adams called him a nappy-head.
And yo, he was upset, and I was like, yo, I'm feeling him right. Like, I feel you, brother. I feel you.
Yo, that's a funny experience right there, yo.
He told me I gotta get off this app.
That's fucking crazy.
Dr. Goddess, what did I say when I crashed out?
Oh, ma'am. Okay, so real quick. The context was around Sandra talking about the Target boycott. Trent, with his ignorant behind, came off his mic and was like, that's so stupid. Mm-hmm. We do some of the dumbest things. And the room kind of erupted. And you were one of the main persons that was like, wait a minute. Don't, because he kept going. And he started talking about, I think Sandra talked about like her profession. Or like, he was like telling her like, don't do that. It went beyond the boycott, but it was about the boycott. And he was like, you can't tell somebody what they can do in their life. Like, that's her opinion. That's how she wants to go about her life.
Mm-hmm. But you're missing a significant piece because Sandra kept interrupting him. And I said, Sandra, don't do that. Let him finish. Please, let him finish. I specifically stopped her from interrupting him. He finished saying what he said. I said, okay, thank you. I said, Sandra, now you go ahead and you say what you got to say. She said what she had to say. He wanted to continue fighting with her based off of her opinion and what she's doing in her life. So I said, no, Trent, you're not going to have that conversation. We're not going to have that conversation. No, we're not going to have that conversation. Well, why not? Why not? Because we're moving on. Then, minutes later, probably about 5 to 7 minutes later, he said to Lisa, well, you don't want to have a conversation because you guys are always meeting people and not letting them speak. That's when I lost it. Because I did allow him to speak. He just wants to keep repeating himself. Nobody wants to hear that over and over again.
And he thinks that he's so right. He was trying to bully everybody because CEO, chimed in. Other people were like, no, Sandra's correct. Like the Target boycott by African Americans in particular has been wildly successful. He kept being like, oh, it's just a waste of time. You just can't please everybody. The right, they care about the gays, and now the DEI. And you could tell he wasn't following everything. And then, look, I'm going to go back and listen one more time.
That's an incredibly damaging conversation, I thought. But it's so disappointing.
Yes.
Because no one's forcing you to participate in the boycott, but at least you could not speak negatively about a boycott that's working, right? We know it's working.
And then he went on, remember? He went on to say, I meet with a lot of people in marketing, and this is what we're talking about. Remember? He said that, and then somebody was like, wait, let me say it's not funny, but it is funny. I'm only laughing also because, listen, I crashed out a few days ago. I mean, y'all weren't there, but I went off. I threatened people. Mel would have been proud. I'm trying to think.
The projects came out.
But somebody said, I think Trent was like, let me speak or something like that. And do you remember the word that you said? Because I could hear your voice, First Lady. But do you remember? She said something like, I did, or I have. But it was so loud and so high and so strong. I swear I have never heard First Lady scream like that. And that was it. And he kept talking to her. And it's like, literally, if you hear First Lady at that level, you need to just be quiet. Let her calm down. Even if you think you're in the right, just let her calm down. But he wanted to keep going, so she kept going.
That's what happens when you give First Lady a plus.
No, it comes from the bottom of that bottom part of her soul.
Yeah,
it comes from.
Yeah, it's that.
She be going into it because.
Yo, what about that day when you was like, I was in a choir. I could go louder than you.
That's what it is. She goes from behind the diaphragm, and she just be getting from behind the diaphragm, and she's.
But I be telling y'all, I'm like, tick, 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 tick. It's coming. It's coming. That's how I be muted up. I'm like, it's coming.
Oh no! First Lady, she fussed at me a couple times. I was like, I'm just gonna be quiet because it ain't personal. She just frustrated.
That's why I always be like, yo.
Oh, definitely not like that.
Ladies gonna crash out.
No, never like that. And somebody falsely accused me. They was like, you heard First Lady say we were done with that topic. I said, no, I did not. I only heard First Lady say we are done with that. I didn't know what the that was referring to. I said, y'all know I just got in the room. I said, don't be trying to tell on me in front of First Lady.
That's why she always trying to get me back talking about, yeah, Kitty, so First Lady was over there.
That's right.
But, no.
Yeah, but before she said it, somebody else said it. I said, yeah, I know she was over there. That's why I went over there. Like, who you telling on? Like,
it's just me. She knew. She read my heart. That's why she called me out.
Just keep praying. Pray for the mods in politically correct.
Please don't pray for me. I'll pray for us.
We don't need them to pray for us, trust me.
Yeah, not these demons.
Don't ask for these people to pray for us, child. We be walking around with 7 legs.
And 2 eyes.
17 arms.
2 eyes and
How long? 12 toes on each foot and shit. No, I'm good.
With a few stars in your eye.
No. I don't want them to pray for me at all. No, ma'am.
Mel, you didn't even break us the news that Stephon Diggs and Cardi B are Instagram official.
Yeah, they've been Instagram official.
What you mean? What does that mean, official?
Instagram official. They posted each other.
What is Instagram official?
Like posted each other on Instagram. Yeah, they was at the Rolex store last night. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's stupid. I hate
He put up a video saying,
damn. That's done. I'm not posting no damn body on my page until I know for show that this is a show. You know what I mean? Like, don't do that. That's stupid. I don't like that. And I see all these people put all these love pictures up there and they be kissing and next thing I know, a month later, it's like, all the pictures gone. What happened, sis? What's going on? I don't see no.
And they noticed that too. So and so and so and so unfollowed each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if this video I freaking found.
That relationship is too new and too messy already to be doing all that. I don't see that lasting long. That's just my opinion. Yeah. I mean, I want the best for it, but I don't see that in this situation. Just got out of marriage. Nah, she's still legally married. Right, you still trying to settle your marriage situation.
Yeah, those damn Libras, they don't give a fuck about getting a divorce before getting in another relationship.
Shut up, Libra.
I told you, I got with my second husband 11 days after I separated with my first.
Right,
I was still legally married.
Lord Jesus.
And this motherfucker waited 3 years to give me a divorce.
I want to know who the male body
is. He didn't give me a divorce till I had a belly.
That's another thing that was said yesterday.
After I got a divorce, girl, I was outside every goddamn
Yo, if I didn't have a belly, he would have never gave me a divorce, Patty.
Yeah.
So that was another thing that was said yesterday. That some male mud is cheating in here with 4 different people.
Oh, yeah. You should have heard me. I went off yesterday. Y'all was here for that? Besides the First Lady and Patty.
I didn't hear that.
Woo, child. I didn't know who they were talking about.
Who is it?
So, you see, so the truth, I'm going to tell you the truth. I left the room, so I didn't get to hear that. But you know I got a back channel. Because I get a back channel about everything. So I get the back channel. I'm like, hold the fuck up. Who they talking about? Because I'm the only married female out of the mods. Right? So off the back, I was like, and then, I heard him clearing up Patty and First Lady. Like, oh, I know Patty wouldn't do that or something. And First Lady, I know you wouldn't do that. That's what I heard. So I don't know him, so I didn't think he was gonna clear my name up anyway. But after I got that message, I'm like, who he's talking to? Yeah, so I went off. Zach was in here. That got the smoke. That's why I threw his ass, my beat and everything. I threw his ass to the goo. Down.
Wait, why? What did Zach do?
Because he was telling me to calm down. And I'm already hot. And he's trying to calm me down.
Oh, yeah. My bad.
He was saying other shit, but once you have no idea. Not only I see red, whatever you're saying, I do not even hear you. He said a bunch of shit, but all I kept hearing was, calm down, calm down, calm down. I didn't hear anything else he said. Then the motherfucker want to talk about mental health in the chat. Then I kept going off.
Well, when he put that mental health, he was like, mental health is real.
So, like, I can't even tell you what he was trying to tell me.
Dad, I'm You know what? Like remember how we used to slam the phone down when we was younger and slam that phone?
Yeah.
That's how she threw him out the room yesterday. She slammed that phone down.
Yup, and and then he ran over there to the room that we was just talking about, that we had to whatever.
Oh, did he leave on his own? You just put him down in the group.
No, I just threw him down.
Yeah, okay. He left on his own.
But he just don't want to be without a bean, so he feels some type of way. That's what
he's not usually modded in here.
No, but what happened, so
I got you.
Guess what? I got Finn and Dr. God is here. Ladies, do you remember when I opened up that room after being over there on the other side listening to that foolery?
Yeah.
Day before yesterday?
And you needed mods, and me and Lady was working.
Yes. So when I came in, Dr. Goddess came behind me, so I modded Dr. Goddess. Then Sin came, then they left, and then I modded Zap.
I got you.
Yeah. That's how he got the bean, because, we don't give him a
shit. Now, why I was trying to ask someone something, and I put it in the Black Men Speak chat.
Oh, Lord.
Ah, shit.
You can't delete it. Point said he's calling the police. Point, you've been saying you're calling the police all this time. Why you haven't called the police? Like, what are we doing? Damn, what the hell was I just gonna do?
You gonna delete them?
And wait a minute, First Lady. There were only a few people in the room when the showdown between you and Mother occurred. Do you want to tell the room about that?
I mean, well, the other day, somebody modded him. I'm not gonna say who. But I was working. I was on my computer, and I had to look over, and I see this white lady next to me modded. I said, who the hell modded Mother? Like laughing or whatever. I wasn't even gonna touch him. I was just laughing like, who the hell did this? So he was like, oh, he comes off the mic. Oh, I'm sorry, I really gotta do this. And throws me to the ground. So I feel like we left, and I didn't come back until later on, maybe about 3 or 4 hours later. So I was good, whatever. He comes back again.
That's when I brought it up.
So Mel brings it up. And he was like, oh, she'll be all right. She's thrown me out plenty of times. First of all, don't say I'm going to be all right. That's number one. And number two, most importantly, I have never thrown him out or to the goo. He's been arguing with all the mods on here. Even when him and Sonny was going back and forth, I didn't throw him to the goo. I sat there and mediated between the two of them. They go back and forth all the time. I've never thrown him down. So for him to sit there and lie on me and then get in the chat talking about, oh, now you want to play the victim. I'm like, I don't know what kind of deranged shit you on. I don't know who's gassing your ass up, but it damn sure ain't gonna be farting and flatulent over here with your gassy ass. No, not here. I'm not having it. So you can go ahead. And then he wants to come in again today. And I said, when I saw him, I brought him on stage. I said, oh, I thought you was going out of the country because he's supposed to be in Istanbul or something or another, Turkey. And he was like, yeah, something. But yeah, so why did we move from the other states? I'm like, what you need to know for? Here go Batty and Mel. Oh, because nothing. Because we wanted to. That's the reason why. Well, you can just stay on mute. Excuse me? You think you're a whole ass woman in here. You really think you're a white woman, and I'm not gonna have it. I'm not gonna deal with that spirit. So you can just go ahead and fly your kite down to the principal's office. But I'm not.
No, wait a minute, First Lady. Wait. You said, second of all, you ain't got to stay. We did it because we want to, and also, you need to. If you're not gonna give me an apology, you ain't got to stay here. Yeah. And he was, and Mothers was like, oh, I'm definitely not giving you an apology. Child, why do you say that to First Lady?
I was like, okay. You're about to see how this shit goes down. I told it's gonna be on site from this point on.
Yes.
So
if
y'all
y'all block you and remove you and get her book, bye.
Yeah, but you won't be in my presence. Not acting like that. No. Because it was uncalled for. All he had to do was say, "Oh, I'm sorry, whatever," and not play the victim. But I'm more pissed about the fact that he said he did it to me because of the fact of something I've done to him when that is not a true statement. Do y'all ever remember me getting into it with Mother? I don't remember. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't remember either.
That was
I remember him never getting kicked down unless he was, disrespectful?
Yeah, but the only time I've ever seen him get disrespectful is like when,
I think when him and Sin had a back and forth.
Him and Sin had a back and forth. Him and Justin had plenty of back and forths.
Yeah.
But even during that time, no, I never touched him. So I'm trying to figure out, what are you talking about? What are you trying to justify? That's the part I'm mad about. I moved on from this shit. It's more about the justification of why you chose to do me. And when I was talking to him, I clearly said, and this was not today, but the day before, I said, well, what I don't understand is why you chose me, because I don't play the games like that. Only time I move somebody down is if they are doing something crazy and they don't have no business doing. And even still, I try to tolerate it as much as possible, and then I proceed. But I don't get it. Oh, come on, you've done it before. You've done it. No, I don't. You're not going to say it lie on me. No. So, it is what it is. Who's that down there? Martha?
I don't know who that is.
Who's Martha? Is this Mother's burner?
Hello, everybody. Thanks for letting me in the clubhouse. I just want to join. Just want to say.
Hey, who sent you?
I was sent by the government of some foreign country.
See, that'll get you kicked.
No, I'm just kidding. Nobody. No, I don't have any kind of agenda or anything.
I got my eye on you, buddy. What you just gonna say, son?
Yeah, I was gonna say Patty, it was the admin at Black Men Speak, because I put something on there and I cannot delete it because the delete feature is not there, and I was just trying to joke around with Mel, and I put it in the Black Men Speak chat, and now it's there. And you know how these people are.
You can't delete it.
I can't delete it because Black Men Speak chat doesn't have their delete enabled on the chat. But an admin has to delete it or enable the delete feature.
Really? You can't delete your own messages?
I can't delete my own message, only on this chat. I'm on the Black Men Speak chat right now, and I can't delete it.
Oh my god! Wait, so what's it?
If someone could delete it for me, I could react to it and I could copy it. It don't let me. But if I go to any other chat, I could delete my message.
That's crazy.
Black Men Speak won't let me.
Oh, but at least my name's not on it. Oh well. It is what it is. What we're gonna do. Shit. And that's what I'm telling you. When I'm upset, I can't even tell you what the fuck I said yesterday. So don't ask me to tell me what happened yesterday. I can't tell you. Maybe the ladies can. But I don't remember shit.
And wait, I learned something. Oh yes, you do. That's a bunch of bullshit. You remember stuff from 5 years ago?
I have, yes. I can remember long time ago.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
But like, even right now, that ADHD be real. When you guys speak on stage, I gotta really listen to you guys. But if you go and say, Mel, go and repeat what I just said to somebody else on stage, don't tell me, because I'm not. Don't ask me, I can't. I don't remember. That shit went in and out.
Well, for me, my short-term memory is a little skewed. However, my long-term memory is amazing. it's just like the information gets downloaded in my brain. That's the reason why I always ask questions, so that I can actually put it in this perspective place that it needs to be. So that's just how my brain works.
Now, so imagine when you're upset, you really don't remember nothing.
Now,
And I noticed there's times that people have called me things, and I'm arguing with them on Clubhouse, and they're like, yo, you didn't hear her say this? No, I ain't hear that shit. My mouth is so loud, my mouth overpowers the person that's speaking.
We are not screaming.
And I don't even need a big mic. These motherfuckers got wires. I ain't got no wire connected to my phone. This is straight my voice to the phone. And I'm not, right now, my mouth is not even close to the mic. So when I'm upset, that phone be all in my mouth.
So wait a minute, point. Elan's poll was by the Terrence group. Point, you want to come up here? Hey, Robert, good to see you, brother. And why are you saying we're yelling? We're not yelling. You said why they yelling, so that means you were talking me and Mel?
When I invited you off stage, you didn't want to come up.
I'm calling the police. I'm gonna call the police on
Someone please call 911.
Don't do that.
Tell them I just got shot down.
In my heart.
Hey brother, don't be putting the thumbs down. What's wrong with you? That's not nice. You think I don't see? I see everything. Love bucket. Hey Franco.
JD, I see you're back.
Hey Quinn.
I think everybody's tired from the stage ever since they found out that these people are streaming through things. I don't know what's wrong with these people. They don't want to come up.
It's okay. It's 10:37 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. What up, ladies? That's how I'm Quinta. What's up, ladies? But yeah, we don't have a topic. That's why they not coming out. What we talking about? We ain't talking about nothing. We just shooting that.
We exhausted. We trumped out.
First lady, did you hear me when I
That's
said
what I wanted to tell y'all.
I picked the leaves off my collards and cooked them collards, and it was a whole freaking mess of collard greens. Remember I took that picture? They like tripled in size. So I cut all the ones off the bottom. Yep, because one of the sisters told me, I grew up in Atlanta and you gotta pick them damn collards off the bottom. So I picked them, washed them. Oh my God, my hands look like prunes. And cooked them collard greens. Oh my God. And I've never done it when they were that young, ever. So that's that.
Yeah, so I was gonna tell y'all that Antoine Massey, you remember that was in an Airbnb in Louisiana.
Yes.
He never
and somebody called in to I wonder if somebody won the award, the money that they were giving away, because they called in to the hotline and that's how they got him.
I know that's right.
Yep.
I thought his ass was in Mexico somewhere.
That's what I thought. I was like, he already in Texas.
And he was real sad too. So they y'all know the internet. The internet made a team leaderboard. They put all the 8 or 9 escapees up there. They were like, and the winner is, and it shows the last person, and he has like the low cut. I forget his name, but there's only one more person that's out.
Yep. So it's that last one that he committed 2 murders, I think it was.
Oh, dang.
And he's still out there. Yep.
They murderers. Well, I don't know why I thought. Oh man.
No, that last one is a murderer.
Oh dear. Oh no, y'all got to get caught. I thought y'all maybe robbed somewhere. Something.
I'm really disappointed in Massey. I thought he would have been slaughtered.
I just want to see his face. Yeah, I only got the photo when they got him. He's like, fuck. right.
I'm a proud Zionist. But what's going on in Israel? Tell me. Enlighten me, sir.
Actually, I don't know. I've never been there. No, hold on. Let's start at the beginning. I don't really watch the news like that. Jaguar, let's start at the beginning. What's a Zion?
someone that believes that like Israel's their homeland based off of like the fucking